Okay. Hey guys, good evening. I hope everyone is doing well, and welcome everyone somehow to 50,000 subscriber AMA, Q&A, whatever we want to call it, which is still pretty nuts. So, yeah, let me know that you guys can hear me, and I take it that's a yes. Toxyball, I guess you guys can hear me. Excellent. Um, okay, so I figured I'd go live sort of 5 minutes early just to give people time to jump in and ask questions if they want to. The way that this is going to work is I have lots of replies to the community post that I put out about a week ago. A good chunk of them aren't going to be questions because I haven't read them, but just on the page that I have open, I can see that like maybe 2/3 of them questions, the rest of them are not. Anything in there that's not a question, I'm not going to have time to read. But still, thank you for the congratulations, etc. So I'm going to get through every question that's on there, and I'm also going to get through every question that's asked in the Q&A that is live on the stream now. So in the chat window, you should see a Q&A button. If you want to ask me something, click that and ask a question. I am only going to answer questions from either of those two places. If you post a question in the regular chat, I'm not going to repeat to everyone that you need to ask it in the right place, because otherwise I'll be answering questions out of order, which isn't particularly fair. So, well, I haven't asked this in a while, actually. What are we drinking? If we are indeed drinking, if it's not too early for those of you in the US, I currently have a couple of bottles of English vintage cider and some Gentleman Jack that I've cracked out, and we'll have to see how much of it I end up drinking by the end of this stream, because I honestly don't know how late we're going to go. Currently, my plan is to just do the Q&A, AMA. I doubt we'll finish early. If for some reason we don't finish all of the questions in, before we get to like midnight here, then I will do a part 2 tomorrow. But the reason why I have decided to do this stream on a Thursday instead of a Friday is because of Mr. Zack Snyder. He has decided to inconvenience me and release his director's cuts of Rebel Moon tomorrow. And I want to be able to watch them, decide if I'm going to do a video on them, and get started. So that's why we're not doing this tomorrow. George Hard R. Martin, thank you for the super chat. If you meant for there to be a message in there, then drop it in chat and I'll read it. But either way, thank you for the super chat. Okay. Where are we at? 1858. So, yeah, I think there's enough people in here for us to get started. So the first thing that I want to say for everyone is I'm not going to be able to thank everyone kind of as we go, like as a response to every question. So I need to say a massive thank you to everyone who has posted a question, everyone who is watching now live, everyone who ends up watching the VOD, and everyone who's watched my videos for the last couple of years, because this has, without exaggeration, changed my life. It's insane. It's become my job, and in spite of the fact that I occasionally have to deal with shithousery, including but not limited to the content ID system, I'm incredibly fortunate to be able to basically spend my time doing what I enjoy doing and making a living from doing so. And the reason why that's possible is because you guys watch my videos. So my intention is to repay that debt by making the best videos that I can. So yeah, thank you so much, all of you guys. Couple of things as well, just before we jump into the AMA, is you may have noticed that the Two Towers video went down about 12 hours ago. It was hit with content ID. It had been up for 3 days publicly and 2 days privately, and for some reason it got nuked after 5 days. I have no idea why. I could not answer that question. It is now back up because I risked another copyright strike in order to get it back up, and they rescinded their claim. So the downside is that that is almost certainly going to affect the growth of the video, because it was and currently still is my best performing video. It's very likely going to be the first one to hit 100K, which is, again, insane. So anyone who has already seen the video and enjoyed it, if you want to do me a favor, open the video in a new tab and mute it and just let it run, because that potentially will help it get back to the performance that it had before it was taken down. Okay. One thing that I did want to respond to in the main chat is hello, Navi. Apparently, there's someone in chat who has an 8-year-old daughter who is a YouTuber and wanted me to say hello. So, yeah, best of luck YouTubering, and make sure that you behave for your father. Bazzy, super chat, thank you. You restore my faith in humanity's intelligence. Well, thank you. I don't think I'm particularly smart. I just enjoy talking about movies and obsessing over movies. Right. So the final thing before I actually start answering everyone's questions is there are 2 questions that I have no doubt are going to appear multiple times. So I'm going to deal with those first and just answer them straight away. The first question is the Kronk avatar. So I have explained this before in various places, but there isn't a particularly interesting explanation for it. The explanation is that when I picked this avatar, it was because I didn't really have anyone watching my channel. When I made the first Rings of Power video, I had like 50 subs, and I didn't think about it too hard. So I thought, well, wouldn't it be funny if we did like a face swap of Kronk and Yzma? And it was extremely funny. And then it just kind of stuck around, obviously, for Rings of Power, and then it ended up turning into the various costumed variants that we have now, courtesy of HP Lefty, who is in the Discord. And if anyone wants to join the Discord, there's a link in the description. So yeah, that's the explanation. It's because I find it very funny, and I just love the idea of having this derp version of Kronk in various get-ups, reacting to bad movies. I just find it funny. So the second question that I want to answer, which no doubt is going to be asked repeatedly, is what is happening with Arcane Part 3? So one of the downsides of the channel growing to the point where it has become a primary source of income for me is that I have to treat it like a primary source of income, which means that in hindsight, it was a mistake to plan on doing 3 Arcane videos back to back, because I knew that they weren't going to perform as well as the Hobbit ones, for example. And what I probably should have done is done 1 and then leave it a little bit, then done 2, leave it a little bit, and then do the 3rd one. What I did instead is 1 and 2, and that took a substantial amount of work and a substantial amount of time, and flatly, it didn't really pay off. Like, I'm still extremely happy with those videos, and the response to those videos has been very positive. But spacing them out with videos that actually are financially viable is a more sensible way to do things, which is what I am going to do. So Arcane Part 3 is on hold until I am able to make it. At the earliest, that's going to be after we finish Rings of Power Season 2, which is at the earliest going to be sort of December, January kind of time. Okay. That is the preamble, and we're now at 7:03, which I guess means it's time to have a swig of whiskey and get through some of these questions. Right. First question from Lyra1402. What are your top 10 games and movies of all time? I'll try and answer that as quickly as I can. Top 10 games is probably easier, so we're going to go with XCOM 2, Witcher 3, God of War 2018. You might hate me for this, but we're going to go League of Legends. We're going to go World of Warcraft, because when excuse me, when World of Warcraft is good, it's very good. It's just that it is constantly changing. So, you know, WoW when it's bad is quite a lot of its lifetime, I guess. Apart from that, Frostpunk, we can put Frostpunk in there. OG Dead Space. I guess I should probably put Civ 6 in there, because Civ 6 is very good. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, obviously. Divinity Original Sin 2, that kind of thing. I don't know if that's 10, but we'll go with that. Films, we've got Lord of the Rings, and The Lord of the Rings. Let's go Fight Club, American History X, The Raid 2, Sicario, Prisoners, and Blade Runner 2049. Schindler's List. Let's go for a couple more. Let's go Alien, Aliens, and T2. Okay. Next question that is not one that I have already answered. Alex Neff says, face reveal. At some point I'll buy a webcam, but it is not this day. main Teague, I think that says, are you Australian? No, I am English. Dr. J, Rue5BK says, love your channel. What is your favorite Guillermo del Toro movie? That is probably an easy answer. I just can't think. Pan's Labyrinth is probably the answer, but I also feel like that's kind of a boring answer. So Blade 2, I think, is definitely the strongest Blade film, but it's nowhere near as good as Pan's Labyrinth, obviously. The Shape of Water I didn't mind, but it is a very weird movie. And Pacific Rim I have a soft spot for, but like, which one is the best? It's Pan's Labyrinth, definitely. And Dr. J also asks, would you rather be in jail for 5 years or be in a coma for 10? So that, well, obviously when you're in a coma, you age and time continues. So it's a little bit different to saying, would you rather freeze time? Yeah, I guess, yeah, that wouldn't make any sense anyway. It would depend on the nature of the jail. If I'm going to have to live for 10 or for 5 years, you know, fearing for my life every time I get out of bed, then no, I would take the coma. If it's just kind of chill and I just have to be in prison, I guess, then I would probably take the jail time. But I've never been in jail. I've never been in a coma either, though, so yeah. Okay, we'll do one more from the community post, and then I'll get through some of the ones from you guys in chat right now. Lion Draws says, will you ever do a top 10 ranking video of your favorite movies of all time? Maybe. I think if I was going to do that, it would probably be a stream thing rather than a video, but that's potential. Will you ever do a behind the scenes video? Possibly, if that's something people want to see, where I kind of explain my workflow. That could be something that I do. What art software or program do you use when making the variations of Kronk? So I can't answer that because I don't make them. They are made by HP Lefty, who is, again, on the Discord. I don't know what he uses to do them, but I quite like them. So thank you, HP Lefty, for making them. Right. Switching back over to Stream Chat. Right. I'm Not Skinny says, name a favorite EFAP episode. Ooh. I mean, Shut Up About Plot Holes is kind of legendary. I think that was number 2, the Patrick Willems one. That is the first, that is when I started watching EFAP. I found them on number 2. Apart from that, I remember the Jenny Nicholson Joker one was hilarious. What is the other one that I'm forgetting? It's honestly, well, we can kind of bundle all of these ones together. All of the end of year mega long celebration ones are kind of legendary as well. So there we go. That's what, 5 now? No, 6, because I think they're on year 6, which means I've actually named 7 videos. So yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, EFAP 93 is the one that's the one where the guy said that like Gimli wanted Frodo and Sam to be dead or something. I can't remember exactly. Okay, Ramax says, do you think you'll ever do a series on the Sherlock Holmes TV show? Probably not. If I was going to, it would only focus on season 4, because I think seasons 1 to 3 are sporadically very good and sporadically kind of mid, whereas season 4, I think, is flat out trash. So yeah, I potentially could. I'm not going to commit to it. Sam, I will read your super chat in 1 sec. I need to do a couple more of these Q&As because otherwise they'll disappear if people keep adding them, because for some reason YouTube doesn't let me scroll up. So Schmat S says, have you ever watched or considered watching Avatar: The Last Airbender? If so, would you cover them in videos? Never seen it. I've only seen the Shyamalan movie, which I know is heresy. It's awful, obviously, but yeah, I've never seen the anime. If it is an anime, I think we've had this discussion before. I mean, yeah, I might watch them at some point. So, super chat from Sam Figuera. Thank you so much. Hail Random, now that Hollywood appears to pilfer video games instead of comics for movies and shows, what game do you think would adapt to film best, and what game franchise would you be most horrified to see Disney acquire? Okay, which one would be adapted best? Honestly, I think God of War has potential, and that's kind of cheating because I know that that's happening. But at the same time, I think it has potential because I'm replaying it now in preparation for Ragnarok, and I do think that it has an extremely solid story. The problem is that they'll have to do what Last of Us did, and they'll have to expand upon things. And in the case of Last of Us, like I still think that Last of Us is good, but I think pretty much every change that they made the story worse. What game franchise would you be most horrified to see Disney acquire? Warcraft, maybe, because I do quite like Warcraft, and it's kind of it's fairly Warcraft is fairly safe. I was going to say like Baldur's Gate, but Disney couldn't make a Baldur's Gate show, so I think Warcraft is probably the answer. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. So, Jalmari Talvio says, did you find a way to play the EA Return of the King game? Absolutely loved them as a kid. Congrats on 50K. Very awesome. So, no, I haven't, but honestly, I haven't tried because we've got Rings of Power to do in the meantime. But yeah, I do intend to get that working, stream it, and use the footage in the Return of the King video. Zach says, huge congrats on 50K. Question I have is this. How many accounts actually got caught by the anti-bot thing in Discord? So I can't answer that exactly, but I can see that 2 bots were, because a little while ago, basically, we had a problem with spam bots. They were just arriving in Discord and spamming like OnlyFans links and other bullshit. So I had to put in anti-bot measures. We caught 2 using the anti-bot measures, but there's going to be a whole load of bot accounts that joined and just didn't do anything and then left because they couldn't do anything. So what that number is, I can't tell you. Right. Where's the next question? Sunny Day, how does it feel to have reached 50,000 subscribers? It feels absolutely insane, and yeah, I don't know how to describe it, to be completely honest. I never could have seen it coming, but yeah, I'm going to keep working onwards and upwards. Toxiball says, how did you make this remix? I'm guessing you're talking about the Lord of the Rings remix that I had in the interlude to the video and also in the intro for this. So that because I do music like in my, I guess, well, it's not even really free time. My other job, quote unquote, is freelance audio engineering. And yeah, so I basically transcribed it, wrote it, and in the case of that one, I didn't record it because it's all virtual instruments, but in some of the others that I've done, I have recorded like myself playing them. But I can't play keyboards really, so I use them for, you know, inputting MIDI notes. I don't actually play them. Elia Dayton says, what are your initial thoughts on the Rings of Power trailer that just came out? I thought it was funny, but I also didn't think that it was terrible. I think that the trailer did an extremely good job of presenting the season in as good a light as it possibly could. And like that's, to some degree, the purpose of a trailer is to make you want to watch it. Given that I have seen season 1, it does not make me want to watch it, and if I wasn't making videos on it, I would not watch it. But yeah, I think that it is a decent enough trailer. How they actually get to the various circumstances that you see in the trailer is an entirely different question, because obviously that's the storytelling, and you don't get the storytelling in the trailer. But there's various parts of the trailer that look like a clear upgrade over season 1, but well, again, the writing does not appear in the trailer, and the writing was the weakest part of season 1. The disco option says, what's a good question to ask? That one, because it means I can answer it very quickly. Thank you for the question, though. Lord Wahoo says, what has been your least favorite film you've reviewed so far? It is absolutely Rebel Moon Part 2. There is no comparison apart from Rebel Moon Part 1, I guess. And who knows, this might change tomorrow when I get to see the extended versions of both of the Rebel Moons. Yeah, Rebel Moon Part 2, as I believe I said in the video, is the worst thing that I have covered on my channel, bar none. It's substantially worse than Rings of Power. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Where's it gone? Eero Lang, super chat, thank you. Huge congrats on 50K, thank you. Favorite Arcane character? Favorite Arcane character is a very difficult question to answer because it could change on any given day. Silco is probably my favorite. Marcus is absolutely up there. the thing is, like, like Silco is a main character, so I think he's better than Marcus purely because he gets more content. Relative to the amount of content we get, it's Marcus, I think, definitely. But then at the same time, there's finding a weak character in that show is extremely difficult. Right. Next question. I'll do a couple more from the Q&A, and then I'll go back to the community post, and then I need to swig a drink. There are about 3 times as many people here that I had last time I did this at 25K, which is nuts. So welcome, everyone. There we go. Mouse says, what is your favorite DreamWorks animation? Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is definitely up there. Kung Fu Panda 2 is definitely up there. And The Prince of Egypt. Those would be the 3 that I think are head and shoulders above everything else. Which of those is best? Probably The Prince of Egypt, I would say, if I had to pick one. Which one do I find the most entertaining? Probably, well, it's one of the other 2. I can't remember. Also, yeah, usually I respond to like normal messages in chat, like, but I've got 2 different windows. I've got 3 different windows open with the questions from 2 different places and regular chat, and I'm not going to be able to read, let alone respond to the messages from you guys in regular chat. But I do still appreciate you guys being there. Truffle, just to answer your question, regarding Rings of Power 2, I am planning on doing episodes of Rings of Power week on week. Whether I'll be able to release them week on week is a different question, but I will be just full-timing it and going for it. Okay, one more from the Q&A, and then I'll go back to the community post. So, SC437, out of all the games you've played, which one would be your favorite? I kind of already answered that before, but right now, the game that I am enjoying replaying is God of War 2018. I'm enjoying it more playing it now that I'm not streaming it, and I'm definitely appreciating the characters more than when I streamed it. Okay, let me make a note of how far I got. So the next question is from Goblin of the Year, so I don't lose my space. Okay. Zenyatta says, what is your most hated movie of all time? Most hated means it's probably not going to be... Because this is the thing, is like Rebel Moon is awful, but I don't hate it. What is my most hated movie of all time? I'm going to have to check IMDb for this, because I've seen a lot of bad movies. Let's go with... Oh, well, yeah, we can give it to that, I guess. Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey is just abominably bad. What do I hate? I would say that I hate Zoolander 2. I would say that I hate Space Jam: A New Legacy. I hate The Hustle. And let's drop one more. Yeah, now we're getting down to things like Madam Web. I don't think that it's possible to hate something like Madam Web because it is just so entertaining. It's like Rebel Moon, if Rebel Moon was fun bad, which, like, Rebel Moon I think is of a similar level of quality to Madam Web, but Madam Web is extremely entertaining in how bad it is. Ilya Dayton says, what is your writing process for the analysis you release? Generally, what are the steps you take to produce an episode? So the first thing is I just watch whatever it is, unless I've seen it before, in which case I skip to the next part. I will play it on my computer while I'm sort of typing notes, usually. And if I sort of have like a, I guess, spurt of brain activity, then I'll pause it and I'll just type down my thoughts immediately, so that I don't lose them. And then by the time we get to the end of the film, we're usually dealing with quite a lot of words. Quite a lot of them can be deleted, rearranged, and said more concisely. Same thing goes for jokes. If I think of a good joke, then I'll write it down, and then I'll work out how to put it in later. Then record everything. This is after revising the script and, you know, reading it out loud to myself to make sure that everything flows properly. Record the script. Edit the voiceover to remove flubbed takes and silence. Stick it in Final Cut Pro, and spend 40 to 50 hours putting the video together. Right. Apparently wife has revealed my face. That's fine. I had already revealed my face on on Discord. But yeah, okay. Next question. Ishmael says, how do you feel your relationship with Tolkien's work has changed as you have gone from being a casual fan to somebody crafting professional reviews of the films? So, relationship with it, so it being Tolkien's work, I think hasn't really, it hasn't affected my perception of Tolkien or anything, because none of what I'm really talking about is technically, quote unquote, Tolkien's work, because I'm not talking about the books. At some point, if I read the books, then I can answer that question. But doing the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit videos, and in particular reading some of the comments from you guys where I've said, this also happened in Rings of Power, where I was like, well, hold on, why didn't Sauron just do this? Because this would have made infinitely more sense. And then one of the replies in the comments would be like, well, if you'd read the books, you'd know that that's exactly what he did, which is why I find it amusing, because I haven't read the books, and I guessed just based off of the logic of the situation that, well, that makes more sense. And that's what ended up happening. So, yeah, as far as how it's affected my perception of the Hobbit films, it's gone down drastically. But then with the Lord of the Rings films, I haven't really, there's been a couple of times with the Lord of the Rings films where I've changed my mind on a scene, but I would say that my overall view of the films has not changed. Whether that will change with Return of the King, I don't know, but I still love them. Shadow Demon says, what is the most unexpected surprising aspect of being a YouTuber and or making videos? And what is the most rewarding part? The most surprising is the fact that people watch them. The most rewarding is either doing things like this or doing the live premieres when the videos actually release. The first time I did that was with the first Hobbit video, and I was like, yeah, okay, we're going to just sort of do this from now on, because it is a lot of fun watching the thing that I've spent a couple of months working on with you guys. Right, I need another swig of whiskey. Right. I'll do a couple more from the community post, and then we will switch back. DLXXX says, congrats on the milestone. My questions are, what inspired your passion for media analysis? So a little while ago, I made a couple of video essays. I say a little while ago, we're getting to like 4 or 5 years ago. One on Blade Runner 2049 and one on a piece of, I mean, there's no other way to phrase it. It was a piece of Christian propaganda called The Case for Christ. It was an adaptation of a book written by a guy called Lee Strobel, who was an atheist, like he was very much anti-religious. And then through trying to disprove the existence of God, he found himself coming to believe. And the film is incredibly preachy, and it pissed me off. So basically I made a couple of, those were 2 films that I had very strong opinions on, so I just made those videos. And honestly, the exact same thing then happened a few years later when Rings of Power came out, and it's just that people watched those videos, which is why I've kept doing it. Okay. And how did you first discover your love of storytelling? Probably, I mean, it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but by watching good movies. Because that is one thing that a bad movie will give you more appreciation for, is a good movie. So yeah, honestly, watching things like The Lord of the Rings when it came out, I would have been 9 when I saw Fellowship of the Ring. I wouldn't have understood why it was so good then. I couldn't even necessarily say that I fully understand why it's so good now, but I definitely understand it more now than I did then. So yeah, watch lots of good movies and watch a variety of good movies, and then you will probably fall in love with storytelling. Okay, last one from the community post. Ghoulsome says, if you met someone who hasn't seen a movie before, which movie would you recommend them to watch first and why? So something that just kind of encapsulates everything that film is and isn't, because this is making me exclude The Lord of the Rings, because The Lord of the Rings I don't think is a normal movie. It's extremely long. It's 3 movies. It's fantasy. Something that's a pretty normal movie. So it's got to be something that's not particularly complicated, but something that is very well made, and something that I guess shows off what film can do. Honestly, you guys throw some suggestions in chat, because I'm curious with this one. So I want to go with probably something like a James Cameron film, something like Aliens Terminator or T2. Or honestly, Titanic. Like, that would be a pretty good one. Because I think that James Cameron's films are very easy to watch, they're very easy to understand, and they're exceptionally well made. 12 Angry Men is a good shout, yes. The Lion King. Yeah, these are some good suggestions. The Lion King as well. Commando. I'm not sure I would choose Commando. So I would agree with Star Wars, but if I'm going to throw Star Wars in, then I would also throw the Lord of the Rings in. Claydex, I'm excluding Avatar. No, I'm talking about the other ones. Sparks says Jaws. That's a good one as well. Jurassic Park, The Abyss. So Inception. I really like Inception, but I don't think that that's a good film to show someone who doesn't watch movies, because they'll just be like, what? What is this? Psycho, Aliens. Wife says Pearl Harbor. No, not Pearl Harbor. We're not going to get into that. Okay. So now I need to switch over. Right, there we go. Quick, drink some cider. Ugh. Okay. So we were up to Goblin of the Year, who asked... I've lost it. Where's it gone? Goblin of the Year says, do you like French fries? Yes, I prefer French fries to regular chips, although curly fries are probably my favorite. Jerome Lehane says, congratulations on 50k. Will you or have you considered covering The Last of Us or the Halo TV series? Videos on The Last of Us, no, but on the second channel I have a podcast, like a 3-part, I think it's like 10 hours or so, podcast that I recorded with a friend who knows the games better than I do, and we watched the show together and just discussed it. And our conclusion was that the show is good, but it's not as good as the games. The Halo show, no, I would not cover that, I don't think. And it's been cancelled now, to be honest, which means that unlike The Last of Us, we're not going to get any more Halo. Schmatt says, oh, Schmatt, you told me what you're drinking in the Q&A channel, but I hope you enjoy your drink. Sunny Day, yes, I am English. Are you actually Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove, says Mouse. No, I am not. Total Madness says, I've not caught many live streams, but I remember hearing you mention a wife or significant other recently. Yes, she's in the chat right now. She's about to start an exam, actually, so she won't be in the chat for much longer. Wish her luck, though, everyone, if she is still there. Total Madness's question, though, does she add any input to your analyses, or do you mostly do everything on your own? I do pretty much everything on my own. I show her various funny things that I find funny just to gauge her reaction. And yeah, so far nothing's been over the line. And like, I did put this in as a joke for the Two Towers video, but I did genuinely just check with her that what I was saying was not going to trigger certain people about the Airwin stew scene, which, yeah, I think we succeeded on that front. So yes, wife helps me sometimes to give an alternate perspective. Mega Hobbit says, who are or is the inspiration for your videos or type of content? If I had to name 3 channels that influenced how I started, then it would be Mauler, Red Letter Media, and YMS. Now, we can add Little Platoon to that list because, like, when I started doing Rings of Power, I only discovered Little Platoon through the Rings of Power EFAP. So I didn't know him at the time, now I do. And yeah, his stuff is great. So let's put all 4 of them on the list. Zenyatta says, what is the worst movie you have ever seen? I think I have pretty much answered that. Oh, wait, no, I answered what is my most hated movie. What is the worst movie I've ever seen? Oh, God, what is the worst movie I've ever seen? It's going to be something that, like, some straight-to-DVD thing that no one has ever heard of, honestly. Worst movie that loads of people have seen. The worst, quote-unquote, mainstream movie, we can put... What's it called? It's not Thunderballs. Thunder Force is up there. And The Hustle. We're going to put both of those up there. And, again, things like Zoolander 2. Things like that. Ozzy, thank you for the super chat. If you meant to... Oh, that was for wife. Yeah, I will let her know if she's not still here. Thank you, Ozzy. Next question. Hi says, do you have a football club you're particularly keen on? So I don't think Ryan is watching, but if he is, he will come over and slap me if I don't say West Ham United. I know very, very little about football, but I did watch the Euros, when was it, like a month ago-ish, where England lost against, I think it was Italy, but again, that tells you how well I know football. You know, putting the game on with some friends who like football in the pub, I will do that. In particular, if it's something where, like, England is playing and they get to the semi-final, for example. But just watching a game of football, I don't find particularly enjoyable. Schmat says, do you have a letterbox? Letterboxed. I also have a letterbox. Letterboxed. Yes, I do. There should be a link to it on my channel. Wherever it is that my Twitter is linked. It should just be on the main channel page. So if any of you use Letterboxd, then you can follow me on there. Lord Hendrickson says, what was it that caused your love of movies so much? Did you watch a certain film or have friends in the industry or something? So, excuse me, I don't have friends in the industry that I know of, at least. I can't really narrow it down to a specific film. It's, again, going to be similar to what I said earlier, just watching really good movies. Which these days seem to be few and far between. But I guess it depends on which movies you watch, because there are good ones. It just doesn't seem like there's anywhere near as many, to be honest. And the consequences for that in, 10 years' time? I don't think they're going to be good. Because, Rebel Moon is an extreme example, but if you have a bunch of people who think that Rebel Moon is a good film, and they then go and make a film, just imagine how bad that film is going to be. Right. Just to reiterate, guys, anyone who is asking questions in the regular live chat, please do not do that, because I'm not going to see them. You need to stick them in the Q&A chat, which there should be a link. There should be a button for that on the live chat. Right. Next question. Broker Ashfrund says, which US presidential candidate are you going to vote for? Well, I don't live in the US, so I don't have to make that decision. Is there even because obviously Biden dropped out, but has Kamala Harris now actually replaced him? I genuinely don't know. Honestly, I don't particularly care. Michael or Michelle Zwires says, what is your opinion on the Michael Bay Transformers movies? I think one is pretty harmless fun. I think one is by far the best of the pretty harmless funs. I think that Pacific Rim is head and shoulders above every single one of them. I think that I haven't seen 2 or 4. I think that 3 and 5 are like almost unwatchably bad. And I think that Bumblebee is, if we're going to include Bumblebee, I would say Bumblebee is up there with the first one. It's obviously a very different movie. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's like a girl and her robot rather than gigantic robot battles. And, it's fine. It's inoffensive. So, yeah, it's okay. I haven't seen the robot monkey one or whatever it is, the Beast Wars one. I don't even know what it's called. Bob, I'm going to guess that's Bartholomew Muka. If I've butchered your name, I am sorry. What is your favorite Polish word? Oh, I've been to Poland. What's a Polish word? Fuck. Someone help me out. Fuck is not a Polish word. Yeah, I can't think of one. I'm sorry, but Poland is nice. Sir Boy of Lard says, is there any movie that you went into thinking you'd really dislike it, but you ended up really enjoying it? Absolutely. Whether I can think of one off the top of my head, I don't know. Oh, actually, that would be a good one. So this is somewhat topical because of what's been going on with The Acolyte recently. But I can't, Amandla something, the lead actress of The Acolyte, she was in a film for 4 or 5 years ago or something called The Hate You Give. And I didn't know anything about it. I just stuck it on to be like, well, is this going to be any good? And not only was it not bad, but it actually surprised me with how it handled the subject matter. Because the setup for the film, which I think I did know because I read like the blurb on Netflix or wherever it was that I saw it, is that she's a young black teenager living in America and her friend gets shot by the police. And then it's how does she respond to that? And that is obviously extremely politically charged subject matter. and I was expecting it to be cringe as hell. But from memory, don't hold me to this because it has been a while since I've seen it, but from memory, it was actually surprisingly nuanced. Like they had a bunch of different perspectives in the film, and it never really felt like it was preaching to you. Whether I'm not sure I would say that I enjoyed the film, and I'm not necessarily sure that I would recommend it, but I would say that it was at the very least not bad. Mouse says, what are your thoughts on the Uncharted games? Unfortunately, I can't really give my thoughts because I've played 2 for a couple of hours a decade ago. I don't remember it. I'm sorry. I might pick them up on PC if they come out. Zonoma says, do you have plans on doing the 2 Grooves movies and the 1 TV series? Doing Kronk's New Groove might be fun for like an April Fool, but I'd need to work out how I'm going to do the video. But honestly, the answer is probably yes. I just don't know when or how. Bazzy says, did you watch Pacific Rim 2? Yes, I did. And no, you shouldn't. It is garbage. Like, there's plenty of problems with the first Pacific Rim, even though I really like it. But the second one is like, that would be a film that I hate, actually, to go back on my previous question. I really, really, really do not like Pacific Rim 2. And I really thought that I was going to like it, in particular, because it was directed by Stephen DeKnight, who made the Spartacus TV show that I also really like. So, yeah, I have no idea what happened. I haven't looked at who wrote it, if that changed. I don't think Guillermo del Toro had any involvement, but absolutely garbage, that movie. Right. I'll do one more, then I will swap back to the community post, because where are we at? 45 minutes, and I have barely scratched the surface. Okay. Where's it gone? Hi says, which WoW expansion is your favorite? Where I had the most fun would probably be Cataclysm, because Cataclysm released when I went to university, and I played it for a good year or so. Whatever the first year of Cataclysm was, I stopped during Firelands because it got too grindy, and I honestly got into League of Legends. Apart from that, recently, the most fun that I've had is either Dragonflight at launch or 8.3, which was the end of Battle for Azeroth. That was a huge amount of fun. I'm not currently playing WoW. Oh, saying that, actually, Classic, I jump into Classic every now and then, but I don't stick with it for very long. And to be honest, I don't play it right now because I don't have the time. Hi also asks, which race and class do you play the most? So recently my mains were Preservation Evoker, Resto Shaman, and Blood Death Knight. What race they were? I mean, I'm Tauren Master Race. It either High Mountain Tauren, we can settle for High Mountain Tauren, but yeah, Tauren, cow people, every character that I make is a Tauren. Truffle, thank you for the congrats on the 50k, and thank you for being here since the start. Rosalina Speedruns says, do you think the MCU is salvageable at this point? So I feel like the obvious answer is no, but at the same time, I haven't seen Deadpool 3. And from what I have heard, because I've spoken to a few people about this, whether it will save the MCU is up in the air, but at the very least, it is something of a return to... It's not... I don't think it's fair to call it a return to form, because Deadpool 3 is not a normal Marvel movie, obviously. But it is a return to a sense of humor, and it is a return to them making an entertaining movie first and foremost. From what I have heard, Deadpool 3 does that. It is funny, and it is enjoyable to watch. Whether it will save the MCU, I don't know. And final question until before I swap back to the community post, is from Wife. Did you feed the dog? Yes, I did. The dog is currently sat next to me. He is having to wear a muzzle because he keeps licking his foot because he has allergies on his foot that are inflaming it. And yeah, so he's got to wear a little muzzle. Okay. Right. So where did I get up to on there? Zenyatta's question I've already answered. So we're on Zach's question next. Okay, so going over to the community post. What is your favorite joke from The Emperor's New Groove? Mine is the skull being unfolded into a llama. The Kronk's Shoulder Angel and Shoulder Devil, absolutely up there. Kronk's theme song. Honestly, pretty much everything Kronk. If I had to pick a single I don't know if it's fair to call it a set piece, but I guess comedy set piece. It would be the scene in the diner. I think that absolutely kills me when Kronk goes in to complain on behalf of Yzma and ends up like the chef quits, and then he's just like, oh, there's all this food that he's making. So he then decides to start cooking. It's fantastic, that movie. Yeah, but that's multiple jokes though, so I'm not sure I could narrow it down to one. Guru Gaming Kiwi says, what is your opinion on modern reviews? Context, it feels like the review industry has gotten lazier and more vibes than objective. Well, this is the thing, is that the modern reviews that I watch are people like I mentioned earlier, where they're absolutely going to talk about how they feel, but primarily that isn't the primary question that they should be asking themselves, and the people that I watch know that. Which I would say is why they're successful, but then at the same time, some of the most successful people who do this kind of thing are people who do not talk about what's actually in the film, and they just talk about how they feel about it, which is, like, that's fine if you want to do that, and there is obviously an audience for that. But I don't think that those two approaches are equally valuable, and I don't think that they're directly comparable. So I can't really say what I think about the state of modern reviews, because I don't consume a wide variety of modern reviews, is the honest answer. Right, next question. WM8401 says, what is the most time-consuming part of making your videos? So it is probably arranging my notes into something coherent, but I've never actually timed that, honestly. Or it is the actual putting of the video together. So I checked the screen time app on the Mac to tell me how long it actually took me when I did the 2 Towers video. So this is a video that's 3 hours and 15 minutes long. It took me about 40 hours to put the video together. But I did not have to go back and forth and revise the video 10, 20, 30 times in order to get it past copyright. I only had to do that, I don't know, 10, well, yeah, I probably had to do it about 5 to 10 times. Whereas you compare that to some of the other videos, it's obviously going to be a lot more. So, yeah. What part of the process do you enjoy the most? It would be watching the premiere with you guys, but if that doesn't count, it would probably, honestly, it would probably be the video editing part. I don't know if that's fair, because the recording the script is pretty, you just kind of do it. Like, the creativity is not in the recording of the script, really. Whereas the video editing, if you're doing it right, does allow for a lot of creativity, but at the same time, it is very samey, and it is very slow, especially when you're using clips that are like 3 or 4 seconds long. Okay, it's old, but I was curious if you have any thoughts on True Detective Season 1. I have only seen it once, and it was when it came out. I thought it was excellent. I'll probably rewatch it soon, because I think my wife wanted to watch it. But yeah, I thought it was very good, but I can't really elaborate. Mountaineer says, are you planning on talking about Rebel Moon Part 2? I already have. But thank you for the question. Tiggle says, not a question. Oh, if it's not a... Well, I'll read the question anyway, because I've started. Not a question. I just wanted to say that I enjoy your style of movie reviews. It's like a mix of Plinkett and Mauler. Well, that's no surprise, because I do enjoy both of their videos. Okay. Just skipping a couple of comments that are not questions. Tamagothic Chick, I think that says, what is your favorite dinosaur? Oh. So I'm having to tap into my inner, like, 8-year-old at this point. So, I don't know. I mean, the Spinosaurus is pretty cool. Triceratops are pretty cool. Velociraptors, as seen in Jurassic Park, are pretty cool, but those are not really representative of what velociraptors actually were. So let's throw Deinonychus in there as well, which is what a velociraptor kind of is. Yeah, let's throw those in there. You got 3 of my favorite dinosaurs. A question I have not thought about for about, what, 20 years? Okay. Humphrey Horsehead says, what are the odds of a Game of Thrones breakdown like the Rings of Power one? I think the way you track character traits and motivations applied to Game of Thrones would yield good content. I currently have no intention of doing that, and the reason for that is because Game of Thrones at this point is old news, and I don't particularly want to watch the series again. I think that because of the way that it ended, I have no interest in watching it again. I still need to watch House of the Dragon, to be honest. It hasn't put me off watching that. I mean, it has put me off watching that until now, but at some point I do intend to watch it. But no, like doing 8 seasons of Game of Thrones in the way that I do Rings of Power, we're talking, what, easily half a decade of work. Like, that's not something that I can do quickly. I did see, most of you probably know the channel, Glidus, I think is the channel's name. I saw a couple of his Game of Thrones videos recently, and I thought they were very good. So, yeah. Gagalum, welcome. And also, I just noticed, Ankylosaurus, that was probably my favorite when I was younger. This giant armored, like, walking tank with a wrecking ball on the end of its tail is, like, the most autistic 8-year-old thing that you could possibly think of. Anona Mana Moose, I think that says, what are your top 5 favorite movies of the 2010s? I will be able to tell you that for definite. Just give me a sec so I can open my IMDb. Let's go. So IMDb is quite useful because you can do an advanced search. And you can... Oh god, can I do this in any reasonable amount of time? I don't think I can do it in any reasonable amount of time. Oh, wait. Date of release. So 01/01/2010 to 01/01/2020. And then if we restrict it to titles that I have seen, and then I can sort them by how much I like them or how I rated them. Your rating. Right, there we go. So, my favorite films of the 2010s. We got Inception, Fury Road, Wolf of Wall Street, Blade Runner 2049, Prisoners, Gone Girl, Ford vs. Ferrari, Sicario, Ex Machina, Drive, The Revenant, Warrior, Bahubali 2, The Raid 2. I think that's enough. Let's leave it at that. Yeah. Okay, CC Productions says, curious if you'd be willing to make an extended edition change video or video series on The Hobbit, as those extended scenes are some of the most pointless extras in any extended or director's cut movie I've ever seen. Would be interesting to see it contrasted with Lord of the Rings. So I feel like doing that in the way that I have done the Lord of the Rings might be an idea. And if people want me to do that, then I might throw it out there in 6 months or so when I have cleared my schedule. But I'm hesitant to do that because I have already said a lot about The Hobbit, which means I've already spoken about those scenes. So I feel like restructuring what I have already said, because my opinion very likely won't change on the topic of those extended scenes. Restructuring what I've already said into the format of the is the extended better video, I'm not sure that would make for a particularly good video. Okay. Blitz does skits says, have you ever watched the Hunger Games movies? And if so, have you ever considered doing a video on them? Yes, I have, and yes, I have. So I rewatched the Hunger Games movies fairly recently. We're talking 2-3 months ago. My opinion of the first one went up slightly. I think that the first one has problems, but it is definitely the best one, which was not my opinion prior to rewatching them. The second one has good moments, but the internal logic of the films starts to deteriorate. 3 is bad. 4 is one of the worst things I've ever seen. And The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2, I would also say is a film that I hate. And then the new one, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, had some ideas that I liked, but I thought the execution was pitiful. So if I was going to rank them based on how much I like them, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then Songbirds and Snakes, and then 4. Okay. Raymond Lott says, thank God I've been dying to ask this. How many eggs can you fit in your mouth? I have some eggs downstairs, but I'm not going to do a Gaston. I'm not going to find out. Do the eggs have to be intact is the question. Because if they don't, then I can just crack the eggs into my mouth and, wait and see, I guess. If they have to be intact, then surely no more than 2, because I feel like as soon as you start to try and fit the third one in there, it's just everything's gonna go horribly, horribly wrong. But yeah, if it's just the contents of the egg, you can probably I don't know. Let's go with 5, maybe. You're making me curious now. I want to go and try this, but I'm also not going to. Okay. Mr. John says, can you describe the analysis method you use for drawing out character motives? You're very good at it, and I'm trying to emulate the way you do it for the benefit of my own writing. So I'm trying to think specifically what you're referencing here in one of my videos when I do this, because I mean, it is going to be something that I do, but I feel like I don't necessarily know that I'm doing it. I guess probably the flowcharts that I did for Rings of Power and The Hobbit would be the best example of that. Because if the plot is contingent upon someone doing a thing and they don't have any reason to want to do it, then we can say that it's unmotivated plot advancement, which you can see clearly if you map it out on something like a flowchart. Whether I would suggest actually making flowcharts in order to try and work out what the characters think, probably not. I think it's a good way to visualize a story in a broad sense, but I feel like hyper-focusing on one character and making a flowchart doesn't necessarily work. One thing that, I mean, this sounds obvious, but it might not be. One thing that I would say for working out character motivations is you need to, if there is non-linear storytelling in the show or story, then you obviously need to bear that in mind. You need to acknowledge what a character actually knows at this point in time, because it is usually going to be different to what you know as someone who is watching the film or the TV show. Yeah, that's the best advice that I can give, I guess. Right. We'll do a couple more and then we'll switch back to the live chat. So, Monkey Man Matt says, as a person who used to write quite a bit when I was younger, I nowadays find myself struggling to get much work done, since I find myself obsessively redrafting any project I work on for months with diminishing progress. How do you approach redrafting your scripts or writing without getting trapped in the endless cycle of I can do that one better cycle? So that is something I've not really come across with doing YouTube, but that is absolutely something that I've come across doing like audio production, because if you're working on a song, you can work on a song for a year, and you've got to ask yourself, like, is this extra, 51 weeks that I'm spending working on this song, is that actually making it better, or are you just making it different? Because if you, the biggest improvements that you are going to make, if you just load up a song in your workstation, and this is also going to apply to YouTube, it's just not something that I've directly had struggled with yet, I guess. But if you just load up the audio files on your computer and you hit go, the biggest improvements that you're going to make are going to be within the first 15 minutes, half an hour. It's obviously going to take longer than that to polish the song and get it done. But once you get it sort of, once you get it sounding good, there might be a couple of tiny tweaks that you can do. But if you then find yourself going back in like, oh, this snare sound doesn't quite fit with the guitars or whatever, then you're just going to end up in an infinite rabbit hole, because if you change the sound of the snare and it then sounds good with the guitars, you're then going to suddenly hear something else because of frequency masking from the snare, and then your kick won't sound right, and you'll then be infinitely tweaking things, and you'll just get completely stuck.
It's all together.
That isn't exactly the way that it's going to work with writing in general, I guess. But principally, I would say that if you need to set a deadline for your project, and if you don't meet the deadline, then fine. But the fact that you didn't meet the deadline doesn't mean that you get to work on it for another year before releasing it, because at some point the project has to actually end and you have to move on to something else. And if you release it and it was only a 9 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10, then you will learn that after releasing it, and it will then inform the decisions that you make on the next project that you work on. Hopefully that helps. Right, super chat from Wyland, and then I will continue with a few more questions. So thank you so much, Wyland. Congrats on the 50K, a well-deserved benchmark. I'm not very good at questions in an AMA sense, so I just thought to toss some appreciation and support your way. It has been a joy to watch your work and your channel grow. May it continue to do so. Thank you so much, Wyland. You've been there, I think, since the start. You'll have to remind me what the first stream was where you showed up, but I think it was the first one. But yes, always much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Where is it? Quinn Hart says, I would love to know which of your videos or series was your favorite to work on and why. Which was my favorite to work on? The most rewarding to work on was Arcane, because it made me love the show even more. The most rewarding in terms of... Honestly, it would probably be the final 2 Hobbit videos, because I feel like the final 2 Hobbit videos are probably the best videos I've made. Obviously, I do try to improve, but I think part of that is because of the nature of the fact that they... Obviously, you have a rich goldmine to work with the third Hobbit film, and by the time I got to the autopsy video, I just had all the information, and I was then able to put together what I think was probably the best video I've made. And obviously, I do try to improve, but you know, the Mission Impossible video that I just put out, I don't think is as strong as the final Hobbit video because it was never going to be. And will you ever make a Rings of Power supercut and just have one monster video on YouTube for the heck of it? So I haven't planned on doing that because for one, I would have to battle through copyright again, which means I would have to edit the finished video, which kind of doesn't make a huge amount of sense for me. And both my Rings of Power and Hobbit series are longer than the maximum upload limit for YouTube, which I think is 12 hours. If it's not, then I could theoretically do it. But if it is, then I can't because, yeah. But I mean, if people want me to do it, then I guess I could do that because some people like, you know, put the whole thing on and just watch the whole thing or listen to the whole thing, which you can do with it being in a playlist. So that's kind of why I don't feel the need, but maybe there's some other need that I'm not aware of. Young Beetroot says, do you think the scene in the Two Towers where Frodo almost gives the ring to the Nazgul breaks the story? So you are referring to the scene in Osgiliath where the Nazgul on the Fell Beast kind of flies down and goes to pick Frodo up while he's holding the ring. Unless I'm missing something obvious, why would that break the story? Because at that point, Frodo has spent basically most of the film being fucked by the ring. It is taking hold of his soul, and it wants to get back to Sauron. So I don't know if how it is portrayed in the film is the same as how it goes down in the books, but he's overpowered by the ring, and it uses him to try and get back to Sauron, right? I don't see why that would break the film. Which is, again, why when Sam rescues him and snaps him out of it, he instinctively pulls his sword on him like he did with Gollum, and then realizes what he's done, which means that it did snap him out of it. It was just a case of Frodo's not himself when he's doing that. It's not like he decided to give the ring to Sauron. That wasn't a conscious decision that he made. Right. Let's flip back and do some of the Q&A questions before I swig some more whiskey. Excuse me, after I swig some more whiskey. Right, we were up to Zach's question. Where has it gone? Zach says, have you seen the Warcraft movie and what are your thoughts on it? It is not good, but I like it. Potentially that's a video I could make, I guess, because I find it enjoyable, but it is absolutely not a good movie. Endless Idiocy says, have you got any plans for videos not Lord of the Rings or Arcane related? Well, more than likely the next video I do is going to be Extended Rebel Moon. Apart from that, I haven't really thought that far ahead because the next videos that I do are going to be Rebel Moon and then Rings of Power. What comes after that, I haven't really thought about. Obviously, I've got part 3 of Arcane to do, and then we've got season 2 of Arcane, which I will very likely do as well, but I haven't thought that far ahead, to be completely honest. Zach says, do you think season 2 of Rings of Power will be better or worse than season 1 or about the same? And same question for Arcane. So season 2 of Rings of Power, I don't see how it could be worse, but at the same time, I also don't see how it can be good because you're working with the foundation of season 1, which is like shit. So what I am expecting is that it will be more entertaining because season 1 is a slog. But I also don't, I think if it is better, it will be marginal. I don't think it's possible to suddenly make a really good season 2 out of that. And the same question for Arcane. Probably the opposite. I think that the fact that they have said that Arcane is going to end after 2 seasons is disappointing because I think that they had an exceptional setting that they could have used to tell stories elsewhere in Runeterra. But at the same time, the fact that they have said this is ending after season 2 means that they have a story to tell and they are going to tell it. And my understanding is that the roadmap of the Vi Jinx story was set before they made season 1. And so season 2 is not really, I mean, it is obviously season 2, but it's a continuation of the same story that was always intended to be whatever it ends up being. So they're not dragging it out, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I think that saying it's going to be as good as or better than season 1 is an extremely high bar. But the fact that they have committed to 2 seasons gives me not confidence, but I would say it gives me hope. Right. Significant odor. Would you ever consider covering Carnival Row? I have never heard of that, so I can't really elaborate, I'm afraid. Toxibulls says, have you ever seen videos from Schnee? He makes great arcane analysis. I've seen some of Schnee's videos. Some of them are good, some of them are not. Schnee, well, yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen, Schnee did a video that was covered on EFAP when they were talking about arcane. And I can't remember exactly what was it that he said. I think it was that, I think he said something along the lines of Marcus is too racist to shoot Caitlyn or something. Yeah, some interesting takes in there, and I think that his analysis, because like you guys know how much I like Marcus, and I think that Schnee's take on Marcus was way off. But some of his arcane videos I do think are good. So yeah. Roman Larper says, what do you think is behind Hollywood's obsession with deconstruction? If by deconstruction we're referring to, I mean, does things like The Dark Knight count? And I guess Joker, where you're kind of taking a well-established, I mean, it's not really a trope, but a well-established genre and then kind of fucking around with it a little bit. I guess the Rian Johnson not Inside Out, what's it called? You know the one I'm talking about. Glass Onion, Knives Out, that's what it's called. I guess you could probably call those that. I don't think it's necessarily that Hollywood is obsessed with deconstruction. I think it's that the films that there have been some, because again, if we're going to say that like Joker and The Dark Knight would be 2 examples of that, those were extremely good and extremely successful. So I think it is a case of Hollywood riding the train as they do with everything else. Unless you are referring to something else when you say deconstruction. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question somewhat. Bitter Benji, you posted something in there, but it's not a question. If you meant to post... Oh, there we go. I've got your question. I'll read it in a sec. Icelandic Fart Police says, bad book adaptations. So I'm not the best person to answer this because I don't read books, so it's going to have to be a book that I did read, which means I haven't read it for a very long time. And the answer is a fairly boring answer. It's The Hobbit, because I have read The Hobbit. It's a good book. It is not a good film. Apart from that, I can't really elaborate. I mean, I guess we could throw The Shining in there, but I haven't read The Shining, but I think I know enough about it to say that it's a bad adaptation, but a good film. Right. Heart Zombie, when will you make an analysis of Emperor's New Groove? I won't commit to anything, but probably I will do it at some point. Bitter Benji says, would you do any of your deep dives into Star Wars? Probably not, because I wouldn't say that I'm a fan of Star Wars. I think Star Wars is good for referencing because there is a massive variety in the quality of Star Wars. But, you know, when they do the Rey movie, for example, will I cover that? At the moment, I don't have any intention to, but maybe. We will see. Says, what is your opinion on The Emperor's New Groove? It is my favorite Disney film, excluding Pixar, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's that and The Lion King. Lion King is a better movie. I enjoy The Emperor's New Groove more. It's such a weird movie, and it just completely appeals to me. Cheese Wheels says, have you seen King Kong 2005? If so, thoughts? It's been a long time since I've seen it, and potentially that's a video I could do because it continues the Peter Jackson train. I remember it having many of the problems that the Hobbit films have, in that it has a good core, but it's also it's also like an hour longer than it needed to be. There are excessively long cartoon action sequences that just don't accomplish anything other than, oh, there's the monkey's fighting a dinosaur, like, and that's fine, but it goes on for like 10 fucking minutes. So yeah. Maybe I'll do a video on that. I'll probably rewatch it soon, actually, because my head's been in Peter Jackson mode for a little while, and it would be interesting to reanalyze it. I'm not that drunk. Okay. Andrew Kelso says, what's a movie or show that just disappointed you? Not hated, just left you feeling underwhelmed. Fallout. I hoped it was going to be good. I got 4 episodes in, and I was like, "I fuck this, I'm done." Yeah. Because like I don't really care about the Fallout setting. I don't know it other than having played Fallout 3 a bit when it came out. And I was expecting that, you know, the setting's pretty cool. They might be able to do something reasonably interesting, because also they're not doing what The Last of Us did, which is that they're not adapting the story of the games. They're using the setting to tell their own story, which theoretically means that it can tell a really good story in a really cool setting. That isn't what I saw. Yeah, so we'll go with Fallout. Okay, we'll do a couple more from the live chat, and then we will do a couple from the community post. Where were we? Mouse says, as a Britisher, do you get asked if you're Australian a lot? I mean, yes, but I don't think that's because I'm British. I think it's because I have a weird accent. I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that I sound weird. I have been told by people that I sound Australian, New Zealandian, Canadian, American, occasionally South African. Some weird combination of all of the above. Yeah, but I don't think that's because I'm British. I think it's because I just have a weird accent, but yeah. Okay, where did we get up to? We got up to Comrade Commissar Yuri's question is next after I swap over. Okay, and guys, anyone who has joined, the chat is going too quick for me to, again, read it. So any of you who have joined, if you want to ask me a question, you need to put it in the Q&A section rather than the regular live chat. If it's in the regular live chat, I'm not able to read it because I've got a shitload of questions that I need to answer, and I committed to answering all of them. Right, let me have something to drink, and then we will keep the ball rolling. Okay. Bence Horvath says, can we expect every Lord of the Rings movie analysis? I assume you mean like a full-on Lord of the Rings is very good. That's a maybe. Honestly, my intention with doing the comparisons was to use it as an opportunity to talk about the Lord of the Rings without just doing, like, why is the Lord of the Rings good? Because I feel like making the comparison video allows me to directly compare two fairly substantially different versions of the same story, and sort of by doing that also explain a little bit why the Lord of the Rings is as good as it is. If I were to just do the Fellowship of the Ring is very good and not frame it in any way other than that, I'm not sure that that would make for a particularly entertaining video, and I think it would easily be 12 hours long. So I don't know if I will do that, but whether I will do any other Lord of the Rings videos after the extended ones, I would say probably. I just don't know what. Dizius says, I loved your content from day one, always have, and probably always will. My questions are, did you attend college or a university? Yes, I did. I attended, yeah, I have a degree and I have a master's. If so, what were your planned goals for a future career? Well, at the time, it was basically what I ended up doing until YouTube started being a thing, which was audio production. So editing, mixing, writing, all that kind of thing. Just, yeah, freelance audio work. Which, I mean, I guess I didn't need to go to university to do that, but the fact is that had I not gone to university, I would not have done that. So yeah. And finally, do you have any advice for others who find your work compelling and strive to do similar work in the future? You need you need to have an angle on whatever it is that you're talking about. Because if you just say, well, my favorite movie is fucking Lawrence of Arabia, so I'm going to make a 4-hour video explaining why I really like Lawrence of Arabia. If I put that up now on my channel, it would not perform particularly well. Guaranteed. If you put that up on a channel that, like, to launch the channel, it's not gonna, like, no one's gonna watch it because that's not how the YouTube algorithm works. You can absolutely make videos like that, and videos like that can exist. But those kinds of videos usually are gonna come out of channels that already exist. Because it doesn't matter how good the video is if no one's watching it. And yes, theoretically, if the video is good, people will watch it. But unfortunately, if you're talking about a channel that has no subscribers, literally starting from nothing, it can't get viewers unless it has content that is going to spread through the algorithm, which a 4-hour video from someone who has never made a video before on Lawrence of Arabia, that's not how that works. If you were to make a video, I mean, honestly, this was a happy mistake in my case, because I didn't do it for this reason. But the reason why my channel exists is because of Rings of Power, which at the time was topical. And the reason why my channel got as many subs as it has is largely because I went out of Rings of Power and into The Hobbit, which is peripherally related to Rings of Power. So the growth there, you can track it, and it makes absolute sense. If you were to, I mean, it's a bit late now, but if you were to do the same thing with The Acolyte, you will very likely get people watching your content. And if there was a Star Wars movie coming out in 6 months' time, and you were to cover that, you will probably continue to grow the channel, that kind of thing. So obviously, you want to make your videos as good as you possibly can, but at the same time, if you want people to watch them, then your choice of subject matter is extremely important. There we go. There's a couple of questions here that I've already answered, so although I appreciate them, I do have to skip them. Harold Zandal says, oh geez, okay, so we got a bunch of questions here. I will answer them, but I'm gonna have to do them quickly. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck? More than me. If you could have any superpower that was a bar trick, what would it be? I'm not sure. When you say a bar trick, you mean something relating to alcohol? It would probably be the ability to drink as much as I want without ever feeling ill. Or with, actually, no, let's make it simpler. No hangovers. Done. Who would win in a Lord of the Rings trivia contest, you or Stephen Colbert? So I'm gonna guess by the fact that you have named Stephen Colbert that he's a Lord of the Rings nerd. I feel like I would beat him, but that's because I don't know how much of a Lord of the Rings nerd he is. If he's read the books, saying that, if he's read the books, which if he's a Lord of the Rings nerd, he will have read the books, he has a leg up on me, because there could be a question that is some obscure reference in the book that someone like me would just not know. I know a decent chunk of book stuff, but if it's something really obscure, like, I don't know, what is the name of Bilbo Baggins's step uncle? I'm going to be like, well, I don't know, because that's not in any of the media that I've consumed. So if it's relating to the books, he'd win. If not, I'd win. What is your least favorite color? It depends on what it is that the color is on, because the thing is, like, black looks good on pretty much everything, apart from your walls, I guess. If you just painted your walls black, it would, yeah, that wouldn't look good. But like, you know, black shirt, black shoes, black jacket, black computer hardware, or it will, black car, it's not going to look bad usually. Whereas like bright yellow might look good on a sports car, it's going to look disgusting on your computer. So yeah, least favorite color, I can't really give you one, I'm afraid. If you could remove one article of clothing from existence, what would it be? I need some suggestions in chat. What item of clothing would we get rid of if we could? Well, because I mean, like when it's really hot like it is right now, then obviously underwear is kind of a pain, but then at the same time, I understand why underwear needs to exist. Zach says ties. Ties. Oh, bow ties. Yeah, I really don't like bow ties. I don't like wearing anything around my neck. Mankini. I guess if we're counting that as clothing, then yeah. Speedos serve a purpose. Sandals, again, serve a purpose. Bra, I have never worn one, so I guess I can't say. I guess there's another reason why we might want to get rid of bras. The French is not an item of clothing. Panties, wait, what was the question? Okay, let's leave that one there. What is your favorite question to get to know people? Oh, god damn. I don't know, because pretty much everyone that I know, I already know pretty well, so... yeah, I can't really answer that. I don't know. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I have never eaten a Tootsie Pop, so I don't know. What fantasy humanoid race or species would you be if you could choose? Again, going back to Tauren from Warcraft, I really, really like Tauren. They're awesome. I wouldn't fit in my house because Tauren are massive. But, yeah, Tauren are cool. A person with a green thumb is good at growing plants. What would be something that you would say you are good at, and what color would that make your thumb? That is a weird question, but okay. What am I... Well, I mean, I guess I can play guitar, so let's go with that, but I don't really use my thumbs for that, so... this is the thing, is if I could properly play slap bass, then that would be an easy answer, and I'd say the color of my bass, which is like a dark red. But, yeah, I guess we'll go with that, because I don't really play guitar with my thumbs. But, yeah, okay. Thank you for those really strange questions. Right, again, there's some questions here that I have already answered, just skipping through them, and then once I've done a couple more of these, I will swap back to you guys in the live Q&A. T-Money says, what is your favorite terrible, guilty pleasure movie? Mine is Batman Forever. Batman Forever is so fucking funny. I watched it a couple of months ago. It's hilarious. Honestly, so is Batman and Robin. I think the difference is that Batman and Robin is more entertaining because it goes like all out on the cheesy absurdity, whereas Batman Forever was still kind of... It was that awkward middle stage between the Tim Burton films and what would become Batman and Robin. So they didn't fully commit in a few ways, and there's the comedy in the film is... It's a lot more all over the place, I guess. I mean, honestly, the part of the comedy in those films, most of the comedy in those films is not intentional. So, yeah. Batman and Robin is up there. Apart from that, I've already mentioned it, but the Warcraft movie, I think we can call that a guilty pleasure. Okay, we'll do two more, and then we'll swap back. So, Just a Gardening Gamer says, if you were to ramble about something else as passionately as you do with film, what would it be? It would either be heavy metal or it would be probably Warhammer. Like if I were to... If this channel were to just go and I was told by God, you can make another one, but it can't be on movies, it would either be on Warhammer or it would be on... Well, I was saying that I was going to... Yeah, well, I would love to talk about like death metal bands, but I don't think that necessarily makes for good YouTube content, whereas gaming content on YouTube, I think, can be very, very good. So one of those three. Let's go with those. Okay, last one, and then we will swap back. Remy Bouchard says, I was curious if you knew about the last chapter of the Lord of the Rings books, The Scourge of... Well, I assume that's the Scouring of the Shire. And if so, what are your thoughts on it? So I know the broad strokes of what happens, and... I can't comment on how it works in the books, but I think it would have been a massive mistake for them to do that in the films. I think that if they were going to add that to the films, then the Return of the King specifically would have needed complete restructuring in terms of narrative flow, because the film very, very clearly and cleanly builds up to... I mean, it's two final confrontations, but it's all about the same thing. It's Frodo's own battle with the ring and Gollum, I guess, and the Free Peoples of Middle-earth's battle to, well, depending on whether you watch the extended version or not, it's either their suicide charge because he's dead, so let's just go get him and let's give him hell before Sauron just kills us all, or it's let's buy Frodo enough time to win. All of that is one conflict that's taking place in two separate places. If you do that, and then they go home, and it's all happily ever after, and it's like, oh, well, Sauron's just kind of put his dick in the Shire. Like, that would not work at all, given the way that the films are. But again, in the books, it may well be a different story. Okay, let's switch back to here. So the next question was Comrade Commissar something or other. Where's he gone? Where has he gone? Comrade Commissar Yuri, have you seen the show Taboo starring Tom Hardy? Would you consider reviewing it? No, I haven't. I really, really like Tom Hardy, though. I mean, if I watch it and think I have things to say about it, then I potentially might review it, yes. But it is on my list. Wife says someone's asked a couple of times what my favorite guilty pleasure film is. Yeah, I think I've answered that with a few different films. I might think of another one while we're going, but for now I'll move on. Says, hey Random, is it possible to cook steak using the heat of the moment? I mean, it depends on how hot the moment is, to be honest. But let's move on. Frederick Kerrigan says, have you played Battle for Middle-earth 2 and The Rise of the Witch King, or only Battle for Middle-earth 1? I have played both. I don't think I have ever played Rise of the Witch King, but I've definitely played 1 and 2. And when I managed to, because for anyone who doesn't know, for the Two Towers video, I basically managed to get a version of Battle for Middle-earth working so that I could use the footage in my video. And I also, because why not, did the same for Battle for Middle-earth 2. I've played a bit of it, but mostly I was focusing on number 1 because, because it's narratively relevant to the Lord of the Rings films, whereas Battle for Middle-earth 2 is a totally separate story. From memory, I remember number 2 being mechanically the better game, and I definitely preferred the fact that you can like make your own hero and you can build anywhere in the same way that you can in like Age of Empires, for example. Whereas in Battle for Middle-earth 1, it's a lot more restrictive, but then the fact that it's restrictive also, it doesn't make the strategy elements of the game worse, it just makes them different. So they are fundamentally different games, but I like strategy games, and yeah, I do like both. Okay, Zach says, have you ever played the South Park games? Shit, I've lost the question. Thank you for all the questions, guys. Right, Zach's question. Where's it gone? Have you ever played the South Park games? Any plans to play those games on stream potentially, or does YouTube not like them for naughty stuff? I have never played the Fractured But Whole. I have played whatever the first one was, the Stick of Truth, and there are things about the Stick of Truth that I really liked, and there's things that I really did not like. I thought the combat in the Stick of Truth was garbage, and I soldiered through it because the game is extremely funny, and because I really like South Park. And a lot of the gags that they did in the game that were, it wasn't like you're playing a South Park episode where they just kind of throw, I guess, social commentary jokes at you in the way that they might in the show. There were jokes and gags in there that were very clearly designed around the fact that you are a person playing a video game, which you can't do in the show. So they absolutely took advantage of the medium of video games to tell some of those jokes. The second one I have never played. It might stream it. I don't know how friendly it is to stream, though. I don't know. Right. Boo Thiel says, do you have a piece of music that you recorded for a video that you are the most proud of? I mean, it would probably be the heavy metal medley of Middle-earth that I did, which I recorded that for the 25k sub thing, but I've since used it as my outro music. Probably that. The rest of the music that I've done has been less the kind of stuff that I would usually listen to and more the kind of stuff that I think is suitable for a video. Because I can't, pretty much everything that I listen to is, loud, fast, and aggressive music, and I can't, if I throw that into a video, it's going to be very, very jarring, and it won't work unless it's used as a joke, which I have done a couple of times. So yeah. But yeah, all of the music, apart from a new one that I wrote for the Two Towers video, all of the music that I've done for the videos is on the second channel. And thank you again for the super chat. Ozzy says, just coming in, not knowing if it's been asked already, any plans to bring your music experience to the channel, how-to videos or stuff like that? I mean, if people want to see it, then maybe. I don't know if that's something people would want to see, but I mean, potentially. It'll be easier to do if or when I eventually buy a webcam, but I could do stream captures and do like song mixes or whatever, but yeah, that would be like totally different to the kind of content that I normally do. So I don't know, honestly. Collide Mode says, would you appear showing your face or not in those live videos with other YouTubers to comment on films? I don't have any objection to doing it. It's just that I literally don't own a webcam now. And if I was going to do it, I'd need to do it properly, which means I'd need to buy a decent webcam. And it's just not something that I, at the moment, feel like I need to do. But if my opinion on that changes, then yeah, I'll do that. I don't have any objection to doing it, no. Plus, I guess the downside of doing that is that I do really like the various Kronk avatars. Right. Where are we? Zenyatta says, what's your opinion on Stranger Things overall, and how would you rank the 4 seasons we have so far? Can't answer that, I'm afraid. I've seen season 1, and I thought it was very, very, very average. There are things in there that I liked, and there are things in there that I was just like, I just don't care. But I've heard that season 4 is very good. I just haven't seen it because I can't be bothered to watch seasons 2 and 3 to get there. Johnny Boy FX says, English or Spanish? I mean, it's got to be English because I'm English.
It's all coming together.
Eastern Super Chat, thank you, says, when are we getting a face reveal? So, damn it, I might just do one now. I might put it in thingy, Discord. I'll do it at some point. But yeah. Yes, thank you for the super chat, and yeah, I will do that at some point. Probably while I'm on the stream. So next question was, where were we? Eero Lang says, have you watched Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? If so, what are your thoughts? Which do you prefer? I've only seen Breaking Bad, never seen Better Call Saul. Need to watch it at some point. And I mean, I think Breaking Bad is like fantastic. Is it the best TV show of all time? I feel like saying that is it probably means that Breaking Bad is overrated, but at the same time, it's like definitely top 5, probably top 3 videos, TV series that I've ever seen. I think Breaking Bad is fantastic. Some of you guys in chat are saying that I shouldn't show my face. Is there any reason for that? Because I don't particularly care. But oh shit, there's a load of people joining Discord now because they want to see what I look like. Oh, I feel like I can't blue ball you now. Right, I'll answer another question and then I'll see what you guys are saying. Where is Hi says, oh no, I already answered Hi's question. Okay. Luciano Castro Giovanni says, random, do you enjoy Monty Python's comedy? And if so, favorite Monty Python movie and skit? Favorite movie is probably The Life of Brian. It's definitely not Meaning of Life. But favorite skit? In Life of Brian, it's either going to be the one, I mean, Biggest Dickus is legendary. It's the really silly one where they climb him to the top of a tower and then they're like, well, how do we get him down? And then there's like a 30-second thing where the aliens pick him up and then they fly him away. It's just really, really, really dumb. Yeah, let's go with that. In terms of jokes, I really like what is it? The Holy Grail. We've got the joke with where Lancelot just keeps killing everyone at the wedding. Yeah. Okay. Right. What are we saying? Don't dox yourself. I'm not going to dox myself. My face isn't doxing me. I've shown my face. Well, yes, I've kind of shown my face because I posted a picture of myself with a guitar. Simon says, do it. Pandora says, don't do it. Trufflepup says, keep people wanting more. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right. Okay. Well, hold on. There's only one way to answer this. We're sticking a poll up. Let's get through some more questions and then we might do it later. And when you're answering, do we do the face reveal? Consider it as, would it be beneficial to do a face reveal rather than you want to see what I look like? Because I get the whole morbid curiosity thing, but at the same time, if you don't think I should do it, then say that you don't think I should do it. But yeah. Okay, let's do a couple more questions. Jeff Solomon, thank you for the question. I have already answered that, though. Sparks says, when it comes to the gaming streams, why not stream on the main channel and re-upload on the side one? That is exactly what I do. Unless I'm misunderstanding the question, or unless you, got it mixed up and wrote it wrong. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I stream the games on the main channel and then I re-upload them on the side channel. Okay. Next question. Ooh, Sean says best TV show and favorite TV show. So I haven't seen it for ages, but Spartacus is my favorite show. Apart from that, we can go with Chernobyl, but I have only seen Chernobyl once. Peak Game of Thrones is pretty damn good. Breaking Bad, obviously mentioned it earlier. Dark is up there. Arcane is up there. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, sorry, Tank, I missed your super chat. Tank says, congratulations on 50K. What is your favorite World War II film? What is my favorite World War II film? I mean, the easy answer is Saving Private Ryan, but I'm trying to think of something that isn't that. 1917 is obviously not World War II. Okay, so, well, this one isn't my favorite, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway because I think it's underrated and I don't think enough people have seen it, is Greyhound, which I'm 90% sure that this was World War II, but it's been a little while since I've seen it. Tom Hanks in a ship, like escorting boats between the US. I think he's escorting like supply boats between the US and the UK. And suddenly there's a bunch of German submarines and shenanigans ensue. Really quite a good movie. Okay. Thank you, Tank, for the super chat, though. Right. Jay Milson, another super chat. Thank you, sir. 2 questions. Do you release your music anywhere? And have you seen Dark on Netflix? It's my favorite show of all time. Yes, I have. And yes, it is fantastic. And yes, I do release my music in places. So, I mean, anyone who is into death metal, I guess we can say, look up Hellbore is the name of my band, Hellbore. And yeah, I do guitars and songwriting in that band. And in some cases, bass. Okay. Right. Well, there we go. Okay, so that's kind of answered the question for me, is 57% of you guys are saying that I shouldn't show my face. But at the same time, a photo of my face has just been posted in Discord. Oh well. Yeah, okay, fuck it. In that case, we're doing it. And then I will toggle back to the community post. How do I do this? Right, that works. That'll do. That's all you're getting. Okay, right, let's continue. Okay, where were we? So, next question. Wait, no, hold on. How far did I get on this one? I got to Icelandic Fart Police, so he's next when I come back. Okay. Scouring of the Shire, that's where we got to. Okay. Have you, Jaden Leslie says, why is Discord explode? Oh, it's because there's hundreds of people joining the Discord. Jesus Christ. Okay. Right. So I'll try and ignore that. Actually, I'm just going to minimize Discord because it's distracting me on the corner of my screen. Jaden Leslie says, have you contacted the Drinker or Mauler or the Little Platoon by chance? You would get on well with them. I have never spoken to Drinker. I've spoken to Mauler and Platoon a handful of times, and yeah, they're great. I've been on EFAP and BSUP, and yeah, spoken to both of them, and they're great. But yeah, Drinker I've never spoken to. I've never reached out to him. I might at some point. Okay. Right. Lady Anchor says, how many times do you have to watch material to pick up on so many details? I think it's less about how many times you watch something and more about how, well, yeah, more about how slowly you watch it, which sounds like a silly thing to say, but if you are pausing every 5 seconds, it's a lot easier to catch things. But obviously you can't, that's not the best way to watch something like Arcane, for example. But if you already know the story of Arcane and you go through it 5 seconds at a time, you're going to catch a lot of little details that you wouldn't otherwise get. That kind of thing. Right, next question. Poison Sumac says, I'm going to channel my inner ghost face. What is your favorite scary movie? Alien, by far. It's not even close. Alien is by far the best. Let's end that poll. Alien is by far the best horror movie that exists, I think. Apart from that, we're getting down to things like The Descent, which I think is fantastic. I just don't think it's anywhere near as good as Alien. Right. Couple of questions that I have already answered. Tropical Toucan says,
Oh yeah.
What,
Together.
congrats, your success is very well deserved. I love your channel and your videos. Wish you the very best. My question is, what are some of your favorite animated movies and series? I've mentioned a few of them. Arcane would be an obvious one. So photographic evidence. Sorry, Tank. I'll get to that in a minute. Apart from Arcane, we're going to go with things like The Lion King, Prince of Egypt, Kung Fu Panda. Specifically, Kung Fu Panda 2, I think, is really good. If we're going to go Pixar, I mean, well, yeah, Shrek isn't Pixar, but the first 2 Shrek films are a safe bet. The Incredibles is absolutely up there. Monsters, Inc., Wall-E, up. All good shit. Right, Tank Super Chat. Photographic evidence that I have no chin. Does it look like I have no chin in that photo? Or is it just that I have no chin in comparison to Kronk? Yeah, I think I have a pretty normal chin in that photo, but we're going to go with that. Right. Anyway, I'm minimizing Discord. We're going to keep going. Okay. Right, next question is from Alicia Stokes is asking about Avatar The Last Airbender. I have already spoken about that, though, but thank you for the question. Pop the Pickle, I think that says, my bro and I have been watching Rings of Power review. Will there be any other major series you plan on reviewing? Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, Breaking Bad. It won't. If I do another series, it will not be something that has already come out. I may well do something on The Last of Us Part 2, but whether that will be in the form of a podcast or mainline videos, I don't know. House of the Dragon I still haven't seen, and Game of Thrones is already a no, unfortunately. But yeah, that's how it goes. Because the thing is, with doing content on something that already exists, I feel like it needs to be, because this is basically, it's what happened with Arcane, is that I released it when Arcane was not something that people were really talking or thinking about. And that's going to change when season 2 comes out, but how that will affect the performance of the video, I have no idea. The Hobbit was the exception, because obviously The Hobbit is older. It was 10 years old when I made it. And those videos did extremely well. But if I were to do a video on something else that came out in 2013? Just off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. Prisoners, I think, came out in 2013. If I were to make a video on that, I don't think there's a hope in hell it would perform as well. Which isn't everything, but it is a consideration that you have to have. Okay. Again, skipping a few questions. Okay, Will by Rob says, would you consider it moral to kill a non-human animal for food? I mean, the obvious answer is yes. I have never killed an animal for food, but I do eat meat. So, I mean, yeah. If so, what moral difference between humans and animals? Oh, it's one of these questions. Okay. What moral difference between humans and animals would cause you to be okay with killing animals for food, but not humans? And if this trait or set of traits was removed from a human, would you be okay with killing them for food? So the final part of that question is irrelevant to my answer. I can't say this is something that I've hugely thought about, but eating human meat is unethical by the standards of the society that I live in, and it is completely unacceptable, I guess. And yeah, you can say that, well, if you lived in some country that no one's ever heard of and everyone's a vegan, then would it be unacceptable to shoot and kill a deer and then eat the deer? Yes, it would, which is why I don't live in that country. It's also why I don't live in a country, well, country is a stretch. It's why I don't live in a in the middle of the Amazon rainforest where you've got like an uncontacted tribe that, you know, just eat each other, is because I don't want to be doing that. So yeah. Pogo says, do you have any ideas on how you would use your format to talk about some 40k stuff? I don't think that's something that could really happen unless they end up doing this 40k TV show that seems to be kind of up in the air, or the Warhammer show that seems to be up in the air. I mean, if they do, I think that is something that I would intend on covering, but I can't guarantee that I will cover it because I don't know until I have seen it, is the honest answer. So, right. Next question. We're going to blast through a couple more of these and then I'll get back to the Q&A chat because we're about a third of the way through the community posts. Sam Zilla says, will you cover the Rebel Moon director's cuts? Yes, they come out tomorrow. No, sorry. It's not a guaranteed yes. They come out tomorrow. I'm going to watch them. And if I think I can make a worthwhile video before Rings of Power comes out, then the answer is yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, In Cook says, is the goose God's perfect creation, given the ability to walk and to fly walk in sequim? I don't know what that means. And with enough hubris to fight off most other animals, I believe the goose is the perfect creature and should be considered among the greatest of God's creations. Do you agree? Is there another creature that you would put on a pedestal instead of the mighty goose? I admire your, I guess, worship of the goose. I always prefer ducks. I think ducks are cooler than geese. Swans are assholes, though, so we're not going to... Definitely not swans. Realistic Delinquent says, I love the streams where you brainstorm stuff for future videos. Please do that with Arcane or what have you. When I finish my Arcane series, I will almost certainly be doing a live tier list ranking of the characters, like I did with The Hobbit. At some point, just for the hell of it, I might do the same with the Lord of the Rings characters, but that isn't relevant really to the Lord of the Rings videos that I'm currently making. So it's not going to factor into the video. It's just a case of, oh, let's just do this because it's a bit of fun. Because honestly, it is fun to do. Tank, your super chat. Sorry. Thank you again for the super chat. If you are curious about the taste, there is a reason Pacific Islanders called people long pork. Well, I mean, I generally prefer chicken, but pork is quite nice. I think it probably largely depends on how you season it, but yeah. I don't plan on eating a person anytime soon. Okay. Battered Them says, where do you see this channel going? After covering everything that exists for Lord of the Rings, will you stick mostly to bad movies like Rebel Moon or with overhyped media like Rings of Power or Barbie? I'm very interested to see if you have an answer for this yet. The simple answer is whatever kind of takes my fancy, but then at the same time, I do have to factor in what people actually want to see. And as the channel grows, that becomes more important because it doesn't make sense for me to put in 2 months of work on something that no one's going to watch. Which has not been the case yet, but at the same time, the Two Towers video that I released 3 days ago, which is now back up. It went down for about 6 hours earlier today. Well, about 9 hours, actually. Thank you, YouTube. That video has already, got 20,000 more views than my second Arcane video, which is, that's absolutely fine. It was honestly a mistake of me to make the second Arcane video when I did, but the fact is it is a consideration that I need to have when I make videos. Anvil Yeah, it is Anvil. I'm not, my brain isn't doing a backwards thing. Authors Anvil is the guy's name. Congrats, love your content and channel. My question is thus, what is your favorite storytelling medium? As in live action, TV, audio, theater, etc. I think I have a marginal preference for live action, but at the same time, if it's animation done incredibly well, like in Arcane, like in the Spider-Verse movies, although I still haven't seen the second one, like in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, then that there are things that you can do in that medium that you just cannot do in a traditional live action film, unless you're using, you know, heavily stylized visual effects elements, for example. Same thing goes for gaming. There are things that you can do in games that you just cannot do anywhere else. And when people, some people definitely say that like video games have the highest potential for telling a story, and I would agree that they have the highest potential, but I would say that I don't consider the best video games to be as good as the best films. Which might make me a boomer. I have no idea. I don't think I'm a boomer. Maybe I am, honestly. I don't know, but I don't particularly care. Okay. Next question is from Mega Hobbit. Is there a video so far of your library that you would remake or add more to it than what you already had due to learning more about the movie or show that you covered? So, the question as you have asked it, the answer is no, apart from any instances where I have, you know, got something wrong. Because obviously if I do get something wrong, then I like to correct myself when I release the next video in the series. Obviously, if I get something wrong in the final video, then I can't do that. And it would be, you know, in a perfect world, I wouldn't get anything wrong, and then I wouldn't have to correct myself. Apart from that, the answer is no, because there isn't really very much where so it's kind of difficult to spend as much time as I spend making a video and get something so catastrophically wrong to where it's actually worth pulling the video because it is wrong. That has not happened yet. Whether that will happen, obviously, that's why you proofread things. But the number of times when you, the number of times that you have to go through your script and read it and listen to it on repeat in, you know, slow, as you're adding all of the footage, and still not catch a serious mistake, like the odds of that happening are really, really low. But, yeah, in terms of, like, I guess, production quality, I think the first couple of Rings of Power videos are pretty shaky, but after that, I think it gets better. I think I leaned a little too hard on Emperor's New Groove memes, but still. Okay, we'll do two more, and then we'll swap back to live chat. So, Heem Hefe, I think that says, do you intend at all on doing analysis of older classics like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, for example, and explaining how or why they were impactful, or are you sticking to more modern media? I think generally I want to stick to the more modern stuff, even though The Lord of the Rings isn't that modern anymore, which is going to make everyone feel old. I think that there are instances where I may look at older films, but just doing a why is The Good and the Bad, the Ugly as good as it is video, I don't think is something that I would do. Whereas I do intend on doing extended versus theatrical comparisons for some older movies. Oh, my dog just sneezed. Bless you, doggy. Right. Last one, and then we will swap back to the live chat. Sherlock, your question I have already answered. Sutek the Destroyer says, are you a fan of heavy metal? Yes. Excuse me. And if so, could you let us know a few of your favorite heavy metal bands? So, I mean, my favorite metal band is Dream Theater. Currently, I'm into kind of technical death metal, deathcore, and power metal. So, Slaughter to Prevail, Discarnate, Infant Annihilator, Archspire, Shadow of Intent. In the power metal area, we're talking Powerwolf, Windrose, Fireschwanz, Beast in Black, Tyr. What are they called? Serenity would be another one. Yeah, well, a whole bunch of good bands, right? Okay, let's leave that there. and swap back to whose question was next. It was Icelandic Fart Police. Where has the question gone? Icelandic Fart Police. There we go. Actually, yeah, before I continue with questions, anyone who has just jumped in, welcome. We are, I don't know, maybe a third of the way through after 2 hours. So if you have any questions for me, please do not put them in the live chat. You need to click the Q&A button and drop them in there. If you put them only in the live chat, I will not see them, and I will not be able to answer them. Right. I need to crack open another cold one. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Right. Icelandic Fart Police says, would you consider doing reviews of comedy movies or shows at some point for a change of pace? Seems like you need it. Things like Spaceballs, Monty Python, Blackadder. So I would very much like to do a video on, what's it called? A Fish Called Wanda. I've mentioned it a few times, and the memes from it just pop up in most of my videos these days, because it's my favorite comedy movie, and going into explaining why, where the jokes are and why they work so well, because like there's slapstick gags, there's all kinds of different styles of comedy, but they're all, the reason why it's funny is because of how well established each character is. And they manage to pull jokes out of places that you should not be able to pull jokes. It's fantastic. But yeah, that's a possibility for some point. Nem Tudom says, how hyped are you for Arcane Season 2? I would say I'm cautiously optimistic, because I'm really worried that it won't live up to Season 1. I think it could. Whether it will, I don't really know, because I think the thing that makes me the most worried is that, without spoilers, the way that Season 1 ends, they could ruin that ending in the first minute of Season 2. And I think if they do that, then it'll be like, oh, God damn it, why did you do that? And then you slog through the rest of the series. And even if the rest of the series is good, if they ruin the final moments of Season 1, that is a big black mark against it. Ozzy says, EFAP will likely make some episodes on Rings of Power Season 2. Will you be on there? If I am invited, then, assuming that I'm not doing something else, which, to be honest, if I'm invited onto EFAP to talk about Rings of Power Season 2, then I probably won't be doing something else. Then the answer would be yes. But yeah. Mr. Desmond says, have you ever seen the one-room movie, The Man from Earth? I have not, and I have not heard of it, I'm afraid. Gagalum says, heretic or loyalist? It's got to be loyalist. This is Warhammer reference for anyone who doesn't know. I have a Salamander's army. Actually, no, I have, because I own 5 armies and 3 of them are loyalist. So, yeah, it's got to be loyalist. Richie English says, may I ask which part of England you are from? I reckon somewhere from the south. Broadly, we can call it the south. I grew up in Berkshire, if that answers the question. Fjell, have you considered going over Game of Thrones? Not going to happen, I'm afraid. I've already talked about it. Luna Starshine says, have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? It is one of the best movies this decade. Absolutely agree. I love that movie. I think it is absolutely fantastic. Would highly recommend for anyone who hasn't seen it. I've seen it, I think, 4 times now. Ty Cobb says, are you going to stream God of War Ragnarok when it comes out on PC in September? Ragnarok's story is my favorite story in all of fiction. That is high praise. I have heard very, very good things about God of War Ragnarok. Yes, I plan on streaming it, but there are 2 caveats to that. I know nothing about what happens in Ragnarok. I have not seen any spoilers. I've held off on watching the EFAP on it, for example, because I have not played it. So yeah, please don't give me any spoilers. So the 2 caveats to that is that during September, I'm going to be obscenely busy doing Rings of Power, which means I'm not going to be playing it when it releases. The second caveat is that I'm going to wait and make sure that the port is actually good, because the Last of Us port apparently was awful, which is why I didn't pick it up. However, the God of War 2018 port is really, really good. So, I mean, if it's like that and it just plays and it's really good, then yeah, I'll absolutely play it once I finish doing Rings of Power. Or potentially I might do it week on week as a, time off while doing Rings of Power, but I don't want to spend time streaming Ragnarok when I could be working on Rings of Power is the answer. Bazzy says, what do you think of Harry Potter? I think I did read the first few books, but I don't really remember them. I think the films are generally, at the very least, they are fine. I think the worst ones are okay. I think the best ones are somewhat good. None of them are getting towards very good, and none of them come close to something like Lord of the Rings or, Star Wars when it was at its peak. I think, I think Harry Potter is sort of mid to good. I definitely don't hate it. I just don't particularly care about it. Call Me Done says pierogi. I'm guessing that was a reference to the Polish word, and yes, you just reminded me, pierogies are really nice. I think they're a Polish food, but either way, I ate them in Poland and they were very nice. Jacob Avery says, what's your opinion on the Dead Space remake? Have you played Dead Space 2, and if so, which game do you prefer? I streamed the Dead Space remake, and I thought it was very, very good. Excuse me. I need to play it again at some point, because again, streaming a game for the first time is probably not the best way to experience it. But I thought there were a lot of changes that they made that were better. There were a couple of changes that I thought were worse, but broadly speaking, I thought it was excellent. I prefer Dead Space 1 to 2, although 2 is mechanically objectively better in multiple ways. So if they made a Dead Space 2 remake in the way that they made Dead Space 1 remake, then I would absolutely play that. Vitya says, what are your feelings about Star Trek? I have never seen Star Trek. I have nothing to say about Star Trek, I'm afraid. Sorry to disappoint. Jonathan Older says, are there any single-player games you played recently that were far better than you expected them to be? Dead Space Remake and Alan Wake 2 for me. So, single-player, let me open my Steam and have a look. Single-player games that I played for the first time recently. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3, but like I knew that was going to be good going in, so I feel like that doesn't count. Oh god, just Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I played that on stream because Zach, who I think is in chat now, he won a quiz that I did at Christmas, and I told him he can just choose a game and I have to stream it, and he picked that, and I was like, I don't know what this is. So I played it, and it was extremely fun to stream and extremely fun to play. I was not expecting to like it as much as I did, but I guess I didn't have any expectations about it. So yeah, I guess that answers the question. Fruity Gummy Gamer says, any plans to create why Arcane is very good Act 3? Sorry, yes, I have already answered that, but thank you for the question. On the topic of, this is Del Toro movies, I've already answered that. Hitty VDW says, have you played Divinity Original Sin 2? If so, did you like it? I love Divinity Original Sin 2, but I have not played it since Baldur's Gate 3 came out. From memory, everything that they changed, because they're very similar games, and everything that they added to Baldur's Gate 3 is just flatly better than Divinity 2. I might go back and play Divinity 2 again at some point, but I played the shit out of that game, and I kind of feel like I don't need to play it again now that a better version of it exists. Skids, thank you for the question. I have already answered that. Jesse W says, how would you rank the Star Wars movies? I'm going to have to open TextPad for this to make sure I don't miss one. So we've got OT, PT. We've got sequel trilogy. We've got Solo, Rogue One, and am I missing one? Is that it? You're going to have to tell me, chat, if I'm missing anything. We've got the 9, the quote-unquote Skywalker saga. We've then got Solo, and then we've got Rogue One. Is that everything? Because I'm not gonna throw TV shows into this because that'll get a little bit too complicated. Clone Wars animated movie I haven't seen, so I'll skip that. And I also haven't seen the holiday special, so we can skip that as well. Okay, so this is in order of how much I like them, not necessarily how good they actually are. Empire Strikes Back, A New Hope, Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith, Rogue One, Force Awakens, Phantom Menace, Solo, and then we just have the shit ones. Clones, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. That would be my order. Yeah, cool. Right. Next question. Where were we? How would you rate the Star Wars movie? Gagalum says, did you order a ferret yet? Why? No, I haven't, and I don't apparently plan to. Right, cool. Heart Zombie, will you watch the new Time Bandits? I don't know what that is, so probably not, but maybe. If it comes out and I hear about it and it looks good, then maybe. Schmatt says, top 10 TV shows. That is going to be tricky. Let's go Spartacus, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, Chernobyl, Band of Brothers, Dark, Arcane, The Bear. Oh, now I really need to think about the last two. Always Sunny in Philadelphia and South Park. Obviously, there are weak seasons for probably all of the above, but off the top of my head, let's go with that. Okay. Let's do a couple more, then we got to go back to the community post. Jeremy's Creamy Band. Why is that your name? Okay. Jeremy says, fuck, marry, kill. Character, plot, and theme. Oh, Jesus Christ. How do you even answer that? Okay, well, we have to start with kill, which is the least important. Theme, I would say, is the least important. So we're going to kill theme. We're going to fuck plot, and we're going to marry character. Justin says, how did you and your wife meet? We went to school together. Schmatt says, has anyone told you you sound like Total Biscuit? That I have never been told. But I used to listen to Total Biscuit every day when he was doing Warcraft content, and then after he stopped doing Warcraft content. So I can see how that may have happened. And yeah, like at the time when he died, he was the entertainer, quote unquote, that I listened to the most when he died. So yeah, sad times. Zenyatta says, what is your favorite food? Pizza and or burgers. Okay, next one is Benson Mum, and we will get back to you once we have done a few from the community post. Okay. The Riesling says, what would you say is a particular character archetype / dynamic that you enjoy? I know it's a very broad question, though I'm curious if you noted a pattern in what characters you're typically drawn to. So I have thought about this, and it's difficult. It's very difficult for me to answer that question without providing a spoiler. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe the character or the archetype, I guess, but I'm not actually going to name names, and for the sake of avoiding spoilers, don't stick names in chat. Because some of these archetypes, some characters that would apply to this archetype are in things that I've covered, but are not. A lot of people in here may not have seen them, is what I'm trying to say. So the one name that I will give for this is Boromir, who I think fits this archetype. So a tragically flawed hero who tries to do the right thing from their perspective. They're heavily motivated to do whatever it is that they do. And they ultimately, they go out in a blaze of glory, doing the right thing. They redeem themselves. Yeah, that's someone. I don't know if I can explain it in a vaguer way than that without getting to characters that might end up getting spoiled. But yeah, I guess characters where when you watch the film, you're like, oh, this guy's a bit of a prick. But then either by the time you get to the end or when you rewatch it, or in the case of Boromir, if you watch the extended edition, you end up just having this complete newfound appreciation for this character where you're like, oh shit, okay, that guy, not only was he not a prick, but he was amazing. I just really like that archetype. Okay, next question. Pony Cordero says, can you make a parody character called Goodbye Past Self and pretend to be the political activist that Hello Future Me thinks you are? Oh my god. Well, I guess never say never. I was tempted to at the time when this happened, and I decided not to, which I think was probably a good move, make a supercut of all the times when I was when I said things that were politically provocative or things that were, to use his words, Trojan horsing my audience, and then just upload it and it would just be like just a blank screen for like 3 minutes, just nothing in there. But yeah, honestly, I didn't want to stir any shit, and I thought there's no point in rekindling any kind of drama. But yeah. Okay. Victor Shine says favorite arcane character. I think I agree. Mine is Silco, possibly Marcus. Mr. Ballard, when was the last time you truly punted something? If you feel like you're overdue, what would you like to punt? So I'm going to need chat to help me there. When I hear you say punting something, I'm thinking of Jack Black punting Ron Burgundy's dog off of a bridge in Anchorman. To me, that's what punting is. It's when you like drop kick something because you're angry. If that's what the question is, I don't feel an overbearing need to kick things. But is that what that is referring to? Yeah, from the sounds of what you guys are saying, that is what he's referring to. A child, I mean, I can't, yeah, children sometimes piss me off, but I can't say I've ever felt the need to drop kick them, no. Okay, next question. We're going to keep going with the community posts until we get to halfway, and then we're going to jump back to the Q&A. So, Victor Lindberg says, have you ever considered doing other forms of media analysis, for example, video games? There are lots of story-focused games that I think would work. So I've been asked that before on stream, and currently no, but never say never. Like if I play a game where I'm like, I have things to say about that story because it's either really well done or it's mostly really well done, or it's complete trash, but everyone thinks it's really well done, then yeah, theoretically I could do that. But if I was going to do it, like you say, I'd be focusing on the story or the characters. Because in terms of like video game mechanics and all that kind of thing, I'm a layman. Like I play quite a few video games, but I'm not an expert in that at all. As anyone who watches my streams will know. Natuzian says, what would you consider to be your video game or TV show or film comfort food other than The Lord of the Rings? I've mentioned it before. So yeah, things that I would just go back to, like if I'm in a shitty mood and I just want to blow off some steam and just watch something that makes me feel warm and fuzzy, then RRR would be up there, although I have never felt like that since watching RRR. So yeah, maybe RRR has cured me of that. So apart from that, Fish Called Wanda, obviously. And then you've got other things like the classic comedies like Airplane, Naked Gun, Austin Powers, that kind of thing. Okay. Next question. Brian Townsend, do you have plans to do any collabs with other creators, Platoon, EFAP, Gary, or others, since you're part of the Woke Bros Club? Plans to do a collab? No. Whether that will end up happening, again, who knows? I feel like appearing on a podcast isn't what I'd call a collaboration, but excuse me, if that is what you are referring to, then, I mean, yes, very likely, I assume, I hope, unless I piss someone off. Hopefully that will happen again. Right. Next question. There's a couple of questions here that I have already answered. Shady Puffer says, have you been invited to EFAP anytime soon? I've sort of going ahead from now, no, but I was invited a few times when I just couldn't make it, unfortunately. I was away. So yeah, I have been invited, but couldn't make it, unfortunately. Next question. It's Raven. Oh, no, that's a question about the... Oh, no, he's got two questions. That was about the Kronk. And do you have professional experience analyzing writing? You seem exceptionally well-versed in your ability to critique media. No, I do not. I just watch lots of films, and I have done for quite a while. Yeah, it's literally that simple. I don't write myself, apart from, obviously, scripts for videos. And I didn't go to school for this. I did music in uni. So, I mean, somewhat related in that it's media, but very different. Skipping a few questions. Two Towers, Sunk Meister Nolson says, Two Towers Extended Edition tier video. Yeah, he was asking that before I released the video. So it's out now as you've probably seen. Toa Cody says, if you had the chance to craft a new champion for League of Legends, what would they be like in terms of character and mechanics, and how might you envision them being incorporated into Arcane? Oh, I don't know if I can answer that question, because I was going to take the coward's way out and just name characters from Arcane that I think could appear in League of Legends. But if we've got to make something up off the top of our heads and incorporate it into both, let's go. I'll give this like 30 seconds of brain power, because otherwise this could go on for a while. So the characters that I would like playing in League of Legends, it would have to be some kind of tanky jungler that rewards outplaying but is not punishing if the opponent is playing something retarded. So I don't know. I would say that I guess superficially I have a preference for characters who are not man with sword. Like Jarvan is not interesting to me. Garen is not interesting to me. Darius and Draven is just man with weapon. Like I prefer things like Skarner, Rengar. I mean, Vi I play, but that's because I like her mechanics. Volibear would be another one. So some kind of non-human beastie boy that, you know, wrecks shit in the jungle. Something like that. How you would incorporate that into Arcane, I have no idea, though. Right, we'll do 2 more questions, and then we'll jump back into the Q&A. So, Ark says, what is a piece of media you consider to be of poor quality or bad quality that you still absolutely adore? I've kind of answered this, but at the same time, I don't. If something is that bad, I probably don't adore it, because that's an extreme. There are things that are bad that I like, and there are things that I don't like that are good. But taking something that's absolute garbage that I love, I don't think that thing exists. Michael Zwires says, I'm really rather curious of how old you are. I am 32. Right. Gonna have a swig. And back to whatever madness we have in store here. So, we were up to Benson Mum. Benson Mum is Lionel Twain, is the name of the user. Have you seen Murder by Death? If you haven't, I highly recommend it as a fun old murder mystery spoof. I've never actually heard of that, but I do like a good spoof, so I may look that up. Ding says, have you ever had issues with your personal bias affecting your objective criticism? I've had problems finding flaws in things like the Dark Knight trilogy and anything Final Fantasy because of that. Yes, and anyone who says no is a liar. The best thing that you can do, which I think is extremely important if you are trying to honestly critique anything, is to be aware of what your biases are. So when I say biases, I don't mean like, oh, I personally really value highly detailed characters, for example. That's not really what I mean by a bias, because that means that if a film doesn't have that, I might think that it's worse than it actually is. So, but that's not really what I think, what was the name Ding is referring to when you say bias. So what I think the question means is that you're saying that, oh, I really like Batman, and therefore I find it difficult to find flaws in the Dark Knight trilogy because it's Batman kind of thing. So the thing that makes that easier is to be very aware of the fact that you have that, I guess, quote unquote flaw with yourself, because biases are inevitable, but biases are a flaw within a person if their objective is to be fully objective, which you can never be fully objective. I can pull out all the flowcharts and all the bullet points and all the quote unquote objective information that I want from a film. It is still me giving you that information, which means that it is not inherently objective. The best you can strive for is to do as well as possible, but you're never going to do it perfectly. Richie English says, what do you think of Dread, not the Stallone one? So I've seen both. The Stallone one is trash, but it's quite funny. The Carl Urban one is, I don't know if I'd call it underrated, because it's kind of become a bit of a sleeper hit. Like, it really didn't do well at the time. But since then it's really become a cult film, and I do think that Dread is an extremely solid movie. Gagalum says, are you going to start another army after your salamanders are finished, or will you refine them, or are you going to do something new like display pieces? Fart. Well, I don't have a huge amount left to do for my Warhammer armies because I've got a couple of 3D printed Tyranid monsters that I need to do. Apart from that, I'm going to be helping a friend paint some larger World Eaters monsters, which I'm looking forward to doing because I have not ever painted World Eaters. Right, next question. Thought on from Jonathan Tully. Thoughts on doing a breakdown of the first two Narnia movies? No, but I've only actually seen the first one. Potentially I might reference it at some point, but no, I don't think I'll ever do a video on it. Okay. That if that noise came through the stream, then that was me on Discord, not anyone else. Okay, next question. Where do we go? Where do we go? Jeff Solomon. Thoughts on the Lord of the Rings games, such as Shadow of War? Could be interesting as a live stream session. So I was thinking that, but I tried, because I played Shadow of War a few years ago and I got maybe 7 hours in and just got tremendously bored. And I tried Shadow of War again, having forgotten it pretty much. And I got like half an hour in and I was just like, this is shit. Like, why am I playing this? So I feel like if I were to play it, it would be an exercise in frustration and it would be, you know, hate playing it, I guess. And hate playing something isn't as fun as hate watching something, so probably not. Unless if everyone wants me to do it, then I might. Because I really did not like that game. Blitz does skits. Are there any movies you couldn't finish or watch until the end? Yes, but I try to make a point of finishing every movie that I watch. Because if it gets better at the end, then I want to, you know, mentally, if nothing else, give it credit for getting better by the end. Films that I have not finished would include Zoolander 2, Space Jam 2, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Those are the only ones off the top of my head. If I did not finish the film, it gets a 1 out of 10. Like, it's that simple for me. If I cannot finish it, it gets a 1 out of 10. Sparks says, if you got to choose what area they do next for Arcane, what would you pick? This would be entirely superficial, but I would say probably Noxus, which I think they could do, given that they have kind of introduced and acknowledged that Noxus exists. And honestly, they may well have a few scenes there in season 2. Like, I have no idea how season 2 is going to go, but given how season 1 ends, they could absolutely be like, right, they could have a couple of characters being like, right, I'm going to go to Noxus, and then we see scenes of them doing stuff in Noxus. Like, they could easily do that. Rob Sanderson says, who would you cast as the Primarchs if you had control over the 40K show and if it was set in the Horus Heresy? I am not the best person to answer that because I don't know the Primarchs well enough. Yeah, I don't know, I'm afraid. I would be going from entirely superficial descriptions of what they look like, and I don't think that I wouldn't be able to take into account their characters at all, really, because there's only a couple of them that I think I know to some degree. And largely, I guess you are very restricted by the fact that with the Primarchs, you kind of have to go for someone who is absolutely shredded beyond belief. They have to be, like, you know, the pinnacle of the human form. I know that Space Marines aren't technically human, but that's the actor that you play has to be someone with that kind of physique. Which seriously limits who you would choose. I mean, Henry Cavill as one of them might work potentially. Apart from that, you're kind of limited to people like, I mean, Tom Hardy is shredded, so I could see him playing one of them, but which one, I don't know. You've got the various wrestlers. You've got The Rock, Dave Bautista, and John Cena, but The Rock and John Cena are an immediate no, I think. Dave Bautista, if you cast him right, I think could do it. Potentially he could do Angron. I could maybe see that working. Apart from that, I would say Michael Clark Duncan. Obviously he's dead, but Michael Clark Duncan as Vulcan could work, but then Michael Clark Duncan is, or was, a very he's not the kind of character that I could see. He's not the kind of person. He doesn't have the kind of personality that I could necessarily easily imagine playing a Primarch in the grim darkness of the 41st or 31st millennium. So yeah, I don't know. Chris Hemsworth, actually, that's not a bad shout. Chris Hemsworth could play one of them potentially. Okay, I need a swig, and then we will keep going. Jeremy's creamy backend again. Correction, Arcane will end after season 2, but they will do more stories in Runeterra focusing on other characters. Okay, I didn't know that that was the case. If that is the case, that is the best outcome possible, I think. Because it means that whatever they do elsewhere in Runeterra isn't going to damage Arcane Season 1, if it's not as good, which is good. Box Fox Scoot, I have lost your question. Where has it gone? Thoughts on the Fallout TV show? People seem to be praising it out the arse, but to me, all I can see is plot holes, conveniences, and further destruction of the lore. So I don't care about the destruction of the lore, but yeah, when I was watching it, I was just seeing really, really insane character decisions, plot holes, conveniences, strange comedy that could have potentially been funny, but it didn't seem like it was handled right. And yeah, I just thought the tone was a little bit weird, but yeah, I did not like it at all. Ab says, what is the best teaser trailer of an upcoming media that you have seen? This is the thing, I don't typically watch trailers anymore, but one that has me hopeful is Alien Romulus, because I did watch the trailer for that just out of morbid curiosity, because I saw Prometheus in the cinema, I saw Covenant in the cinema, and we've now got Romulus coming out later this month. It's not enough. The trailer on its own is not enough to make me want to be like, I'm going to go see this on day one. But at the same time, taking into account as much as we can the fact that the purpose of a trailer is to make you want to watch it and make it look as good as it can look, I am cautiously optimistic about Alien Romulus. Okay. Next question. Easton says, thoughts on Deadpool versus Wolverine of MCU downfall? A little late, but would love to know your thoughts. I gave it a 4 out of 10. I still haven't seen it. I speculated a little bit on it earlier, but I can't really give an opinion on it because I haven't seen it. Roman Lapa says, this was to clarify his previous question. So when I said deconstruction, I was referring more specifically to taking an old hero or protagonist and making them lame, i.e., though it's a spicy take, Kratos from God of War or less spicy Indiana Jones. Right, okay, so you're referring to literally deconstructing the character and examining why they are the way they are, rather than just accepting this is Indiana Jones, he has the hat and the whip and he does the thing. That is a difficult question to answer, and I'm not sure if I have a better answer than what I gave earlier, because I understand what you're saying with Kratos, although I haven't played the original God of War games, I am aware of what they are. And I think that the way that they handled it with Kratos in God of War 2018 is about as good as you could possibly do it, because it is respectful of where it came from. It is a natural progression of where it came from, so it almost feels inevitable. And you get to see this character in a different light because of the fact that the context of where you see him and when you see him is totally different to the previous games. The most obvious way that it is different is that you have Boy with you. So you learn about Kratos in a lot of ways through Atreus, which changes the way that you see the character if you are coming from the original games. But yeah, to answer your question on why is Hollywood obsessed with that trope, I'm not really sure that I can answer, because I don't think it's necessarily an easy thing to do. I don't think it's easier than having a normal Indiana Jones. But I mean, well, actually, yeah, hold on. I think an answer that I can give is that obviously Luke Skywalker or Jake Skywalker would fit into this. And Indiana Jones and any other characters, Han Solo, every character that has been trotted out for the purposes of nostalgia after the actor has got old. It is a pretty normal starting place to be like, well, we've got this actor who's like 70. They obviously can't do the shit that they did in the 1980s. So how about the stories about them getting old? And it's like, well, yeah, you can absolutely do that. But as for why every time they do it, with the exception of Kratos, which again, I'm not entirely sure that that's fair, because for one, he's a video game character, so Kratos doesn't age in the same way that Harrison Ford does, for example. But as for why in the case of films, particularly the ones coming out of Disney, they keep doing what you have described. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know if they think it's clever. I don't know if they think people want to see it. I have no idea. Alcalas Pingu says, we'll do 2 more and then we'll swap back to the to the community post. So Alcalas Pingu says, are you excited for the upcoming War of the Rohirrim movie? I've seen nothing about it, good or bad. The fact that it is Middle-earth related, same as the Gollum one, I guess, means that I'm going to watch it. Whether I'll do a video, I have no idea. Whether it will be good, I have no idea. The question is, when is it coming out in relation to Rings of Power? Because I'm going to have a look at that. Because if it comes out, I would be surprised if they release it during Rings of Power. But if it's very shortly afterwards, I may not be able to cover it. I don't know. To Yart Andreas Buser, I think, unless I butchered your name, have you ever seen The Secret Life of Walter Mitty? No, I have not. Ben Stiller movie, I think based on a book. I know vaguely what it is. Never seen it, I'm afraid. Okay. Next question when we come back is Blazej Gruchala. Again, unless I have butchered your name, in which case I am very sorry. Shady Puffer, just briefly, yes, anyone who ducks out of the stream, this will be on the second channel in the next couple of days. I have also today recorded something of a rant video. It's only like 10 minutes long about YouTube's copyright system, which is going up on the second channel probably once I finish streaming this. Okay. Next question from the community post. It was after the League of Legends one. No, where are we? Under Marinel says favorite flavor of Pop-Tart and or pastries. So I don't eat like Pop-Tarts. We don't have those here. Or if we do, we don't call them Pop-Tarts. Pastries, I mean, like a what are they called? Like a Danish pastry, a cinnamon swirl, a chocolate twist, all that kind of thing. It's all good shit. If we're going savory, then I guess a Cornish pasty, like a Cornish steak pasty is absolutely lovely, which, I mean, I guess that counts as a type of pastry, doesn't it? So, yeah. The Whack Bros says, do it clap. Yes. Stockman says, what is your relationship with the German language and culture? I have never been to Germany. I've been through Germany when traveling to other countries, but I've never actually been there, I guess. I've seen a handful of German movies. What have you heard about it, and would you ever consider a trip to Germany? Yeah, I know people who have been there, and I know people who are from there, and by all accounts, it's quite a nice place. I've just never really felt the urge to go. I might at some point. I learned how to speak a tiny amount of German at school, because I had to. So, ja, das Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut, I think is how you say, yes, my German is not good, I think. Yeah. Okay. A couple of questions here that I have already answered. The Pebble Institute says, what is the strangest media-related hill you will die on? Oh, God. I'm going to have to call myself out here, aren't I? So, strangest, I think, is a difficult one to answer. Most controversial is probably going to be what I said at the end of the most recent Two Towers video, which, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen, my conclusion was that the theatrical version is marginally better than the extended. I am very aware that that's a hot take. I'm not entirely certain that I would die on that hill. I would need to be convinced otherwise. But I think based on the information that I laid out, I think my conclusion is totally reasonable. And when I started making the video, I wasn't thinking like, oh, this is the bad one. I didn't decide to say that it was marginally that the theatrical was marginally better until I literally got to the end. I was like, shit, I have to answer the question. So yeah, because I know that when we did the premiere, I ran a poll in chat, and something like 95% of you said that the extended is better, which I totally understand. Because I mean they're both incredibly good. But yeah, I guess that probably answers the question. ZPro1000 says, oh, this is okay. What is the best use of CGI you have ever seen on screen? So if we're specifically talking about CGI and not visual effects in general, we've got to say T2, the T1000 in Terminator 2 is up there. The water goo monster in The Abyss is up there. That one is a little bit dated by today's standards, but in terms of how like influential and impactful it was on the state of movies and visual effects, you can't talk about visual effects and not mention The Abyss. The dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. We're kind of going chronologically here, aren't we? After the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, you've got, I guess, Titanic, but then a lot of Titanic was done with practical effects. So, like, the ship was, for the most part, built, and then there's a lot of, certain shots that are CG, but I'm not sure that I'm going to throw Titanic on the list there. We're going to say there are elements to the Star Wars prequels, like Jar Jar, for example, doesn't look particularly good anymore, but at the time, Jar Jar had not been done before. So I think that you have to give The Phantom Menace credit for that. After that, you've obviously got Gollum, and Gollum coming out, 3 years after Jar Jar is a pretty immense difference in quality. Plus, there's a whole bunch of visual effects things in The Lord of the Rings that I could talk about, but Gollum is the easiest one to just be like, look at this. This one is fucking amazing. Davy Jones is being named in chat. Davy Jones is absolutely on the list. Davy Jones looks incredible, and it's, 20 years old at this point. After that, things start getting a little bit tricky because I guess because the bar was raised so high by franchise movies, because this is the thing. Back in the 90s, you had specific movies that came out and were massively successful and had massive budgets and were groundbreaking for CGI. Terminator 2, yes, it's a franchise film, but it was so much more successful than the first one that I'm not sure that counts. Jurassic Park became a franchise film, and yeah, the Phantom Menace is a franchise film, but it had been 25 years or whatever it is since the previous one. In 2001, you have The Fellowship of the Ring and the first Harry Potter film come out at the same time. In 2003, you have Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest comes out, and it releases 1, 2, 3. You have The Matrix coming out in basically the same time. All 4 of those trilogies, in some cases they became more than trilogies, unfortunately, that changed what a film was. When you go to the cinema, you don't go there to see whatever it was that you might be seeing in the 1990s, where it's like, oh, it's the film, and it's just the one standalone film. It was, no, I'm going to go and see Jurassic Park 7. And that's pretty much the way that it's been since 2001. And a side effect of that is that you end up raising the bar dramatically in terms of visual effects, because with those kinds of films, the visual effects are a given. That's your starting point. If you release... That's why Marvel rightfully, gets shit for releasing films with substandard visual effects, like in Black Panther and Thor Love and Thunder, I think it was. Because it's just not acceptable. And to be completely honest, and I would assume that this is the case for most of you guys, if those films were good, it would be like, ooh, that shot looks a bit bad, but it wouldn't make the film markedly worse. The reason why it matters, I guess, a little bit more is that the films are not good, and the CGI indicates something of the culture that they were made in that the visual effects artists were forced to do, well, I say forced like it's not their job, but you've got crunch time, and they were forced, I'm going to say forced, even though that's not technically the right word. They were forced to work flat out on that film, on Black Panther specifically, before they were then able to do, or because their resources had already been allocated to do Infinity War. That kind of thing. So Marvel being like, we're going to do 7 movies this year is what caused that. So getting back to the question regarding visual effects, once you get past 2001 to 2004-ish, it's a lot harder to pinpoint specific movies that had groundbreaking visual effects. I will try to do that now. I think Avatar, when it came out, absolutely groundbreaking. I think Thanos in Infinity War specifically is groundbreaking. I think in terms of visual fidelity, I think Thanos is the best looking fully CG character that exists in a movie. Unless I could be missing something obvious, but I feel like you're going to have to be doing hard fucking work to beat Thanos in Infinity War. And then I guess we can probably throw Avatar 2 in there as well, because Avatar 2 looks amazing. What have we got apart from that? I see Schmatt in chat is mentioning Interstellar, which, like, yeah, that all looks great. And in the black hole, specifically in Interstellar, was CG. But with Nolan movies, there's a lot less CG in them than you would think. And I'm not sure I would call any of them groundbreaking. So, yeah, anyway, I've been rambling about visual effects for quite a while. So we will continue. The Ninth Faith says, are you familiar with MBTI typology? I have no idea what that means, or at least I don't know I don't know it by that name. Can anyone tell me what that is briefly? MBTI typology. The question continues, do you believe in its supposed practicality? Which type are you? So I'm guessing this is some kind of like personality test or something. Honestly, I would like Google it, but I've got so many questions to get through. I don't have time, to be honest. Oh, Myers-Briggs personality test. Okay. I've heard of it. I couldn't tell you really anything about it, and I couldn't really elaborate on it. And again, I would love to Google it and talk about it for a little while, but I can't be doing that with every question, I'm afraid. Okay. Right, next questions. Spiral Down says, do you have any pets? Yes, I have a dog, a Dalmatian, who is 11 years old, called Scrappy, who is currently sat underneath my desk. Can you say... Where's the question gone? Can you say, here, kitty, kitty, please? I just did. Yeah, he doesn't respond to here, kitty, kitty, but yes. Okay. Questions. R.D. Christley says, I'm surprised you're just now hitting 50k. That means your videos are criminally underrated. Love the content. Good going. Speaking of criminality, if you could commit one crime that would then magically never happen again, what sin would you take on for the good of humanity? Fucking hell, that's a deep question. I'm going to need suggestions on this. But before I look at chat, so what the question means is that, like, because I could, like, murder could be an answer to that, but then what that means is that I would have to murder someone. But the upside to that is that no one would ever be murdered again. Alternatively, we go for something that is far less important, like, I don't know, stealing, something like that. But if I steal something from a corner shop, it means that that will never happen again. I'm leaning towards that. I would say stealing. Yeah, God, I don't know. That's a difficult one, because if I say stealing something insignificant, then it won't actually matter that it doesn't happen again. But at the same time, you know, saying, oh yeah, I'll go to prison in order to prevent murder, and obviously take someone's life in order to prevent murder. That's not an easy question to answer. Fucking hell, some of these answers. Genocide is one of them. Perjury. Oh, perjury is quite a good one, because perjury you can do. Yeah, perjury would probably fit into things like slander and defamation, because you can do that in a fairly inconsequential manner, but the ramifications of that never happening again could be very, very consequential. So, yeah, I think we'll probably go with one of those. Okay. Right. Next question is from Enlightened Gaming. Why did you not do a story overview for your Arcane Part 2 review? You did you did a general story overview for Part 1, but in Part 2 you just went straight into character reviews. So the reason for that, in hindsight, it was a mistake. The reason for that is because I thought this video is already 4.5 hours long, and the people who are watching this video, kind of due to the nature of what the video is, must have already seen Act 2 of Arcane. So I'm not going to waste 3 minutes telling people who already know what happened to Jace and Heimerdinger and all the rest of it. In hindsight, I absolutely should have done that, because, like you say, as it is, we have a 20-second intro, and then we're immediately back into analyzing what Heimerdinger does in Act 2, which I definitely think was a mistake, and the viewer retention on that video is lower than it is on the rest of my videos, I think, as a result of that, which is a shame, but that's how you learn, basically. Anyway, super chat from Jeremy's Creamy. I can't see the full name because of the size of my window, but it was Jeremy's Creamy Backend, I think it was. He says, grape a grapist, 2 birds, 1 stone. God damn it. I mean, thank you for the super chat, my friend, but I'm not sure that's something that I could do. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's not something I thought I'd be answering today. Okay. Right. Next question. Meep says, what does your typical work process look like? How much time on average do you spend on a video in one sitting? In one sitting, it depends on whether I'm editing a video, because if I'm editing the video, I can sit there for 8 to 10 hours, obviously going to the toilet, walking the dog, eating. And I can pretty much just sit there and do nothing else the entire day, because it's very methodical, and it's, I don't hate the process. It's quite easy to stay focused on it. If we're like writing the script and revising the script at a point, you absolutely need to take a break, because you're just looking at words on a screen, which to my brain and the way that it works, I can't do that for 8 hours and still be as effective as I am in the first half hour, for example. So it's a case of knowing how your brain works and just, using it wisely, I guess. Alternatively, what's your favorite cereal? So I have a child's taste in cereal. Cookie Crisp, chocolate Shreddies, Cocoa Pops, Nesquik. What's another one? Those little mini Weetabix with chocolate chips in them. Again, yeah, they're really nice. But like I said, I have a child's taste in cereal. Pandora, I've never actually eaten Fruit Loops, because I don't think they sell them in the UK, but I'm going to Florida in a few months, so maybe I'll have some there. Okay, we'll do one more and then we will flip back. So, Bossman says, do you have any plans to cover Star Wars? No, but never say never. Although he correctly points out that I did do a Rise of Skywalker video years ago when that came out. Okay, right. So let's put that there. So I've got the next question, and we're up to Blazej. Excuse me, Guichala. Where is his question? What is your favorite Disney movie? If we are excluding Pixar, which I think is fair, it is The Lion King and The Emperor's New Groove. I think those are the... Well, I mean, my favorite is The Emperor's New Groove. The best one is The Lion King. Okay. Not So Grump says, any chance of a video on God of War Ragnarok and Valhalla, its DLC? Video, unlikely. Stream, definitely. Whether I will end up doing a video on it, I have not played it, so I can't say. Mystic Research Lab says, advice for smaller channels, I'm almost at 1,000. Well, congrats for almost being at 1,000. I would say, well, consistency and quality are two things that, to some degree, don't need saying, because if you're already at nearly 1,000, then you very likely already know that. Advice for smaller channels. I'm trying to think. What was I thinking about when I was at less than... So, I don't know if this will apply to what you do, because I know that what you do is not what I do, but at that point, when the channel was growing, I found it beneficial both for myself, like to maintain a consistent quality of the videos that I was making, and beneficial for the channel to make sequential videos that are a part of a series. Because, I mean, that is... It's a risk, to be honest, because like I have explained with Arcane, I made Arcane Part 1, and if the video doesn't perform, it's like, well, you're doing Part 2? Well, I said I was, so yes. Which in hindsight was a mistake. But at the same time, the flip side to that is you make The Hobbit an Unexpected Journey video, and it does extremely well. And then you basically get to keep doing what you were already doing and ride the train upwards. So I won't say that I planned for that to happen, because it is a gamble, but that wouldn't have happened if I wasn't doing sequential videos. My channel would not have grown in the way that it has if I wasn't doing episodic sequential videos that follow on from each other. Whether that will apply to what you're doing, I can't say, I'm afraid. But apart from that, it would be consistent quality and showing the almost 1,000 people that are subscribed to you, why did they subscribe to you, and show them that would be the advice I can give. Next question is James Marks. Have you ever considered reviewing games? I have already answered that. What is your favorite movie other than the Lord of the Rings trilogy? I've kind of already answered that. I've given top 10s. Let's go with... Yeah, you're going to have to watch earlier in the stream because I could just rattle off a whole bunch of names again, but then I'm repeating myself. And the number of questions, I got to keep going. But thank you for the question. Zach says, what are your expectations for the results of the Return of the King versions comparison video, theatrical or extended? I'm expecting that one to be a bit more conflicted because I do think that the Two Towers contains literally the best and the worst extended changes. The Return of the King, we've got, I mean, the obvious one is the Saruman death scene, which, why was that? Well, I know why that wasn't in the film, but not putting that in the film is insane to me. And it'll be very interesting hearing the explanations for that from the cast and crew. So there are a bunch of changes, however, particularly the Paths of the Dead, that I know are bad. I just haven't revisited them yet, so I can't go over how bad they are. And then we have some highly contentious scenes later in the film, such as the Mouth of Sauron scene and the Witch King scene with Gandalf. My views on those scenes, I'm not going to go through what I think now because I haven't seen them in a while. And I kind of don't really see the point of doing that. But I would, to answer your question, I would expect that... I don't know. I don't know if I can answer it because the more I talk about it, using the criteria that I used for the Two Towers, I feel like I'm going to end up saying that the same thing, that the theatrical is slightly better because all the worst scenes don't, it's not worth that time investment to get the good stuff. Whether, how that works out numerically and percentage wise and based on what I actually feel, I can't answer that yet. Okay. Next question. Treeman, was your last poo solid, soft, or liquid? When was my last poo? I think that would have been, I think we can go with soft on that one. Sir Boy of Lard, will you be covering War of the Rohirrim? Probably, depends on when it comes out. The Beacon 9500 says, hey, when is the extended Lord of the Rings video coming out? At the earliest, it's going to be after Rings of Power, which means we're talking December, January at the earliest. It's going to be a little bit of a wait, but I'm not going to be taking my time with the Rings of Power videos. I'm going to do them as quickly as I can without sacrificing quality. Alcalas Pingu says it comes out in December, so then that is a possibility. I potentially might cover War of the Rohirrim then. I will definitely watch it. Whether I'll do a video, I don't know. Right, keeping on going. Zenyatta says, what is the best and worst Pixar movie you have ever seen? The best is The Incredibles, WALL-E, or Up. Slight preference for the first two. The worst is Turning Red, Lightyear, and unless I am forgetting one, probably Onward, but to be honest, Onward I don't really have strong feelings on. I just remember it being bad. I didn't hate it, whereas I definitely really thoroughly disliked Lightyear and Turning Red. Ozzy says, what is something that makes you really, really angry, even though it's nothing illegal? Well, I mean, YouTube's copyright system, I guess, but that does relate to legality, so I don't know if I have a better answer than that, I'm afraid. Right, I need a swig. Where were we? Okay, Tank says, oh God, okay. Tank says, what is your personal best deadlift? So, it was earlier this week. So I managed, I'm trying to remember what the number was. I had it set at 142.5 and I managed, I think, 7 reps. Which works out at a theoretical 1 rep max of somewhere in the high 170s, I think. So theoretically, 175-ish kilos approximately. But I have never actually done that as a one-off. Right, I'll do 2 more and then I will swap back. Schmat says, what is your most nostalgic British PSA advert? I have no idea what... I mean, I know what a PSA is, but I can't even think of one. So, I'm afraid I can't answer the question. If you want to clarify, then by all means clarify. Okay. One more and then we will swap. The Beckon says, have you ever been in a D&D campaign? And if not, do you think you'd like it? Yes, I have. I've played a handful of one-shots, and I also play once a month with a group of friends D&D campaign. Been going for a couple of years. And, I mean, I could talk about this for hours, but I'm not going to. So, yeah, I'll tell you who my character is. So I've gone through 3 characters. My character that I spent the most time with is a dwarf barbarian called Shovelhands. And he's a dwarf that he doesn't have hands, he has shovels. And the backstory that I came up with with the DM is that he has amnesia, so I didn't come up with a lot of it. He came up with some of it. The idea being that he was sort of, kidnapped, abducted from his family, that he had like a wife and kids, and he was then mutilated and given these shovel hands, and he was then like forced to dig and like mine, and probably accompanied by many other unfortunate individuals that had been forced and enslaved to work in this way. And at some point, after an unspecified amount of time, in my headcanon was sort of talking 10 to 20 years, the mine stopped running. It was abandoned, and they just kind of forgot that Shovelhands was down there. And he just kind of kept digging, because that's all he knew. So he kept going and going and going, and then eventually realized, I could just leave. And then he did. So he has not known anything of society he has not known anything of any kind of society or culture for at least a couple of decades. He goes back to the surface, gets in trouble, ends up in one of the main cities, which is where he then met up with the rest of the party. So yeah, that was pretty much Shovelhands, and there's a bunch of things that he's done since then, which, again, I can't go into it, but he has advantage in digging, and every time he kind of gets bored or nervous, he just tries to dig whatever's below him. And there have been occasions where he has dug a hole because he was bored, and then the warlock in the party cast, like, I think it's Minor Illusion, I forget, and he just cast like an illusion on the top of the hole, and we were then able to trick like the boss of, I think it was the boss of Act 1 of the campaign that we're doing, to just walk into the hole. And then everyone just piled in after this boss in this hole that Shovelhands had dug, not intending for it to be a trap. So honestly, it was just a case of the warlock player just being a little bit of a mechanical genius and just being like, well, this is how I can use this environment to my advantage. So yeah. Okay. Another super chat from Jeremy. Protect Shovelhands at all costs. He's doing pretty well at the moment. We've just got into Act 3, and yeah, he's doing well. He's got some decent gear, and he's got a good party backing him up. I don't think he's going to go anytime soon. He has quite a lot of health. But yes, thank you for the super chat. Next, where are we? Renard says, how many gang people have you run over in Cyberpunk? So I didn't keep a tally. I've probably run over some. And for anyone who doesn't know, this was a running joke in the Discord because Renard played Cyberpunk, and I think it was her, correct me if I'm wrong, Renard, it was your boyfriend or husband, I can't remember, was counting how many people you were running over when you were playing Cyberpunk, and just posting like daily updates, like, today I ran over 110 gang people and 3 corpos and 10 civilians. Yeah, no, I have definitely not run over as many as you. James Marks says, what's your favorite fantasy food? The obvious answer is sweet roll, unless I'm forgetting something obvious, but let's go with sweet roll. Pandora says, do you like boldies? And what's your favorite weapon? What's a boldies? I assume you're not referring to bald people. Or do you mean Baldur's Gate? So, someone clarify, what does boldies mean? B-A-L-D-E-S. Oh, blades. It's supposed to say blades, not baldies. Okay, well, I mean, I'm partial to baldies as well, I guess. Particularly if they're carrying blades. What is my favorite weapon? I mean, assuming that we're limiting this to fantasy, it probably wouldn't be a bladed weapon. Just for the cool factor, it would be like a warhammer, like a big fuck-off two-handed hammer with a gigantic head. Like a really kind of impractically large-looking head to this hammer that you can just smash when you want to smash. It would be that. If it has to be a bladed weapon, then I would say probably just a couple of simple like daggers or a short sword, something like that. Right, we'll do a couple more, then we'll swap back over. How long have we been going? We've been going for 3 hours. Okay, we're doing okay. Which Claydex says, which are your favorite waifus? I can't answer that. I don't entirely understand what a waifu is. But I mean, I have a wife, like a real wife. So I mean, I guess she's my favorite waifu. I don't know if that answers the question, but given that I can't name any waifus that aren't my actual wife, then I guess she wins by default. Kamul says, who is your favorite Nazgul and why it's Kamul Shadow of the East? I don't know the names of any of the Nazgul, I'm afraid, so my favorite Nazgul is Kamul Shadow of the East. Okay, we'll do one more, and then we'll swap back over. James Mark says, what advice would you give someone on YouTube who wants to start reviewing films on YouTube? I've kind of answered this already. The short version is that consistent quality, so don't compromise on the quality. If it takes you an extra week to do, then take the extra week. But at the same time, you know, don't take a month if it can take you a week. And the other side is you need some kind of hook and some kind of angle for whatever it is that you're talking about if you are a channel that does not have any kind of pull yet. Because if you were to make the best video on YouTube on the topic of, let's pull a name out of my ass. Well, the film that I mentioned earlier was Lawrence of Arabia. If you were to make the best possible video essay of Lawrence of Arabia that exists on YouTube on a channel that has no subscribers, nothing will happen. If that same video were to be released on Critical Drinker's channel, it would do very, very well. So how you decide what you're going to cover and how you, I guess, pitch that content to your potential audience with the thumbnail and the title and all the rest of it is almost as important as how good the video actually is, which is a shame, honestly, because making a thumbnail takes 5 minutes, but at the same time, you need to do it, because otherwise your video that you spend a month working on, no one's going to watch it. Okay. Where were we? The next question is going to be Jerome after we get back from the community posts. Okay. So again, there's some questions here that I have already answered. User something or other says, people need to know 1 + 1 + 2 equals what? 1 + 2 equals 3. If you say anything else, you're wrong. Why did you choose Kronk? I have already answered that. Matthias Sostijic, I've butchered your name, sorry. Would you ever consider, even in just passing thought, possibly doing a rewrite or fixing of a bad thing that you reviewed, like The Hobbit or Rebel Moon? Not really, no, because I think that there are other people who can do that better than I can. My interest is in analyzing what is actually there, and the only time when I would, I guess, think about, how could you make it better, is in the context of, providing some kind of conclusion at the end of one of my videos. Actually making something like the M4 book edit, which I've plugged a few times, is not something that I don't think I could do a better job than him. Let's put it that way. I think that he's spent the time and he's done it properly and he's done it extremely well. Right, before I continue, super chat from the Movie Cynic. Hello and welcome and thank you, Movie Cynic, for jumping in, and thank you for the super chat. Congrats RFT on 50k. To 100k you go, my friend. Yeah. we can hope, we can pray. Thank you so much for the support and for the super chat. It does mean a lot. Right. Okay. Where are we on questions? So we've got about 40% of the questions still to go from the community post. And we've got, I don't know, easily 50 questions left to go. I think we're easily going to be here for another couple of hours. But what I'm going to do is go and pee out some of this whiskey that I've been drinking. And then we're going to keep going. So I'll be back in a minute or so. Right, we're back. I said whiskey. We're actually on the cider now. We'll have some more whiskey in a little bit. Ugh. Okay. Gagalum, how long did I spend on the toilet there? I don't know if you timed it, but again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. My bathroom is right next to my office. I don't have a piss bottle. I have a little pipe that I kind of run into the toilet, and I just sit here, mute the mic, and go, ah. Okay, next question. Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, is from Nothing Man. Wait, hold on. Well, either way, we're swapping back to the community posts yeah, I've decided we're doing that. If you were to be hired as a consultant or brought in to pitch a film or series in the Lord of the Rings or Star Wars universes, what would be your choice of subject matter and time period? Star Wars I can't answer, I'm afraid, because I don't know the expanded universe or the games or all the rest of it. I don't know it well enough to give you an answer. Lord of the Rings, my answer would be if we have the presumption that it is going to be good. Obviously, we have to have that presumption. I would love to see something set in Gondor prior to the events of The Lord of the Rings. Because I really like the setting, and I think it would be really interesting to see that setting before everything goes tits up. So it doesn't even necessarily have to include Denethor, Boromir, and Faramir, even though I love all three of those characters. It doesn't even have to include that. You could predate that. I don't know who came before Denethor, but it could potentially be about that character. It's just, I don't know, superficially something about that setting and the fact that they are right on the fucking doorstep of, like, Satan, and again, mentioned in the films multiple times, though they are the guys that are dying because they have no choice. They're like, they don't have the luxury of being able to be like, well, I'm just going to kind of stay home today. I'm not going to fight evil, because if they do that, then they die. So yeah, I don't know. Something about that, I think, lends itself to potentially really, really solid drama. So as a setting and a time period, it would probably be that. Okay. Kronk related. Dino Bure says, how come you don't have more? Because that's the way it works, I'm afraid, is the answer. But yeah, we always strive to get more subs. Vitya says, will you consider making Star Trek videos? No, never. Well, never say never, but I've never seen any Star Trek, so yeah. This isn't a question, but I'm going to read it because it's very funny. The Wicked Wizard of Oz says, I misread AMA as MMA, and I thought we were going to see RFT in the ring getting his ass handed to him. Maybe for 100K. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that would probably suck. Master Philabo says, would you consider doing a breakdown of the Emperor's New Groove? Potentially, at some point. Verdant says, would you be interested in covering Netflix's Castlevania series? I mean, I haven't seen it, so I don't have any interest in it, but if it's good, then potentially, yes. I have heard that it's decent enough. Tried to sub again, but it didn't work. Oh, here we go. Dusanarat, I think, is what that says. What are, in your opinion, the most overrated movies in history? So that theoretically should be quite an easy question, because we've got to be looking at films that are immensely popular but should not be immensely popular. And I feel like to do that, we have to take into account box office as well as critical and public reception. And if we're going to do that, Avatar 2 is overrated as all hell, but then at the same time, I don't... this is the thing, is I don't think anyone in the sort of media criticism circle on YouTube thought that Avatar 2 was good. But I think that the general perception of Avatar 2 is that it is good. So, I mean, like, just go... I don't know what its IMDb rating is at, for example, but it's like it's a high 7, I think. Similar to the first one. So I would say that that is massively overrated, even though I don't hate Avatar 2. I mean, it's not good, but I don't hate it. Apart from that, yeah, well, people in chat are saying we got Twilight. I don't think Twilight counts because Twilight made a lot of money with one specific audience, which was 13-year-old girls. So I don't think that counts. Donnie Darko is an interesting one because Donnie Darko, I think, is good, but I think I would agree that it's not as good as some people claim. Pulp Fiction is one of those films where it's like, when it's that good, it's hard to say that it's like Breaking Bad. It's hard to say that it's overrated just because it isn't actually the best film of all time, but yeah, okay. Alkalos Pingu says Rings of Power. Generally the reception to Rings of Power was better than it was in the YouTube space, but I don't think that the reception for Rings of Power was good. Because if you go on IMDb, for example, not that IMDb is everything, Rings of Power has like a low 7. It's like a 7.1. And a 7.1 for a film is okay. It's not bad. It's higher than Pacific Rim has, for example, and Pacific Rim, I think, is way better than Rings of Power. The difference is that the barrier for what you consider to be good or okay or bad or a masterpiece or whatever changes based on what it actually is on IMDb. So films get all the votes. If it's a TV show, they get less. And if it's a TV episode, they get even less again. Which means if you have a film with a 7.1, it's like, it's fine, I guess. It's probably okay. A TV show with a 7.1 is like, that is heavily divided opinions. And if you have a TV episode, that means that a large number of people, or at least a number of people, have gone onto IMDb, clicked on the TV series, clicked on the episode, and gone out of their way to downvote it. Which is the reason why things like the final few episodes of Game of Thrones are so low, is because they pissed everyone off. Yeah. Okay. Super chat from Canyo before I continue. Thank you, Canyo. GG on the 50k. Let's get a victory royale with the 100k gamers. Also, question, Gen Z slang, do you find it funny, cringe, or both? I need some examples of Gen Z slang. I'm trying to think. Gen Z slang. That's the whole, Gen Z is the whole skibbity toilet thing, right? Or is that a different one? Riz is another one. I think Riz is Gen Z slang. Yep, skibbity and Riz. I mean, I don't know what a skibbity is, but fine. Riz, I don't mind Riz as slang because I understand where the word comes from and I understand the meaning, and I also kind of understand the necessity of, for that word to exist. It's not just a random mouth. Like a lot of this slang, to me, especially if you don't know what it means, it just seems like, I'm just making mouth noise because my brain had a thought. Riz, I think, has a very clear reason to exist. Because if you were, it isn't a normal thing to say, this person has lots of charisma. Like that doesn't really mean anything. But this person has Riz. It means something a little bit more. It doesn't sound like an abnormal sentence, I guess. Phantom tax, I don't know what that means. Giat, no idea. Bussy, no. Cringe AF FR, that means cringe as fuck for real, for real. I don't really mind that because it's just an abbreviation, I guess. Peak fly. that I hate. Because that just, it's cringe. Even though I guess calling something cringe is apparently millennial humor. Or sorry, Gen Z humor. Capping out your mind, I don't know what that means. A giat is the behind of a woman. Okay. I could compliment my wife on her behind, but I don't think she'd know what that means if I called it a giat. But anyway, I have no idea. So, okay, well, Canyo, I feel like you've summed this up. So Canyo says your PFP, meaning profile picture, has been mogging FR. Are you the Mew Master? I understood about half of what you just said, so I'm just going to give you a thumbs up and say yes. Okay. Right, let's continue. Where are we? Overrated movies, we've done that. Would you make breakdowns about video games? We've answered that. Don Tree says, what is your vision for the future of the channel? I've kind of already answered that. Your Discord. Honestly, the Discord, I don't really have any kind of vision. The Discord exists primarily for you guys. I'm obviously in there and I do partake in discussions. But the reason why the Discord was created was because you guys in chat, a bunch of you are in chat now, during the earlier streams a year and a half ago, were like, well, I don't want to wait until my next stream to like talk to these people that I like talking to. So I created the Discord so that you guys could chat whenever you like, which I didn't actually know that you could just make a Discord channel. I thought there was a little bit more to it than that. But yeah, so future of the Discord, it's there for fun. That's the point of it. And when will you start selling merchandise? I would be surprised if I ever do that, but never say never, because the problem, which in hindsight is a reason not to use the avatar that I do, is that selling a shirt with that on it, that's copyright infringement. That's not happening. You can't do that. Whether Disney would stop me doing that is a different question, but whether a like t-shirt printing company would allow me to mass produce shirts with copyrighted material on them, I would highly doubt it. But yeah, something catchphrases on a mug, that kind of thing, it's a maybe. I haven't looked into it, but if people want it, then maybe. And how great am I as a fan? Don Tree or Tree Man, you are the best of fans. You have been here for quite a while. Again, I think I have a memory of naming one of the guys in one of my civilians in Frostpunk after you, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think that I first spoke to you on the Frostpunk stream. I can't remember, but yes, I do very much appreciate you sticking around and well, partaking in the live streams and the premieres. Okay, we'll do 2 more, then we'll jump back to the live chat. So, Heniololenen says, what are your hobbies outside of YouTube? Playing guitar and Warhammer, painting, playing, modeling, all that. Gaming, although a large part of the gaming has kind of been assimilated into YouTube because a lot of the games that I play, I now stream. That's kind of it, I guess. I mean, exercising, I guess, but I don't really consider that to be a hobby. I kind of consider that to be a necessity. Yeah, that's kind of it. Right, last one. Charlie Mann says, are you interested in making an analysis on the Matrix saga? If so, why or why not? It's a maybe. It's potentially on the table because at some point after I finish with Rings of Power, then I think I like the idea of doing another sort of long-term analysis series like I did with The Hobbit. Covering something that has a little bit of audience overlap, so it's not completely alien. Not, yeah, it's not going to be Alien because that would be a little bit too alien. But yeah, whether it would end up being The Matrix, I don't know. You know, we're talking things like Jurassic World, The Dark Knight, The Matrix, Pirates of the Caribbean, things like that. Films of that era are potential options. I haven't properly thought about it, and it's something that is going to take a lot of thought before I decide. And it is very likely something that I'm not going to commit to an entire series. It's something that I'm going to commit to a video, see how it does, and then keep going. Okay. Right. No, that was the last one. Okay, so we'll keep going on the live chat. Hello, every one of you. I hope everyone is doing well, and I hope we still have alcohol. I need to fill my alcohol up. Time for some whiskey. Okay, while I top this up, the next question was from Jerome, and it was, what is your favorite Guy Ritchie movie and why is it Rock and Roller? It's not Rock and Roller, although I don't hate Rock and Roller. I mean, the answer is that there's 3 options, right? With Guy Ritchie, you've got Snatch, you've got Lock, Stock, and you've got The Gentleman. I think that saying anything, putting any of his other films in the top 3, I think would be a hot take, because I think that those are clearly his best 3 movies. Because apart from that, you've got King Arthur, you've got Aladdin, you've got Rock and Roller, and apart from that, there's definitely a couple that I've seen, but I can't even think what they are. So yeah, my favorite is probably Snatch. Zach, you're correct. Sherlock Holmes, both of the Sherlock Holmes films, but again, I don't think they're anywhere near as good. Okay, next question is from Zodlander. Will you make a side-by-side vid of Rebel Moon 1 and 2 and the Snyder Cut? So I am intending at the moment to do a Rebel Moon extended video. It is not. It is definitely not going to be in the same format that I do the Lord of the Rings ones in, because I don't think that will work. I obviously might change my mind when I see them tomorrow, because but the way that the Lord of the Rings ones work is it's very much a case of this is the theatrical edition, and then the extended edition is the same thing, but with extra scenes spliced here and there. That's basically structurally what the difference is. Couple of exceptions, but that's pretty much it. If the Rebel Moon changes are anything like the Snyder Cut for Justice League, they are going to be dramatically different movies, which means that going, purely laser focusing on the extended scenes and talking about what the changes are, I don't think that's necessarily going to work. But that might be the case. I'll wait until I've seen the films. Okay, next question. Jesse W., what are your favorite metal bands? I've named a bunch, but I'll name a few more for you. Let's look at my top most played. Okay, so we have Racer X, Machine Head, Periphery, Protest the Hero, Children of Bodom, Killswitch Engage, Between the Buried and Me, August Burns Red, Pantera, Devil Driver, Tesseract, Lamb of God, Devin Townsend, Sixth, Mastodon, Amon Amarth, Gojira, Testament. Yeah, let's leave it at that. That's another good load of metal for you. Pandora, I do like Lorna Shore. I just haven't listened to enough to say that I really like them. I think the EP that they did recently was excellent. The album after that I haven't listened to enough to actually say, but Will Ramos is an unbelievable vocalist. Like, honestly, in modern, deathcore, there are two vocalists that are doing things that no one else is doing. One of them is Will Ramos from Lorna Shore. One of them is Alex Terrible from Slaughter to Prevail. And if you go on each of their YouTube channels, they're totally different, because Alex from Slaughter to Prevail, he will do one thing better than anyone else on the planet. Whereas Will from Lorna Shore will do a whole bunch of things better than most people on the planet. So Will is absolutely a more versatile vocalist, but what's interesting is when you see each of them covering each other's songs, because then you get to feel a little bit more of what they as a vocalist would bring to the table, rather than hearing the vocalist from Slaughter to Prevail do a Slaughter to Prevail song. Yeah. Okay. Right. Next question. Gagalum says, when will you finally sing something on stream? I've been kind of humming to myself during this stream, but I mean, I guess now, kind of la 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 la. When will you finally sing something on stream? Yay. There we go. Zach says, how does it feel to be Cinema Sins run by Matt Walsh? Oh, it feels excellent. I mean, Cinema Sins and Matt Walsh are incredibly successful, and I guess I'm, I guess it's a compliment to say that I'm a combination of the two of them. It's, I mean, it's kind of like being told that you're a combination of, I don't know, Winston Churchill and Abraham Lincoln. It's like, wow, okay, thank you. So, next question. Michael Zwires says, have you seen the Daredevil Marvel show? And if so, what is your opinion of it? I saw seasons 1 and 2. I didn't see season 3. I thought it was, this is a while ago that I've seen it, but I thought it was very good. Head and shoulders above most of what Marvel has done. But at the same time, I thought season 2 got very, very silly. And I thought that the quality of season 2 was too hit and miss for me to bother with season 3, to be honest. Because broadly speaking, the Punisher stuff I thought was very well done. Although I haven't seen the Punisher either, which I guess tells you how invested I am in Marvel. But at the same time, all of the, suddenly ninjas. Oh, there's ninjas here now. We've got to fight the ninjas because we need a fight scene for this episode. Oh, okay, do we? Okay. All of that, I just remember being like, why? What the fuck? Yeah. But season 1, I don't remember having anywhere near that amount of absurdity. And I thought in particular, the sort of opening of season 1 was extremely solid. Okay, we'll do 2 more, and then we'll jump back to the community posts. So, Rob Sanderson says Gardic Phone After. Very likely not, because this is going to take a while, and because I've got to do Rebel Moon tomorrow. Vislo says, do you actually like The Emperor's New Groove? Yes. Pandora says, what was the first horror movie you ever saw? Mine was The Evil Dead. That is quite the horror movie to see for the first time. First horror movie I ever saw. Well, I saw Alien when I was 14, I think. Maybe 13. Whether I will have seen anything before that, it would have been stuff that was, it might have been horror, but there's horror and then there's horror. So I probably, Predator. Sorry, Predator definitely has horror elements, but it's not horror in the same way that Alien is. And I definitely saw Predator before I saw Alien. So we will guess that the answer is Predator. Okay. Another question on the MBTI type. Ninth Faith, same person. Yes, I don't know. At some point I might look into it because I genuinely don't know. Jerome says, do you like anime? No, I don't. I'm sorry. And if yes, why is Demon Hunter Kimetsu no Yabubibu your favorite one? Because I'm just amazing at pronouncing the names of anime. And that's why that one there that I'm not going to try and say again is my favorite, because I pronounced it perfectly. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't seen enough anime to have an informed opinion on it, is the honest answer. Like, I can just say, well, I just kind of don't really like what it looks like, which is true, but I haven't seen enough of it to give you any more of a detailed analysis than that. It's like, if one of you guys would just say, well, I just don't play video games. It's like, all right, you might like this one, though. It's like, I don't play video games. Then in that case, fair enough. Like, I just don't read books. There might be a book that I would enjoy, but I would rather spend my time doing something that I know that I will enjoy, is kind of my view on that. That said, Studio Ghibli films, if those are considered anime, there are some that I like. Most of them I do not. Okay, so the next question is Jonathan Tully, and we will do his question when we get back after doing some from the community post. So, from the Kai Games Co. says, my question as a brief summary, what are your thoughts on Halo 2's narrative? It is my favorite game and controversially I liked it more than 3. If you haven't played Halo, well, I have played Halo. So, I played through Halo recently. I did not play through Halo 2 recently, though, is the problem. So I picked up the Master Chief Collection on Steam, because I had played Halo 1, 2, and Reach before. Never played 3. Still have never played 3. Or 4 or 5 for that matter. And or ODST. So I'm absolutely a casual when it comes to Halo. So I thought, well, let's pick up the Master Chief Collection and we'll play through them chronologically rather than in order of release. So I played through Reach. This was a beginning of the year, sort of January, February. I thought Reach was fantastic. I didn't really remember anything about it, and I thought it was really, really, really solid. I played through Combat Evolved, which I played Combat Evolved to death when I was younger, so I kind of knew it pretty well. And there are things mechanically in that game that piss me off, but the story and the setting is really solid. Halo 2, I barely remember anything about, but I will replay it soon, and I will also replay Halo 3. I might end up streaming both of them. I'm not sure if streaming a first-person shooter is the best way to go, because obviously I can't look at chat, and this stream that I'm doing right now is the exception, because when I usually stream, I am looking at chat with one eye pretty much all the time, because that's half the fun of doing it. But I can't do that if I'm playing a first-person shooter, so... right. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Draconan says, is that a question? I wouldn't consider myself a good writer, but I love practicing world building. As an autistic person, I naturally try and categorize everything so I can feel more comfortable in my world by knowing it all, which is why I practice world building. Well, that's good. If I was writing stuff, I would absolutely do that as well. The issue I have is with actual writing, and the way you take so much time and detail to explain your thoughts is inspiring and educational. Well, Good. So awesome, in fact, that I've shared it with all my friends and family. Well, okay. Yeah, I appreciate you doing that. It's refreshing to see this level of detail. From the very start, I knew you were going to go far. Just keep at it. Well, there wasn't a question in there, but I just wanted to read that just in case there was. Thank you, Draconan, for the kind words. Next question. Epic Fail says, if you had the power or influence to change one thing about modern Hollywood, what would it be? Is it a cop-out answer to say make good movies again? Or, well, yeah, I mean, this will never happen, but because no amount of power and influence is going to do what I'm about to say. But if the decision to make movies came from a place of, I guess, artistic integrity rather than how much money is this going to make, then we would end up with better movies than we are getting. That obviously will never happen because films cost money and films exist to make money. But I think, given that the question specifically is relating to modern Hollywood, like the caveat to that is that there are plenty of good movies coming out. It's just that most of them are not Hollywood blockbusters, which was not the case 20 years ago. I have already mentioned Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. I mean, Harry Potter is better than most things that come out these days. The Matrix, Pirates of the Caribbean, even the ones that are not great are still a lot better than what we usually get these days. And those were, yeah, a bunch of them were adaptations, but Pirates wasn't. And no, the fact that there was a fucking theme park ride does not mean it's an adaptation. The Matrix wasn't, as far as I'm aware, at least. So, yeah, I mean, if we're not going to say make better movies, then take more time and hire writers who are capable of doing what they need to do for the film to be coherent. Because we've kind of reached a point where it's not just that films are like bad, it's that films are really bad. Films that have a huge amount of money behind them are like awful. And I think a big part of that is that the wrong people are being hired, either because of sheer ignorance or because they know the right person and they've, phoned in a favor, or because everyone is blind to the fact that some of these people are completely incompetent. Yeah, I guess that would be the answer to the question. Evie, you're quite right. Get people who actually like the properties would be nice too. Or, well, so the caveat to that would be, I would say get people who, I would say that is important, but I would say that it is secondary. I think that rather than getting people who like Star Wars would be the example, and some of you are going to know where I'm going with this, it isn't as important that you get someone who knows, or that you get someone who likes and knows Star Wars, as it is that you get someone who respects Star Wars. Because Tony Gilroy for Andor is an extremely good writer, but he's not a Star Wars fan. Which means that his approach for Andor was, let's make a good TV show, not let's make a Star Wars TV show. And that was because, yeah, he's not a Star Wars fan, but at the same time, he knew enough, and he was obviously able to check things so as to not contradict anything. But he was respectful of the content, and to be honest, even if he was not respectful and he shat all over everything, the story of Andor on its own only really has to be coherent with Rogue One, because it is a direct prequel to Rogue One. And if it had contradicted stuff in the prequels, but was a really, 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 really solid story, I personally wouldn't have cared. But there are legions of people that would have cared, which is why you don't want to do that. Okay. Let's do two more and then we'll swap back. So, Demoney says, how does the view counts on your more positive videos versus your more negative videos affect your work? So the positive videos, I assume you're referring to the ones where I am praising something. And I'm guessing that what you're asking is, how do I deal with the fact that negative content is what sells on YouTube? So, well, yeah. So the answer to that is that I think that is broadly true, but I don't think it is entirely true. I think that in a few months, I will be able to answer that more categorically once I see where the Fellowship of the Ring and Two Towers videos end up. Because yes, I am critical in particular the Two Towers video, but the Two Towers video, prior to getting deleted from YouTube and then reinstated because I risked a second copyright strike to get it back, it was my best performing video. It is about to hit 100,000 views after less than 4 days. Which is insane. Like that's head and shoulders above any of my, that's 20,000 views higher than my next best video. It also had more people in the premiere than I have ever had before, and I don't entirely know why that video had that response rather than some of the others. I'm very, very happy that it did. And what I think that will be interesting to see is where does that end up? Because the Two Towers video is a positive video. And again, there's negatives in there, but it is a positive video. And I think that if it competes in any way with the videos I've done on The Hobbit, then that will be proof that you don't have to be negative on YouTube to have a video with hundreds of thousands of views. And again, obviously there are exceptions to this because you can find positive videos from the larger channels than me with hundreds of thousands of views. But the difference there is that those are usually going to be channels that don't only or broadly make negative videos. So forget what you think of him, but Chris Stuckman, for example, is massively popular and massively successful. If he releases a video that praises whatever Deadpool and Wolverine that's just come out, I don't know if he thinks it's good, but let's say that he praises Deadpool and Wolverine. That video, because it is Chris Stuckman talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, is going to get a lot of views. That is not how it works for people who are not people with 2 million subs. So yeah, it will be interesting to see. And honestly, I've kind of said from the beginning that I don't want this channel to just be negative, because yes, it does sell, but at the same time, I don't like doing that. And I don't really want to, I will take a slightly less successful YouTube channel that mixes things up a bit over a massively successful YouTube channel that is just negative. Yeah, that's kind of my thought process with that. Right, super chat quickly before I continue from Django. Thank you, sir. FFS, give retarded alter ego more airtime. So he only shows up in certain videos, and I can't control when he does show up, to be completely honest. I don't think that he will be showing up in the Lord of the Rings videos because there's nothing in those videos that requires the dreaded alter ego to emerge. But then every now and then you get something like Rebel Moon where you just can't keep him down. Sometimes he's got a point or two. Okay. Right. Thank you for the super chat, Django. Next comment is... this is, completely on topic for what we were just talking about. So Brendart or Breendart says, hate sells, but I've been loving your Arcane video so far. What are some other series or films you'd like to give similar positive breakdowns or critiques? So assuming that I have an infinite amount of time and that it doesn't compete with anything else and that money is not a factor, I would like to do a video series covering Spartacus, the TV show. I would love to do a video covering Sicario, the Denis Villeneuve film. I would love to do a video covering the TV series Dark and a video covering... Oh, Evie, yes, good point. The Brendan Fraser The Mummy movie is... I think that's worthy of a video. And I think there's a lot that I could say about it. Yeah, whether I will end up doing any of those, I would hope so. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, the downside of having a channel with 50,000 subs is that I do have to take into account what people who are subbed to me want to see. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of you guys that want me to do Arcane Part 3 tomorrow, but the fact is that the numbers don't bear that out. So I am going to do it, just not tomorrow, because I need the channel to be financially viable. Is the unfortunate answer, but yes. Okay. Next question is Kinjin Hoofer says, what is your opinion on Bioshock 1 and 2? The games, novels, and upcoming TV series. I did not know that they were making a TV series. I will check that out, definitely, when it does. Who's making it? While I answer the question, if someone can tell me who's making the Bioshock series, that I didn't realize they were making one. So Bioshock 2 I've never played. Bioshock 1 I think is very solid, but I don't like it anywhere near as much as another game that is comparable, I think, Dead Space. Because I guess I prefer the setting of Dead Space, and I don't know. I won't say that I love Bioshock. Like, I don't know if this is a hot take. Like, I don't think that it's bad by any means, but it would not appear on a list of my favorite video games for sure. Netflix is making the Bioshock series. Okay, interesting. I wonder how much money they're putting behind that. Because you would think it would have to be... Well, it may not have to be a lot, but then I don't know how much money whoever it was, Prime or Amazon, put behind Fallout, but you would think it would probably have to be similar. Okay, next question. We'll do 2 more, and then we will swap back. Congrats on 50K. My question is, what do you do to remain objective while using a media that thrives on subjectivity? Especially in film, where any scene can be taken in so many different ways. So, kind of touched on it earlier. I think that the best thing you can do is be aware of what your biases are. Be aware of what you like and don't like. And if you see something that you don't like that, makes sense, for example, then it might cause you to reassess what you don't like and why you don't like it. And I guess the somewhat more extreme version of that would be, again, to use the example that I used earlier, if it's like, oh, well, it's Superman and I like Superman, and then you watch Man of Steel and it's like, well, I like the Superman film because I like Superman. Then you are not being honest with yourself and you are not thinking critically, unless you obviously did like it. But if you watched Man of Steel and you paid attention to what happened in Man of Steel and you still like it, absolutely fine. But the reason why you liked it is because it's Superman, not because of what actually happened. And if you're honest with yourself, that's the conclusion you'll come to, which is absolutely fine. Just like someone, I can't imagine anyone saying this, but someone saying, I liked The Hobbit or I liked Rings of Power because it's more Middle-earth stuff. Like, okay, good for you. That the thing is that is very, very distinct from what the content of The Hobbit and Man of Steel and Rings of Power actually is. And that all comes down to acknowledging what your own biases are. I guess another bias that we can touch on would be in the, I guess, political sphere. If you see a show or this is something actually that I think Little Platoon touched on when I was on BSUP, is I think it was either when I was on or it was one that he did that I was listening to, is he was talking about, like, he gave an example of a film where he completely disagrees with its politics, but he thought it was a really, really, really good film. And that movie was V for Vendetta. So, like, if you are aware of what you, I guess, like politically or don't like politically, if there was a film that was about something that you consider to just be completely morally objectionable, but it's a really well-told story with really good characters, then the fact that you don't like what the message is doesn't mean that it isn't a good film. Which is another form of bias, basically. At least I think. You could potentially convince me otherwise, but yeah. Okay. That is the last one from there. So, well, I say last one. We've got about a quarter of the ones to do from the community post. We are going to continue from the live chat, where you guys are asking questions right now. So the last one was Jonathan Tully. Where is he? Thoughts on doing a breakdown of the Dark Crystal show on Netflix? I haven't seen it, so unfortunately I can't say. Ty Cobb says, what is your favorite episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Also, have you seen its spin-off Angel? If you haven't, I highly recommend it. 5th season is favorite season of TV ever. So I haven't seen Angel. For the last few years, I have been very slowly chipping away at Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I am somewhere through season 6, I think, but it's been probably 8 months since I've watched it. It's been a very long time. Favorite specific episode, I feel like with Buffy there is quite a lot of filler, but when it's good, it's really, really good. In particular, the earlier seasons, there's a lot of filler. So the strongest episodes of Buffy, I would say, would probably be the final few episodes of season 2, the final few episodes of season 5, and I'll be honest, I can't remember 3 and 4 well enough. I think 4 is when she goes to college, but I can't remember, to be completely honest. But yeah, let's go with those. The final few of seasons 2 and 5. Zach says, have you seen the Red Letter Media video where they talk about the various metal bands performing at a fest near them? It's quite funny. I absolutely have, and you just reminded me that that existed. It's a bunch of like grindcore bands with indecipherable logos, and you've just got like Mike trying to read them. It's fucking funny. Okay, next question is Zodlander. Which of the Wire, Band of Brothers, and Game of Thrones House of the Dragon is your favorite? And do you have any shows that need more recognition than it got and deserve? The one that needs more recognition is Spartacus. I will die on that fucking hill, he says, until he rewatches it and realizes it's not as good as he thought it was, but I will rewatch it sometime soon. The Wire I have not seen. Band of Brothers is excellent throughout. Game of Thrones is, I mean, at its peak, it's like masterful, but then it obviously teeters off and then crashes into a volcano. House of the Dragon I've never seen. So peak, Game of Thrones at its peak is the best, I think. Consistency, consistent quality, and which one is actually the best is Band of Brothers. But bear in mind, I haven't seen House of the Dragon or The Wire. Question from Evan Sagmoen. Thoughts on Jurassic Park? I think the first one is really, really, really solid. The second one is not. But, I mean, it's not awful. It's just not particularly good. Jurassic Park 3 I have a soft spot for, but it's definitely not good. Jurassic World is fun, but trash. Jurassic World 2 is not fun and trash. Jurassic World 3, I turned it off after about 45 minutes. Zach says, any plans for videos on the Alien franchise? So if I cover Alien and the series, it will be in the format of the extended versus theatrical, I think, because I have things to say about that, and that will allow me to kind of elaborate on certain character arcs and all that kind of thing. But yeah, I would say there is a high probability of that happening at some point. Which of the Alien films I do and how far I go, I don't know, though. Zod says, have you watched Japanese Tales of the Macabre? I can't watch more than one episode at a time, real horror series. I've never heard of it, but I may look it up, because I do like really good horror, especially something about like foreign horror films. This is a TV show, but foreign horror films in particular, like French horror and some, I can't remember which countries each of these are from, but various Asian horror films are really, really good and really effective, because there are certain things that they are willing to depict that you cannot get away with in a Western film. Which, yeah, sometimes it might be a case of, oh, this is edgy for the sake of being edgy, but other times it's like, wow, that was actually horrific. Which is a large part of what makes horror. So, next question. Rancid Jam. Any favorite novels, since you are a huge fantasy enjoyer? I hate to disappoint you, but I do not read books. Yeah, I can't really elaborate on that. If I'm going to experience a story, I am going to watch a film, TV series, or play a game. Timbo Slice says, really want to start creating content but have absolutely no idea how to edit. Any basic tips on what programs to use, preferably free, as funds are quite low? So the answer to that question, the question to that answer, is largely dependent on whether or not you have a Mac of any kind, because if you have a Mac, you already have the software that you need. If you have a Mac, you can use iMovie to edit your videos, which is what I used until every video that I made prior to the final autopsy of The Hobbit, which was December of last year, November of last year, I think. Every video I made prior to that, I edited with iMovie, which is a free piece of like newbie software that did everything I needed it to do. Now I use Final Cut Pro, which is very similar, but it lets me do more. For PC, you can't get iMovie on PC. There's a few people in chat saying DaVinci is free and apparently good. I've never used it, but check that out. Apart from that, Sony Vegas, I know, is supposedly good. Adobe, is it Adobe Premiere? I think it's called. I can't remember. but those aren't free. Some of them, I think the Adobe stuff functions with a subscription model, but if your funds are low, then you maybe don't want to dabble in that. For audio, Reaper is an option, as is Audacity, depending on what kind of processing you need to do to your audio. If you literally just want to go microphone talk, honestly, if you just want to go microphone talk, you can do what I'm doing right now, which is OBS. There is processing on my microphone now, but it's all digital and it's all using OBS. I'm not using any like third-party EQs or compressors or whatever. And I mean, I can tell, I don't know if you guys can tell, but like the quality of my voice on live streams, like right now, is not the same as when I'm recording with a proper microphone through actual hardware and compressors and all the rest of it. So, yeah, OBS is free. DaVinci is apparently free. iMovie is free if you're on Mac. That would be my answer. Right, swiggy. Here we go. Okay. Hello, Echo. Welcome. Hope you are doing well. Well, Echo, I'll answer your question now. So Echo says, how do you feel about prospectively passing me in the subscriber count? I haven't checked. How many subs are you on? I know that you passed 50 very recently, so I mean, congrats on that. I would feel bad if I overtook you, to be honest. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that we are both able to grow. And what are your sentimental favorite films? So if we're saying sentimental, because I mean the answer is The Lord of the Rings, but I'm going to exclude that. So if we're saying sentimental, we're talking films that have a special place in my heart and have done for a long time. This might be a weird one. Rush Hour, the first Rush Hour film. That one absolutely goes in there. There's a couple of others that I've mentioned, the Austin Powers films, Airplane, Naked Gun, that kind of thing. Apart from that, I mean, I guess The Emperor's New Groove we can also slide in there because I have loved The Emperor's New Groove since it came out in, I think it was 2001, it may have been 2000. So yeah, anything prior to that, when you get, because like, again, Lion King is really good, but the Lion King came out when I was, what, 2? I think it was 1994. So I don't think that really counts. But yeah, Rush Hour I think is really, really good. And I think we'll go with that. Again, to name drop one that definitely has a special place, but has only had a special place for the last couple of years. So I have been an adult for the entire time, is RRR, which I absolutely adore that movie. And I would love to find a way to make a video on it at some point. But yeah, Echo, if you haven't seen RRR, I would be very interested to know what you think of it. It's an Indian movie with incredibly strong characters and an extremely over-the-top, exaggerated, quote-unquote Bollywood style. It's not technically a Bollywood film, but it appears to be a Bollywood film. Like I didn't know the difference when I first saw it. Since then, as a layman, I've kind of read that there is a very slight. It's kind of like the whole anime discussion. Like, is Studio Ghibli anime? Is it not? To someone who's just watching it and doesn't really watch that kind of thing normally, it's like, well, this looks the same, so it's the same. But apparently there is a difference. Apparently RRR is what you call Tollywood. And the reason for that is because of the language of the film that it is filmed in. Okay. Next question. I can't remember which one I was doing. We're gonna do community posts. We're gonna get through a couple of these. Howdy says, what are your top 10 movies of all time?
No.
Top 3 cannot be The Lord of the Rings. Only your favorite. Yeah, again, sorry, I've already answered that. I answered that at the beginning of the stream. Excuse me. Okay. Fucking, God damn it, Tank. So Tank says, I just ran to the gym and did a 135 kilo deadlift. Your turn, Mr. Random, if you dare. Moo-hoo-hoo, haha. I can deadlift more than 135, so I'm not going to go in there and prove it. But I'm also not going to deadlift when I've been drinking whiskey. So, yeah. My goal with deadlifting is 200 because that's double my body weight. I'm pretty much bang on 100 kilos. And we're getting close. So, yeah. But no, I'm not fucking deadlifting when it's nearly 11 o'clock at night and I've been drinking whiskey. That's a recipe for fucking falling over. Okay, next question. But Tank, thank you for the super chat. Okay, next question is El Kartoffelbrei, which is the potato something. I don't know exactly what that means in German. Have you ever watched the movie What's in a Name? Original title, Le Prénom. If yes, unfortunately, I have not seen it. I don't think I've heard of it, but what I'll probably do is go through these comments like when I'm not streaming, and I might bookmark some films that look interesting. Okay, next question is also from El Kartoffelbrei. So, what are your thoughts on veganism? Okay, so I need to be careful here because I have family members who are vegan. I have family members who are vegetarian. I have family members who are pescatarian. And they all have weak bones and they're all sickly and deformed. No, that was just a joke. Please don't hate me. So, I don't know. Veganism is not for me. I think that, what I think is that if you are healthy and you exercise and you're not overweight and all the rest of it, you can absolutely achieve that. You can live a healthy life and be more ethical in the views of the vegans, and be a vegan. It is possible to be very, very, very healthy and be a vegan. Is it possible to optimize the performance of your body and be a vegan is a much more open-ended question. And there are some, there was a documentary that I can't remember the name of it's not James Woods, James something, did on Netflix. And I can't remember what it was. I think he was an MMA fighter or he was a strongman. Honestly, I can't remember, but he was vegan and his thing was like, can I not eat meat and still actually compete at this level? And the answer is yes. It's just a lot harder to do because if you eliminate meat, then you eliminate one of, as far as I'm aware, the best source of protein that exists. There is a reason why humans eat meat. And it's not because we've been tricked into eating meat by the government or whatever bullshit's flying around these days. So yeah, I think that if you eat meat and you are obese and you do not exercise, then it is not right for you to be making fun of vegans because there are going to be a whole bunch of vegans that are healthier than you. And in terms of the ethics, I think that the ethical argument for veganism is pretty sound. It's just that it doesn't appeal to me, would be the answer. Yeah. Because I'm not, put it this way, I'm not willing to make my life worse, and to, make my life more inconvenient and make my life worse in order to make absolutely no difference to how many animals are being eaten worldwide. It doesn't make a difference. Where the conversation becomes a little bit more interesting is when you start talking about artificial meat. So like a lab-grown steak that theoretically taste the same, because this then means that but my understanding is that this technology does exist and it can mimic cheap, I guess, for lack of a better word, shitty meat. So like a hamburger, you can have an artificially grown test tube hamburger that will taste indistinguishable, and nutritionally it would be exactly the same because it is literally grown meat. It's not something that is a meat substitute. It is meat. It's just that you didn't have to kill an animal to get it. So, I mean, if that technology gets to the point where you cannot tell the difference and nutritionally it's there, taste-wise it's there, and all the rest of it, then I think that there is no ethical argument at that point to the meat industry, to be honest. And I think that eventually that probably will happen. I just don't think it's happening anytime soon. Provided, this is with the caveat that you get the same nutritional content from the lab-grown stuff that you do, and that it tastes the same. Because if it tastes like plastic, no one's going to do it. If it tastes better, then everyone will do it. So, yeah. Okay. Right, next question. Volkus says, oh no, hold on, there's one more from El Kartoffelbrei. Have you ever watched Avatar The Last Airbender? I've answered that earlier. So Volkus says, which are your favorite underrated or underviewed movies? I've kind of answered this, so let's go for underviewed. I think Black Dynamite is hilarious, and I don't think enough people have seen it. I've started using some clips of it in my videos. Anytime you see a large black man with his shirt off holding a gun with an excellent mustache, that is a clip from Black Dynamite in my videos, and there are some fantastic scenes in that movie. It is so funny. Apart from that, favorite underrated or underviewed movies. Let's go with... I mean, it's going to have to be something... I mean, I guess A Fish Called Wanda we can probably include in there because it's a comedy from 1989 that a lot of people these days haven't heard of. But, yeah. Okay. Right, next question. Dirty Deeds for Free. Why do I get the feeling that this question is... I get the feeling that this question is going to be dodgy because I can already read it. Marry, fuck, kill. Me, your future wife and or husband, or the person that you hate the most in this world. Well, I'm already married to my wife. So... yeah, I guess that has to be the answer. Because I can't marry someone else, which means I have to marry my wife. The person I hate most in the world... I don't think I have a person that I hate most in the world. But the person that I hate most in the world is not you, which means that we're going to say, kill the person that I hate most in the world, and we're going to fuck you, and we're going to ask my wife for forgiveness. Right. I need some more whiskey after that fucking question. Okay, we'll do two more, and then we'll swap back to the live Q&A. So, Callisto says, pancakes or waffles? Probably waffles. The best waffles I've had were in New York. They were, but then I have had very good American pancakes. They're lovely. Something about Americans, they just, you do really good waffles and you do really good pancakes. But if I had to choose, it would be waffles. And when I went to New York last year, the breakfast that I had the first morning that I was there was a it was a double stacked waffle covered in syrup of some kind with 2 spicy chicken wings on top with a sprinkling of like peri peri and hot sauce and stuff. That was glorious. That was like a heart attack for breakfast, but it was pretty amazing. And I felt bloated as all hell the rest of the day, which wasn't great because I was walking. So yeah, we're gonna go with waffles. Okay, last one, and then we will swap back over. From the Socks says, how do you keep consuming stories? Is it a similar feeling, or can you switch off that part of your brain? I actually quite enjoy it. How about you? Well, okay, yeah, I need to read the beginning of his question. So, ever since I started writing, I can't help myself. Whenever I consume a story, I do it half-eyed with this quote-unquote technical view, and I tend to slowly pull the script apart to find the good, the bad, and the great. I keep asking myself how, why, and for what, or why was this climax deserved or undeserved? And his question was, how do you... yeah, I guess I'll tweak his question slightly. How do you approach films in that way and still enjoy them? I guess is what he's asking. So, what I guess would answer to that is, if something is really, really bad, you're going to notice that anyway, even if you're not really paying attention, provided that you're, if you have a quote-unquote critical eye and you're able to notice that kind of thing. And I honestly think that pretty much everyone, if you're paying attention, you should be able to notice that kind of thing. Pretty much everyone should be able to notice that Rebel Moon makes no sense. I don't think that's a high bar. Which means that you're not really activating that part of your brain to detect that it doesn't make sense. And I, therefore, wouldn't say that having that part of your brain active makes your enjoyment of Rebel Moon better or worse, because Rebel Moon is what it is. The question is, do you notice it or not? And again, basically everyone is going to notice that Rebel Moon is garbage. If we're talking about something good, I I mean, probably surprising no one, I probably am more critical than most people, but that doesn't mean that I can't enjoy a movie. Like, what I love, and again, I've mentioned it a bunch of times, RRR. When I first watched RRR, I wasn't thinking like, oh, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Should this character know? I was just along for the ride. And this happened recently when I watched another couple of movies by the same director, Bahubali Parts 1 and 2. Same thing. I was just fully absorbed by the story, and I was just enjoying the ride. And then afterwards, it's like, you know, every now and then there might be something that happens where it's like, ooh, I wonder if that lines up. But you're so invested in how good it actually is that you're not, you don't really have time to properly and completely critically analyze everything that you see as you're seeing it. Like there are some things that are obvious, and if someone catches a bullet and then in the next scene they don't catch a bullet, then that's like, well, that's an inconsistency. And unless there is a justification in the story as to why that didn't happen, such as, for example, like kryptonite, for example, then you're going to be like, well, hold on, that doesn't work. And then you might have to think about it and realize why that didn't work. But I mean, Arcane would be another example, is that Arcane is exceptionally good. And the more you think about it, the better it gets. So I honestly think that, to respond to the Sox's question, having this quote unquote technical view and pulling the script apart to find the good and the bad, I think that that has the potential to make good things better, or at the very least, it has the potential to increase your admiration and entertainment from things that are already good. But also it works the same way on the flip side. If you watch something, you're like, that was kind of that was kind of okay, like I need to think about that. Chances are, the more you think about it, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And I don't think that that's strictly a detriment because it works both ways. Okay, right. Next question. We'll do 2 more and then we'll flip back. So, the Healyverse says, I'm curious to know if any firmly established big pop culture films or shows that you don't think deserve the praise that they get, what would you pick as least deserving of acclaim, and what would be your primary critiques of it? So it's going to have to be something that I know reasonably well. The recent example would be Fallout, because but I don't know that very well, and I only watched 4 episodes. That was critically and commercially very successful. The number of people who are slamming it are relatively few in number, is my understanding at least. Which means that it is something of a quote-unquote hot take to say that Fallout is not a good TV show. I watched 4 episodes, and I do not think that Fallout is a good TV show. I'm trying to think if there is another example that I can think of where something was really, really, really well received, and I was just like, what? No? Because I don't want to put The Last of Us in there, because I do think The Last of Us is good, but I do definitely think that The Last of Us TV show was overrated. Because I think that there are definitely problems with it that maybe were not noticed or appreciated. Yeah, I'm not going to think about it too hard. I guess we're going to go with Fallout on that one. Okay, last one from the community post before we flip back. Golden Flower, are you ever going to read the Lord of the Rings books? Probably. As a result of doing, in particular, the Two Towers video, I did end up doing like a little bit of extra reading, like I guess external reading, and just to get my references right. Like it didn't affect my view of the scenes, and it didn't affect my view of the films as a whole, but there were there's probably more, but off the top of my head, there were 2 instances where I was like, okay, I would really like to know what the books have to say about this. One example was where those orcs that join the Uruk-hai are actually from in the books. Probably the most important example, I think, though, is how Gandalf's return is handled in the books. Because in the theatrical edition, it's very vague, and it's like, he's back now, so you can assume that there's a god or something. In the extended edition, they clarify it a bit, and in the books, it's honestly not much clearer. Because you can read into it if you know the setting and all the background material, and you can explain in a much more in-depth manner than the writers of The Lord of the Rings films would have possibly been able to do. But I think comparing the 3 versions of Gandalf's Return, I think makes the point that the point that I was making when I was talking about that scene is that this one additional line from Gandalf in the extended edition improves that scene, because it means that you are actually getting an answer rather than just having to speculate as to, I guess there is probably a god or something who sent him back. Whereas in the extended, he says, I am Saruman as he should have been, which is your explanation. And you can read quite a lot into that. Okay, so now we're flipping back to who was next. Shit, I didn't write down who was next. Rancid Jam, I answered his question. Timbo Slice, I answered. Justin Uliet Duberger, I have not answered your question, but it's D&D, so yes, I have. Yeah, I've already given a funny D&D story, which was the shovel hands hole. Those of you who did not hear it, you'll have to rewind, because yeah, there's quite a few shovel hand stories that I could tell. Okay, next question. The Beacon, are you going to do Rings of Power Season 2? Yes, I am. Schmatt, what would you add to The Lord of the Rings if you could go back in time and speak to Tolkien? I don't think I can answer that question. Because again, my knowledge of the books is minimal. It's incidental as a result of knowing the films well. I genuinely don't think I can answer that question, I'm afraid. Because anything that I would suggest would be as a potential improvement to the films, and those may well result from a deviation from the source material. So I don't think I can answer the question. Zach says, who is your favorite Lord of the Rings character and why is it Boromir? It's Boromir. I go into that in detail in the Fellowship of the Ring video. Apart from Boromir, I mean, Faramir's up there. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably Boromir and Faramir. Apart from that, I mean, Sam. Yeah, I've done this before. I've talked about my favorite characters. We can go down a rabbit hole. Anyway, Exotic Financial says, I just got here. How many shots have you taken already? So I'm not really drinking shots. I'm just kind of pouring it. I'm a bottle and a half deep on cider, not whiskey, before you think I'm some kind of insane person. I don't know. I've had a fair bit of Gentleman Jack. We're about a third of the bottle through. Let's have a shot, though, to celebrate. That looks like about a shot. Chin chin, gentlemen. Thank you for watching the 50k sub AMA. This is only going to happen once unless something goes catastrophically wrong with the channel and I somehow hit 50k a second time, but hopefully that doesn't happen. So yes, cheers. Ah, good shit. Right. Next drink, next question. Zach says, how drunk are you currently? Slightly more drunk than I was 10 seconds ago. Aussie says, any plans comparing New Shogun with 1980 Shogun? No, but I am very interested to watch 1980 Shogun at some point. Because the New Shogun is fantastic, and obviously haven't read the book, but I would be very interested to see what differences there are. And why on earth are they doing a season 2 of the New Shogun? I mean, I say that we know why they're doing it, but it's just so unnecessary. It makes me depressed. But then at the same time, if it's good, it doesn't really matter that it didn't need to exist, and it doesn't matter that they're making it up as they go along. If they extend the story and it's on par, I don't care that they're making it up as they go along. Because, yeah, for anyone who didn't know, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, Shogun, the season of Shogun that came out recently is a complete adaptation of the book. Season 2 of Shogun that has been announced is going to be completely original material. So, yeah. Friedrich Renga says, hey, Random, have you seen or heard from the Time Bandit series? Someone mentioned that earlier, but no, I haven't heard of it, I'm afraid. But I will, if I remember, I will bookmark it and check it out. Zach says, if you were given an opportunity to write the script for a movie or TV show adaptation of any IP of your choice, what would it be? I don't think I'd be any good at writing something. But if we assume that I am good at writing things, then what would it be? It would probably be, honestly, it'd probably be something Warhammer related, because I just really like the setting of Warhammer, and it's such a rich setting that you can if you choose the specificity of where you're going to tell your story carefully, you can pretty much tell any story that you want. So there is a huge amount of creative freedom there. And you can... That's what I'm worried about with the TV show if it ends up happening, is I hope that it's a relatively small story about some guardsmen on a world fighting a gene stealer cult or something. Not that it's, hello, I'm Horus, and this is my heresy. Like, if they immediately jump to that, it's going to be like you're blowing your load in the first 5 minutes. Okay, next question is from Pandora. Were you ever in a real fight? Sorry for asking, I really want to know. No, at least not that I can remember. No. Yeah, we're going to go with no. If the answer is yes, I don't remember it. Zodlander says, will you compare the Disney live-action versions to the animated originals at any time? That is an interesting idea. So, because I could theoretically do something very similar to what I've done with the Lord of the Rings theatrical versus extended. But obviously the structure would have to be a little bit different because they are adapting. It's basically what it would be is it would be two different adaptations of the same story. And like one example of a video that has already done that exceptionally well is YMS's Lion King video. To my knowledge, he has not released part 2 yet, I think. I think he released part 1 like a year and a bit ago. Honestly, I can't remember, but YMS's part 1 video of the Lion King is extremely good. And I mean, he covers things in that video that I wouldn't even think to cover. So yeah, but no, that's an interesting idea. And if Disney continue regurgitating old movies into new movies, which they will, because I believe Moana has been announced. I believe Lilo and Stitch has been announced. The Emperor's New Groove has not been announced, and honestly, I don't think it will be. But if it does, then day fucking 1, I am doing that, because, god damn it, if they try to do the Emperor's New Groove. Okay. Right. Next question. Oh, I've lost it. Hold on. For some reason with this Q&A window, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, or if I scroll down too much, it zaps me all the way to the bottom, which means I then lose my place. So, here we go. Simon Thoban says, what is your favorite Dream Theater song? Octavarium. Which is the one I have tattooed on my arm. That is my favorite song. It's a 24-minute prog metal epic. I love it. It's amazing. Yeah. Apart from that, The Dance of Eternity is obviously a classic. Nightmare to Remember, I really, really, really like. The Best of Times is amazing. Best guitar solo is either The Best of Times, possibly The Glass Prison, which I was trying to learn, but it's a bitch. I can only get it up to about 80% speed. And what is the other one? Under a Glass Moon, I already said. The Best of Times, the solo to that is incredible. Yeah, I could go on about Dream Theater for a very long time. So, yeah, let's not. Luke Bowl says, did you watch Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, and what did you think about it? No, I did not, because I just didn't really care to. When it comes out on streaming, I will. And to be honest, from what I have heard, it's good. But the fact that it did not do well at all in cinemas is... I mean, it's bad that that's the case, because the first one did extremely well. The problem is I don't know why this one came out 6-7 years too late. And I think it potentially was mismarketed, although I haven't seen the trailers, because again, I don't really watch trailers, so I can't say if that was the case. But from what I've heard, it was mismarketed. It came out way too late. Some of that may have been due to COVID. I honestly don't know. But yeah, I feel like it could have been successful, but it was released suboptimally, let's put it that way. Simone Salvatore says, can we hope to see an Alien 3 analysis in the theatrical versus extended? If I do that, it will be after Alien and Aliens, and if those videos do well, then absolutely. Because there is a... I've mentioned this before, it was on someone else's stream, but I can't remember what it was. It was... Chris Stuckman did a video comparing... It was him and one of his friends, I can't remember the guy's name. One of them thought that Alien 3 theatrical was better, and the other one thought that Alien 3 Director's Cut was better. And it was 45, 50-minute video, and I remember it being my favorite Chris Stuckman video. Because I thought it was very informative, and I think both sides argued their points relatively well. It has been a very long time since I've seen Alien 3 in either version, and yeah, I can't say which one I think is better off the top of my head, but I feel like Alien 3 would be just as interesting to do as Alien and Aliens. So if enough people watch Alien and Aliens, if and when I do them, then absolutely I will do Alien 3. That is probably where I would stop with the Alien series, though, because as far as I'm aware, there are no multiple versions for Resurrection, Prometheus, or Covenant. Okay, we'll do a couple more, and then we're going to finish up with the where are they? Community posts. There we go. So, Mr. Mostly Not Gay. The Kronk thing is what got me subscribed. Oh, what's the story behind using him as the vehicle? I have answered that at the beginning of the stream. Zach says, have you played Rogue Trader? A 40k CRPG is something I think you'd really enjoy. I haven't, partly because I don't have time at the moment. I would love to just spend 60 hours a week playing a Warhammer CRPG, but I don't have time right now. I might reward myself after doing Rings of Power, but yeah, I think I would like it, and I've heard that it's decent. Schmatt says, do you not agree the Merry Pippin River scene establishes Ents shepherding the horns, and it expands the mysticism surrounding Fangorn, water making, in brackets, water making the Ents grow stronger? Surely this elevates the scene up a tier. So my primary criticism of the Ent draft scene is that it is nearly 5 minutes long. I will just concede to you entirely that it expands upon the mysticism of Fangorn, and it shows us rather than telling us, because we are told in a different scene, but not shown, admittedly, that the Ents shepherd the horns and they, to some degree, control their actions. The problem is that you are dedicating 5 minutes of your film to that. And I totally understand that the purpose of the theatrical edition is to give people who already like it more. The purpose of the videos that I made, though, is to critique the differences, and I don't care that it's more, because if your criteria for what is the best version of The Lord of the Rings is the one that has the most, then the best version of The Lord of the Rings is going to be the longest one, which I don't think is the case. But, I mean, when I watch the extended version of The Two Towers, I don't skip that scene. I don't skip any scenes when I watch the extended Lord of the Rings. But, yeah, I don't entirely disagree with you, but I still think that because of how insanely long that scene is, it's the worst scene in the trilogy, and, well, it's the worst extended change to the trilogy, and for that reason it goes in the bottom tier. Okay, next question. T-Wizard, ever read any of the Narnia books? No, I'm afraid I don't read books. Oh, and for anyone joining, because it's been a while since I've said this, anyone who is asking questions, you need to stick them in the Q&A bit, which you should have a button for on the live chat, because if you stick them in the live chat, I will not see them. Usually I would, but I have so many questions to get through that I can't read 3 different question lists at once. Next question. Where does The Emperor's New Groove rank among the Disney films you've seen? I put it at the top, next to The Lion King. Friedrich Renga says, hi, Random. Did you see or hear... Oh, Time Bandits again. Not heard of it. Zach says, any plans to cover the Witcher TV show? No, but I'm very aware in the back of my mind that when I put a poll up after finishing Rings of Power, asking, what should I do next? What do you guys want to see? The winner was The Hobbit, which is why I did The Hobbit. Second place, by a small margin, was The Witcher. So I am very aware that there's a good percentage of you that would like to see me cover The Witcher. Whether I will do it, I don't know, because I feel like The Witcher at the moment is old news, and to be honest, I've only seen season 1, and I don't have strong feelings on season 1. So, I mean, to be honest, if season 4 comes out and it's unadulterated garbage, I'm not going to watch it until I've watched seasons 2 and 3, which means it is unlikely that I will cover The Witcher. But maybe. Pandora Darkwater says, which game have you the most hours in and how many? So on Steam, it is Civ 6 with, it's like 480 hours or something. World of Warcraft is probably the most across all characters. Alternatively, it's League of Legends. So yeah, WoW, we're getting to... I've been playing the game on and off for over a decade. We're probably at like 150 days or so. Which in hours, I don't know what that is. League is, I think, somewhere around 2,500 hours. But again, this is over the course of a decade. So yeah, League and WoW are by far the two most played games that I have. Okay, we'll do a couple more, and then we're going to jump back to the community post. So, Zach says, speaking of Metal Gear, are you going to play the DLCs? Yes, I just don't know when. Zod says, have you tried Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun? I found it really fun. So I did also find it fun. I played it for a couple of hours, and this is probably me just being shit, but I found it very hard. I retried the same arena, and like I've completed Doom. Not that like I think Doom is a hard game or anything. 2016 Doom I'm talking about. I don't think it's a particularly hard game, but like I'm able to play a shooter and not just fail completely. But I found Bolt Gun to be surprisingly challenging, and for whatever reason I didn't go back. But I mean, at some point I will go back to it. Okay. Jonathan Tully says, have you played Uncharted 4 and would you stream it? No, I haven't. Yes, I potentially would. Okay. Swapping back to the community post. So the next question is from Vitya, which I will get to after I've done some community post ones. So, JSK says, do you work out? And if so, what's your bench? God damn it. Why does everyone want to know what my numbers are? Okay, yeah, okay. So the answer is yes. What is my bench? So again, I mean, earlier this week when it was bench press day, what did I do? It was 70, I think it was 75 kilos, and I think I did 7 or 8 reps. I can't quite remember, which I think works out as a 1 rep max of 85 to 90 kilos, somewhere around that. But again, I have not ever actually got under the bench and done 90 kilos in one go. I've done less than that, but I do more reps. My goal with benching is to be able to bench my body weight, which is about 100, so I'm nearly there. Okay, next question is from Superfly. Is there anything coming out in the near future that you're actually excited to see and critique? So excited, probably not. Curious, yes. War of the Rohirrim and Lord of Ring Gollum. Not Lord of Ring Gollum, that's something else. The Lord of the Rings Gollum spin-off. I'm very curious to see what they do with that because there are so many directions that they could go. What I am excited to see is Arcane Season 2. I cannot wait for that to come out. And I am very much, I'm very much looking forward to watching it when it does come out. So, yeah. Right, next question, and then I need to go for another wee. Robert Thompson says, horror movies are so hard to get right. So many fall into the dump, tired and predictable slasher subgenre. But I really enjoy horror movies that get you thinking or that show and don't tell, heavy on the atmosphere. What are your thoughts on horror movies? Do you have any favorites and would you consider reviewing any of them? I think Smile was one of the better horror movies in recent memory. So Smile I didn't particularly like, but the recent horror, well, the thing is, if I say recent, we're talking the last 10 years. So The Descent is at this point nearly 20 years old, but The Descent is excellent. There's a French horror movie called Raw, which is fantastic. Apart from that, modern horror films, quote unquote modern, It Follows is good. Very good. Hereditary is very good. The Witch or the Vivitch is exceptional. The Menu, I don't think I'd call the Menu horror, but I think it definitely has horror elements. So we can drop that in there. And apart from that, I don't know why I didn't mention this before. Train to Busan is fantastic. Train to Busan is one of the best horror movies I've seen. Zach says Wish Upon. We're not going to include Wish Upon. I've only seen other people talking about Wish Upon. I've never actually seen it myself. Okay. We're going to get a couple more done, and then we need to go for a wee. So, Martin Senja says, would you ever do a review of The Walking Dead? Highly unlikely. I've seen season 1. I haven't seen seasons 2 through 17 or whatever they're on. Season 1 was fine. I just I didn't care enough to watch through the rest. Reese Baldwin says, will there be any more EFAPs with you in the future? Probably, if I am invited, but because I've been invited a few times where I haven't been able to make it, so yeah, we can hope. And if I'm invited and I can do it, then I absolutely will. Next question is, again, now we're getting to there's a handful here that I have answered before. What are your thoughts on House of the Dragon, says Go for Broke. So I still haven't seen House of the Dragon. I am absolutely planning on watching it soon, but at this rate, it's probably going to be after I finish with Rings of Power. But yes, it has been recommended to me multiple times, and I will be watching it. I just can't guarantee when. Right. I need to go and make some room in the old bladder, so I'll be back in, what is it, Gagglem, like 43 seconds? Truffle Pup, you got the stopwatch ready? Let's go, 3, 2, 1. Right, we're back. Okay, yeah, I just checked with wife, and she says her exam went pretty okay, well-ish, probably, hopefully. So, yeah, well done, wife. You did the old exam, and you're going to be like a law person, or however it works. I don't entirely know how it works. Yes, and as she says, he came to check on me, so I think it threw your timers off. 57, slow. That was a slow wee-wee. Okay. This, for anyone who is relatively new here, as in people who haven't been here since the first couple of streams I did a year and a half ago, timing me going for a wee-wee has just become a thing. Because for some reason, people just decided, like the first time I went for a piss during a stream, it was like, holy fuck, that was quick. And then it just became a thing of like, stop watching, you know, can you beat your record? So, yeah. Okay. Right. Next question. I can't remember which ones we were doing. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is, because we've been going 4.5 hours, we're definitely going to get through this tonight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish all of the community posts now, because we're nearly at the end, and then we are going to just get through all of the live chat Q&A ones now. So if you have any questions you want to drop, stick them in the live chat whenever you feel like, and I'm going to keep going until I have cleared them all. So, next question from the community post is, that I have not answered already, is Alex Bezbakov says, will you ever consider reviewing Japanese anime? There's a lot of good shows out there that do unique and interesting stuff with the advantages given through animation. My personal recommendation is Serial Experiments Lane. It is simply way ahead of its time with the points and thoughts about the internet brought up, considering the show was released in 1998. The honest answer is probably not, because I have not seen any anime, really. I've had a few recommended to me. I might watch some. Whether I'll watch the one that you recommended, I can't promise anything. Honestly, I don't know. But at some point, I will probably watch an anime, and I will probably tell you guys what I think of it. Okay. Next question. Free Dragon. Big fan. My question. Aren't you afraid of YouTube? You talk without censoring your words. How to answer that? So, the way that YouTube works, I mean, the simple answer is no, but then the caveat to that is, if it matters, then yes. So, The answer to that is that the way that YouTube works is when you upload a video, including like what I'm doing right now, because this isn't an upload, it's a live stream, YouTube is scanning every word that I say. If I were to suddenly start spouting off racial slurs or something, then YouTube would immediately detect that and the stream would immediately not be monetizable. I'm not monetizing the stream anyway, not that I'm going to spout off a bunch of racial slurs, but the point is that YouTube constantly scans everything that goes on YouTube. They have like, speech to text software that does all that for them. And it's reasonably accurate. So essentially what happens is if you upload a video that contains certain words, swear words, whatever, what have you, regardless of the context, it's important to remember, because I think that context is highly important. But obviously a bot that's scanning what words you say isn't going to know that. It's going to be like, well, you said the naughty word, so off you go. And if I were to think of the funniest joke that I have ever come up with that contained a word that YouTube is just like, nah, that's not allowed, then I would have to censor myself. Because otherwise the whole video and, well, I say hundreds, depending on the video, it's hundreds of hours of work, cannot be monetized, which means I've just blown the whole thing on one joke, which is not worth doing. At the same time, if we're talking about the kinds of language that I use in my videos, the reason why I use certain words is because usually for the purpose of blunt comedy. And YouTube could decide at any point that any word that is detected by their automated system is not advertiser friendly. They could decide that, the simplest example is that they could decide that any video that contains the word fuck at any point cannot be monetized. If they did that, a massive majority of YouTube content would stop being monetizable, but they could do that, absolutely. And if they did that, then YouTube would have to change, YouTubers would have to fundamentally change the way that they use the platform. YouTube will not do that because, obviously, but they could. They have the controls, we don't. So, no, I am not afraid of YouTube because I take YouTube as it currently is. And if I use any words that might be considered rude to someone, I'm doing it with the knowledge that the purpose behind it is to be funny, and with the knowledge that regardless of the purpose, it isn't going to negatively affect either the channel or the videos, would, I guess, be the answer. Okay, next question. Teddy Williams, can you do a Lord of the Rings breakdown like you did with The Hobbit? It's a big project, but it would be great. It would be a massive project, and I might do more Lord of the Rings content, but I probably won't do a full-on breakdown like I did with The Hobbit. Few questions here that I have already answered. Nathan Titus says, I'm late, but if you have a favorite RPG video game, what is it? And a little bit as to why. So recently, if we're talking strict RPG, then Baldur's Gate 3 is, I feel like, the obvious answer. Baldur's Gate 3 is a once-in-a-generation video game. It's better than basically everything else that comes out. Whether it is everyone's favorite game is a different question, but in terms of like what the game is, it's a masterpiece. It's up there. I think that the role-playing elements of that game are, from the games that I have played, they are pretty much unsurpassed. They only, because the problem is with a game like Baldur's Gate is it uses the D&D system. And when you, I am someone who is somewhat familiar with the D&D system because I play D&D. I'm not an expert in it by any means. I'm proficient enough in it to be able to play a very simple character in D&D. And I ran a one-shot that was very simple a while ago. But like, I'm not an expert in what all the abilities are and all the rest of it. If you go into Baldur's Gate 3 with experience with D&D, you're kind of setting yourself up to be disappointed. Because if you try and play Baldur's Gate 3 like D&D, you are going to be disappointed because you have an immense level of freedom, but it's still, binary isn't the right word, but you are still limited by whatever the developers thought of. You cannot walk into the Grove in Act 1 and decide, I don't know, that you want to grab Korga by the throat and drown her. Like, you can you know, you can attack her, obviously, but you can't do something that you might do in D&D in Baldur's Gate. And once you are familiar with the limitations of Baldur's Gate, it is easily the best RPG that I have played, in terms of its RPG-ness. Like, there are other games that I prefer, probably. I mean, without going too in-depth, I probably prefer Witcher 3, but the RPG components of Baldur's Gate are better than the RPG components of Witcher 3. Right. Next question. Osane Reese says, do you play Lord of the Rings Risk? No, I haven't played Risk, period, since I was much younger. Lord of the Rings Risk, I mean, I guess it probably is a thing. I probably knew that, but no, I have never played it. I might have to pick it up at some point. Okay. Wife, stop stealing all my questions. Yes, anyone who wants to ask my wife any questions, she's currently sitting in chat before she goes to bed after having finished her exam. But I will continue. Continue. Amber Lynn Ray Byrne says, oh, this is actually probably a question for wife. Found your channel randomly and enjoyed it ever since. You have a great sense of humor. Are you dyslexic by any chance? I like to think that all the smart, funny people are dyslexic, like me. So, I mean, my answer is maybe. I've not been tested. Wife, am I dyslexic? Please answer. You've known me for like, what, 16 years or whatever it is. Yeah, wife can probably answer. While she does, I'm going to have some more whiskey. Ooh, there we go. And anyone who is in chat who has questions that they want me to answer specifically, you need to stick them in the Q&A section, not in regular chat, because otherwise I will not see them. Oh, big stretch. There we go. Wife isn't answering. She's. I think her answer is probably that the answer is yes. She'll probably answer in a sec. Anyway, next question is, he is not dyslexic if that's what he just shouted. Okay, yeah, wife doesn't think I'm dyslexic. No, I guess I'm probably not. I don't know. Right. Next question is, all my hobbies are expensive. I love your username. And I think I'm going to need some help from chat to answer this. And wife, if you have an answer for this. Which franchise reboot would you most like to erase? So you can either answer this based on the quality of the resulting films, or you can answer this based on the impact that the reboot of these films had upon the state of cinema. I feel like the easy answer is Disney's acquisition of Star Wars and the subsequent trilogy and spin-off films that they made. That would be the answer. Apart from that, if we're talking reboot, because the thing is, you've got a bunch of things like the Pirates of the Caribbean and The Matrix, which had relatively recent entries, but they're not reboots. So I feel like if we're talking reboot, if we're including soft reboot, then that inherently includes Jurassic Park, which would also be up there, or Jurassic World, I should say, and it also includes Star Wars. I guess it probably includes Alien, because you can probably describe Prometheus as a soft reboot of Alien. No, actually, no, hold on. That wouldn't be fair, because, yeah, Prometheus is not a soft reboot of Alien, because I feel like a soft reboot has to be, it has to occur within the same chronology, which is the case, but it also has to be, on some level, a remake of the original property. And Prometheus is not a very similar film to Alien at all. So I don't think that counts. What are you guys saying? Star Wars or Legend of Korra? Legend of Korra I haven't seen, but I've heard that a bunch. Everyone's saying Star Wars. Reboots as in remakes. So a reboot would be something where you have ejected continuity and you have made something new within the same with the same IP, I should say. I'm trying to think of an example of something that is a reboot, but not a soft reboot. Because a soft reboot would be Jurassic World, or The Force Awakens is the best example of a soft reboot, where it is telling a very similar story. It's bringing the story of Star Wars to a new generation, but at the same time, it is also a continuation of that story. A reboot, strictly a reboot, would be something that does that, but is not a part of the same continuity. Truffle says New Jumanjis. I can't remember if they take place in the same continuity. If they don't, then that would be an example of just a straight up reboot. Ghostbusters, I honestly can't remember. Terminator Dark Fate, Eevee, that is a very good answer. Yep, because that's garbage. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. The thing is, Terminator Dark Fate and Ghostbusters 2016 are garbage. But I also feel like they haven't had a particular impact upon the state of film as a whole. I feel like they came out and people just were like, I'm going to not watch that and ignore that. And then they forgot about it. Jurassic World and Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, have been incredibly financially successful. Whether the later Star Wars films were as successful as they wanted them to be is irrelevant, because they have still been extremely successful. Those, I think, are the only two that you can really home in on and be like, well, if this is what film is now, then I'm done. Because other than that, you've got, I mean, Mission Impossible films are typically successful. Fast and Furious, same thing, but those aren't reboots or soft reboots. Eevee, that's a good point, actually. So the Disney remakes that they do, like Mulan that wife just mentioned, and The Lion King and Aladdin and all the rest of it, those are not soft reboots, though, like Star Wars and Jurassic World. Those are just straight up reboots. They're a totally separate retelling of the same story that doesn't even pretend to be the same thing, but later. It's literally the same story with the same characters done again. So yeah, those would be reboots. So if we're going to broadly allow everything that Disney has done in the last decade, then we're going to say everything that Disney has done in the last decade. Okay. Right, we have a few more community posts, and then we're going to get back to the Q&A from you guys in chat right now. I hope we are all still doing well. We have been going for a while. It's been a while since I've done a stream as long as this. Okay. Kronk related, already answered it. Dark Chica says, what are your go-to comfort fantasy or sci-fi movies? Well, I've talked a little bit about fantasy, so let's go sci-fi. Edge of Tomorrow, Ex Machina. Well, I realize we're talking about comfort movies here. Neither of those are particularly comforting, but I don't know. If they're really, really good, then I guess they can count as comfort movies. Pacific Rim, I guess, counts. What's another sci-fi movie? Upgrade. Upgrade I should probably have mentioned earlier, because Upgrade is massively underappreciated and underwatched, and I think Upgrade is fantastic. Right, let's keep going. What Thomas Ponzo says, what are all the Lord of the Rings video games you've played? I'm not going to remember them all. We got Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2, Lego Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Rings Return of the King game, which I think was just called The Return of the King. I think that's it. I have very, very, very briefly played Lord of the Rings Online, but we're talking like for 10 minutes, and I just stopped and was like, nah, I can't do this. I can't get into another one. Apart from that, I think that's all of them. Okay. Next question from Thomas Ponzo. What are your top 5 favorite movie franchises? So if we're talking about consistent quality, Lord of the Rings, obviously. Star Wars original trilogy, I feel like, deserves to be on that list, even though I'm not really a Star Wars fan. Let's go with okay, we're gonna put on that list Pirates of the Caribbean original 3 films, even though the third one is not great. The Matrix for exactly the same reason. And obviously neither of them are trilogies anymore. What would be another one that I can think of? Because the thing is, to get a trilogy, Well, so Thomas didn't specify trilogy, he said movie franchises. So the problem with that is that you have to include the bad Pirates films and the bad Matrix films, which means we only really have Lord of the Rings, and what else do we have that is solid all the way through? I mean, I guess no, I can't even include Mission Impossible because there's 2 of them that are not good. I don't know. I don't drop me some suggestions, because yeah, we've got the Lord of the Rings and we've got Star Wars original trilogy. That's kind of it. Zach says Terminator and Alien. The problem with that is that there's a whole bunch of bad ones. Back to the Future. Back to the Future I have a huge amount of respect for, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Back to the Future. And the reason is because all 3 are very good. I don't think any of them reach the level of something like The Lord of the Rings or Star Wars original trilogy. But I totally respect the fact that it's a consistent trilogy where there isn't, like, which one's the worst one? Like, I have to actually think about that. Which one's the best? It's the first one. But which one's the worst one is a difficult question. They're all very good. And that's not normal. And the reason why that's not normal is because Back to the Future, the Robert Zemeckis and I can't remember the name of the writer, but Robert Zemeckis and the writer said that, like, for as long as we're alive, there will not be a sequel, remake, reboot, soft reboot of Back to the Future, because we've done it. And you can't do it better. So, for that reason, there is no Pirates of the Caribbean 4 and 5. There is no Matrix 4. There is no Terminator 5, 6, and 7, and Alien, Prometheus, and all the rest of that bullshit. Back to the Future is just Back to the Future, and it's done, which is extremely rare. So, yeah, I feel like if we're going to go top 3, we've got to go Lord of the Rings, OT Star Wars, and Back to the Future, right? Unless, obviously, if with Star Wars we have to include the prequels and the sequels, but then if we're going to do that, then we have to include The Hobbit with the Lord of the Rings, which means that none of them are good. That means if we have to do that, then the best movie franchise is Back to the Future, because there were only 3 of them and they were all good. So, yeah. Right. Filling up the beverage quickly. Okay. Hyperion, or Hyperion, I guess that says. So, can you take the worst / your least favorite character from Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, and Rings of Power and talk about them for a bit? How do they compare? Which one is least bad and which one do you like the most? So, I'm not going to think about this too much. The worst character in Rings of Power, I think, is probably Elrond, because of the impact he has on the story. Because it's either Elrond or Isildur, or I can't remember who the other one that was that I put in breaks the show. Whoever it is probably not as important as Elrond or Isildur. So we're going to go with Elrond as the worst one in Rings of Power. The worst one in The Hobbit, we're going to go with, I mean, if it's not Greasebag, it's the Master, so let's just go with Greasebag. Skullkeeper says Sauron. Did I put Sauron in breaks the show? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I can't remember. Either way, I think that Elrond breaks the show more than Sauron does. And then the Lord of the Rings. Who is the worst character in the Lord of the Rings? It's going to have to be someone who doesn't have a huge impact on the plot, and someone that you can just be like, they're fine, forget about them. They're there for a bit sometimes. I don't know. Who do I... Treebeard is the only name that's coming to mind. No, Denethor. I love Denethor. I love Denethor. Actually, yeah, hold on. Wormtongue is a weaker character, I think, than Treebeard. Because Treebeard, like, Wormtongue is very one-dimensional, whereas Treebeard has a little bit more depth to him. The problem with... what's his name? Fucking Greasebag in The Hobbit is that Greasebag in The Hobbit is what happens when you take Wormtongue and you double his importance to the story. And then it becomes very, very... And obviously you exaggerate all of his characteristics and turn them up to 11. That is when a character like Wormtongue becomes obnoxious. So... But then I still think Wormtongue is a really good character. Who else? Who else? I don't think there's a bad character in The Lord of the Rings. So we're gonna go with Wormtongue. So Wormtongue is flat out better than Elrond in Rings of Power and Greasebag in The Hobbit. Greasebag in The Hobbit is bad for reasons that are not at all the same as Elrond in Rings of Power, because Elrond destroys every scene that he is in because of how he affects the cause and effect of those scenes. Together. Greasebag damages, not destroys, The Hobbit because every time he's on screen, you're just watching a clown goof around and he's evil, and that's it. He's a cartoon clown person. He does not suddenly become a good person and then become a bad person, and then the film treats him like a good person when he's actually a bad person. So Greasebag is head and shoulders above Elrond in Rings of Power. So, yeah. Right, super chat quickly from Joel Eager. Thank you, sir. Love the channel. Keep up the good work. I absolutely intend to. And thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you are enjoying the celebration as much as I am. Because, yeah, this is a lot of fun. I haven't done this in nearly a year. Because we hit 25K in, I think it was 10 months ago, or something like that. I remember it happened while I was on EFAP for the first time, I think, which I think was 10 months ago. Right. Next question from the community post. Skipping the ones that I have already answered. Gallagher Hoolbrook says, surely a man of great taste like yourself invests in Lego. What is your favorite set? Have you seen the new Rivendell and Eye of Sauron sets? So, yeah, I do have some Lego because I'm a fucking nerd. What I've got here, I have the Rivendell set right next to me. I also, because I'm a super nerd, I have the lighting kit, which took me hours to install. You run these little wires in the bricks, and there's instructions on how to do it, but it's still very, very fiddly. And you have to run these tiny, tiny little wires with little LEDs to go inside all the candles throughout the set and into the trees and in the little lights in the towers and all the rest of it. And it looks great. And they flicker and flash, and I have that on display. I've got skylines of New York and London. I've got the lunar lander. I've got the Saturn V rocket. I've got 3 of the original trilogy Star Wars helmets, Darth Vader, Stormtrooper, and Scout Trooper. And I've got the International Space Station. I think that's everything I've got Lego-wise of any particular note. But yeah, I have Lego. Yeah. He has Lego Rivendell. Yeah, I do. It's fucking awesome. There's pictures of it in the Discord, but I'll actually, fuck it, why not? I'll take a photo of it with the lights on and throw it in the Discord. Let's do it. I'll turn the lights off for your benefit. Honestly, the lights kind of make it. Right. There you go. Have a photo. Feast on that. Okay. Right. Next question. Oh, there was a follow-up question from Gallagher Hallbrook. So, do you write outside of making scripts for videos and analyses? Have you thought about writing your own screenplay or assisting in writing one? No and no. I think those are very different skill sets. I think if you were to just put a gun to my head and say, write a good story, I think I would struggle immensely, because I think that those are very different skill sets. Telescopic Fish says, what is a take which a majority of people do not agree with that you will die with? Again, I feel like I mentioned this earlier. Two Towers theatrical is slightly better. Sorry, don't hate me. Don't hate me because I'm right. No, I could be convinced the other way, but based on the criteria that I set out in the video, I think the only reasonable conclusion is that the theatrical edition is a slightly better movie. Okay. Next question. Sign Reed says, what is it you find most fun from all the different parts of making a video? So, I've mentioned it, but premiering the video is a huge amount of fun, but I don't really consider that part of making the video. That's the release. finding creative ways to put in visual gags in the video edits themselves. Because I was having a conversation a couple of days ago with some other YouTubers, and it was a great conversation. And it got me thinking about the idea of B-roll, because I don't think of B-roll as B-roll. B-roll is, for anyone who doesn't really know what I'm talking about, like if you're just kind of playing an image in the background while you talk about something else. It's like it's just there to be background noise while you talk about a thing. So like a podcast or a video version of a podcast might have B-roll that you're not really supposed to be watching. It's just kind of there in case you fancy it. I don't really think of it like that because obviously because of copyright issues, you don't really have a choice but to mix things up, which is why clips from Star Wars will appear in videos about The Lord of the Rings. So what I try to do is I have a library of films that I know extremely well, which are the ones that appear in my videos. And if I'm like, well, this person is talking about getting drunk, for example, like this character in this film is talking about getting drunk, I can use a clip from Black Dynamite in which a character gets drunk. So I can just grab that clip, use it, throw it in, and technically, yeah, I guess it's B-roll, but at the same time, it's relevant to what is being talked about. And if you are, I mean, if you're feeling particularly creative and if you are able to find a particularly relevant clip, then you can throw, comedic gags in the editing as well. So, I mean, one example, which is the joke isn't in particularly good taste, but I found it funny, so I did it. I mentioned in the Two Towers video that Sam considers the box of chicken seasoning to be special. And when I said that, I played a clip of Simple Jack from Tropic Thunder. Because it's funny. That's the gag. So you don't have to think about it too much, but again, I try not to approach that as B-roll. But yeah, sometimes you don't really have a choice. It honestly depends on what it is that you're talking about. Okay. We have very nearly, I think we've got about 6 questions left from the community post, and then it's all on you guys, and I have a whole bunch that I need to catch up on. So we're definitely going to be going for a little while. The next question is, Don Tree says, any thoughts on, oh no, I've already answered that one. That was about releasing my video series as one long video. I've already answered it. I don't think I can do it because of the length, but if people want me to, I might. Next question is, will you be covering season 2 of Rings of Power? Yes. Ash asked a question 11 hours ago saying, did the Two Towers Extended Edition get taken down? Yes, it did, but it is now back because I risked another copyright strike in order to get it back, because thank you, YouTube copyright system. So it should be live now, and as I mentioned, I said this at the beginning of the stream, just for anyone who wasn't there then. I wouldn't usually ask this, but if you want to do me a favor to get the video, the Two Towers video, back in YouTube's good graces and to not kill the growth of the video, open it up in another window, just mute the window and let it play, because that will count as watch time, which means that it will hopefully then get back to the state that it was in before YouTube took it down for 10 hours or whatever it is. Because before they did that, it was my best performing video that I've ever had. And I mean, I haven't checked yet, but I don't yet know how it's doing, how it has recovered. Okay. Another question relating to the Two Towers video getting taken down, and another question relating to the Two Towers video getting taken down. So I think that is every question. We've got through 218 comments. Okay, no, we got 4 more to do that have been posted while I've been streaming. So, Boardwalk says, do you believe in pineapple on pizza? No, pineapple on pizza is heresy. Ramert says, what are your thoughts on Christopher Nolan's approach to exposition-filled, convoluted storytelling, ham-fisted thematic through lines, and weak character work, especially in Interstellar, Inception, Tenet, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises? I slightly disagree. I think that the character work in Interstellar, sorry, not Interstellar. I mean, in Interstellar, the character work is mostly fine. But in Inception, I think that the character work is largely very, very good. Yes, it is heavily exposition-y, but to some degree that is a necessity given the script that he has written. The difference between Inception and something like Tenet is that I feel like honestly, I enjoyed Tenet. I'm not sure that I would call Tenet a good movie, but I enjoyed it. Truffle Pup, if I missed your comment, it's because it isn't showing up. So post it on the AMA. Oh, sorry, on the Q&A, and I'll answer it. The difference between something like Inception and Tenet is that Inception, to me, felt like a very well-constructed story about specific characters that happens to take place in an insane, or alongside some insane sci-fi bullshit that is required to tell the story. Tenet, to me, felt like an insane sci-fi storytelling bullshit sequence of events that has characters in it that only exist to allow the bullshit sci-fi to progress. Again, I didn't dislike Tenet. By the end of the film, I was definitely entertained. But yeah, I feel like the difference between between Inception and Tenet is huge. But The Dark Knight is largely good, I think, but it definitely has some problems. And The Dark Knight Rises, I think, is largely bad, but has some good elements to it. I wouldn't say that The Dark Knight, Interstellar, Inception, Tenet, and The Dark Knight Rises are all of the same quality. And I think I can, with some of those films, to some degree, agree on your statement. But Inception is one of my favorite films. But again, that obviously doesn't mean that it's perfect. Okay. Blitz Does Kits says, are you a furry? No. And then we've got another question about, is it okay to eat animals or something, which I think I've already answered. So that is it from the AMA, which means we've just got past midnight. We've been going for 5 hours and 11 minutes. And now I am entirely at the mercy of you guys who are in chat right now. So there are a whole bunch of comments or questions I need to get through. And if you want to post more, do it, because I'm awake until they stop coming. Although, if we get to the end and you're just asking random bullshit, then I might have to stop the stream. But yeah. So the next question was from Vitya. Where is Vitya's question? Vitya says, you said you have been to Poland. What cities? I have been to Poznan and I have been to Gdansk, all as a part of the same trip. Poznan was a stag do, and Gdansk was more of a sightseeing, beach exploration, chilled out. I mean, the whole thing contained a lot of alcohol, but yeah. And the personally, I study in Wrocław, if that's how you pronounce that. It's a great city to visit. I have never been there. Luna Starshine says, do you like anime? I have spoken about anime a few times. However, Luna Starshine is recommending one called Preroll. A bunch of people in the Discord have suggested Preroll to me. And I feel like if I was going to watch one right now, it would probably be that, just because a whole bunch of you have suggested it. Again, whether I will, I don't know. But yeah, I have heard that it is very good. Right, next question. Friedrich is asking again about Time Bandits. Again, I have answered that. Hitter VDW says, thoughts on Baldur's Gate 3? I've spoken about that a bunch. And the Forgotten Realms universe. I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. Pandora Darkwater says, do you have a favorite whiskey? So, favorite, probably not. I mean, honestly, favorite, it would probably be Gentleman Jack, which is what I'm drinking now. I kind of go in and out between the various varieties of Jack Daniels. Woodsman's Reserve. What's the other one? Monkey Shoulder is nice. Ooh, what is the other one called? There's another one that I literally have downstairs. I just can't remember what it's called. Southern Comfort is quite nice as well. And then there's a couple of others that I buy every now and then. But yeah, I like that kind of whiskey. Okay. Oh, am I sounding like I'm drunk? Well, I mean, I have been drinking for 5 hours answering a whole load of questions from you guys. Thank you for sticking around. This is quite a lot of fun. Right, next question. Sam Figueira says most shaggable advent. Hard mode, no vipers. Are you talking about XCOM? Hold on. I assume that he's talking about XCOM. Vipers are snakes. That doesn't count. None of the fucking advent forces in XCOM are shaggable. They're like aliens and robot suits and snakes and shit. God damn it. I mean, I said I would answer. I guess I have to answer. So the most humanoid of the advent is probably the sectoid, but the sectoid just looks like a bald guy with no clothes on. So I guess we're going with the sectoid. Okay. Next question. Vitya says, have you played Papers, Please? And if not, would you consider it? No, I have not. I have heard of it. Never played it. No idea if it's my kind of game, but I've heard that it's good. Whether it's my kind of game, I need to look into. Tommy Gunner says, if you haven't watched The Sopranos, why not? It's the funniest drama show I've ever seen, and the writing and acting is outstanding. I've watched it many times. I can't recommend it enough. I have seen season 1 over 10 years ago. I never watched any more. I probably should, because The Sopranos is one of those shows that is just everyone's like, this is amazing. But yeah, I just haven't. But I did thoroughly enjoy season 1. Sauron YouTube bot says, have you ever watched the 100 show? What's your opinion of it? I have never watched it. I've heard of it, but not seen it, I'm afraid. Anyone who is in chat who was not here earlier, if you are trying to ask me a question, you need to put it in the Q&A chat, not the regular YouTube chat. Otherwise, I will not be answering it. And that's just to make sure I don't forget questions or skip anything. Next question is... Vitya says, have you ever seen the animated movie Adventures of Tintin? It's the rare one that used motion capture to film it, and I think it's a rare example of actually being a good movie. No, I haven't. It's Spielberg, so could be great, could be crap. But I've heard that the Adventures of Tintin is decent, yes. Joey Abs, what do you think of the House of the Dragon Episode 8 leaks? I still have not seen House of the Dragon, I'm afraid, so I have not seen the leaks, and I will be actively avoiding them. I will be watching House of the Dragon at some point, though. Rob Sanderson, what's the worst film you've seen? Mine was a film called Money Shot, advertised as starring Jason Mewes from Jay and Silent Bob. He was in about 3 minutes of it. Okay. Worst film I've ever seen. I've mentioned a few. We've got things like Zoolander 2, The Hustle, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Those are the ones I've got to go back to. Jurassic World Dominion is up there, I guess, because I didn't finish it, so by default it kind of has to be up there. Yeah, all that kind of thing. Have you seen Avatar The Last Airbender, says Laurie Differs. No, I have not, I'm afraid. Zach says, have you seen the Gladiator 2 trailer? Any thoughts? I did watch the trailer. My thoughts are that whoever made that trailer should be fired, because if the movie is good, the trailer did not make it look good. And the job of a trailer is to make people want to watch it regardless of whether or not it's actually good. So whoever put that trailer together did not do that. I have no idea who that trailer was meant to appeal to. It does not give me any confidence that the film will actually be good, because like prior to the trailer, I was, like most people, I think, thinking, why on earth are you making a trailer making a sequel to Gladiator 2? After seeing the trailer, my thoughts are, well, you have no faith in your product, so you've made something that is going to cause outrage in order to spread the knowledge that there's a Gladiator 2 film coming out, which is not something you do if you have confidence in your product. So, yeah, my expectations for Gladiator 2 have gone down. But could be good. I don't know. You wouldn't know going by the trailer, I guess. Rogue Rider says, will you be hate watching the Rebel Moon director's cut? I will be love watching it tomorrow. I will be fully opening my legs and waiting for it to be good. I'm expecting to see some blood and tits, which, I mean, whether the film will be good, I mean, it won't. But yeah, I will very likely be making a video on them, but I'm going to watch them first. Matthew Taylor says, which movie this year were you most disappointed by? Which movies have I seen this year? I need to double check this quickly. Because disappointed means that I was expecting it to be good, obviously. 2024 movies. I have only seen 3. I have only seen 3 2024 movies, and those were Dune Part 2, Madam Web, and Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scargiver. I was not disappointed by any of them, because Dune Part 2 was fantastic, Madam Web I knew was going to be shit, and it was, and Rebel Moon, The Scargiver I knew was going to be shit, and it was. So I have not been disappointed yet in 2024. Voeris says, not sure if this has been asked before, but who is better, Rey, as in R-E-I, or Asuka? I don't know who either of those are, so I can't answer the question, I'm afraid. Dana Bryant says, I'm old enough to have seen all 3 Lord of the Rings premiere in theaters. So am I, my friend. Will anything ever stand up to them, and why not? I think it is unlikely, because what you're looking for to have the same kind of impact that the Lord of the Rings has had is, honestly, what you're looking for is for something like Dune. And I think that the Dune movies are very good, but I don't think they're as good as the Lord of the Rings. What you need to compete with the Lord of the Rings films when they came out in 2001 to 2003 is you need them to be based on something that has already had a massive cultural impact, such as Dune. Because even people who don't know the story of Dune will have sort of by proxy experienced the impact that it has had upon science fiction, in the same way that the Lord of the Rings books influenced fantasy storytelling in movies and video games and everything, even prior to the Lord of the Rings films. So what you need is a high profile, like when I say high, I mean the highest profile fantasy story or fictional story. And you need 3 back-to-back, year-on-year films to be released that are exceptionally high quality. I don't think that will ever happen again. Sorry to say, doom and gloom, I don't think that will ever happen again. The closest you're going to get to it is Dune, I think. Because the problem is that if we get films that come out in 5-10 years' time that are as good as Dune, or if you want to raise the bar higher and say that they're as good as the Lord of the Rings, they aren't going to be based on properties like, or books, massively influential books, like The Lord of the Rings and like Dune. Because there is a finite number of massively world-changing books like The Lord of the Rings and Dune. Once you run out, you obviously don't have any more, which means that it doesn't, if the film is that good, the fact that it wasn't based on something that already had that kind of cultural impact means that it is already at a disadvantage. So for that reason, I don't think that anything like that will happen again. Hopefully the 3rd Dune film that, as far as I'm aware, is happening, and as far as I'm aware, Denis Villeneuve is making it, hopefully that is as good as Dune Part 2. If it is, then you have your 2nd place behind The Lord of the Rings. Right. Swiggy swiggy. Okay. Next question. Where are we up to? Zodlander says, compare the CGI in the Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring to the D&D movie 2000. D&D movie from 2000 I haven't seen. The D&D movie that came out a couple of years ago I have seen, and I mean, I can't remember the CGI in it. Like, I remember it being fine. But the film I thought was decent enough. I would probably recommend it. D&D 2000 I haven't seen, though, so I can't compare it. Norton Cancellation says, how old are you? I am 32. Jeremy's Creamy Backend says, what are some movies or TV shows that are bad but have amazing music that makes them memorable? I can name countless examples. Here's a few for me. Avatar, Transformers, Aquaman, and The Fallout Show. Avatar, you're on point. I think the soundtrack for the Avatar movies is fantastic. I think that the soundtrack for the Star Wars prequels is fantastic. I think that the soundtrack for the Star Wars sequels is also good, but I don't think it's as good. Ty Cobb says Man of Steel. That's a good shout. Yeah, honestly, anything Hans Zimmer. So, I mean, you know, the Wonder Woman stuff, the get rid of the yodeling. And most of the Wonder Woman soundtrack is solid. What else is something? I'm trying to think of something that's really, really memorable, but it's from something that's really, really bad. Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think. I mean, I guess. Oh, actually, yeah, that would probably be worth mentioning. Game of Thrones, the bad season, the music from the what's it called? The Long Night sequence at the end of the Long Night sequence is incredibly good. And honestly, the way that sequence is edited together with the music is incredibly good. The problem is that it makes no fucking sense. And it's just we subverted. I bet you weren't expecting that to happen. Like, it's that old trope. Thank you, Ryan Johnson. But yeah, the music, honestly, Ramin Djawadi's music for Game of Thrones is exceptionally good. I love it. I think it's brilliant. The problem is that it's accompanying a terrible scene. So, right. Next question. Rebel Moon related. Norton says, when are you going to Florida? I think it's October. I can't remember exactly. I'll go when I'm told. But yeah, this I may as well say this now. So my intention is to finish my episodic videos on Rings of Power before I go to Florida in October. Final Autopsy obviously not going to be done then. But if I don't for some reason, then there is going to be at least a couple of weeks gap before I release a video because I'm away for a couple of weeks, which is why my intention is to finish all of the videos before I go away. Okay. Next question. Jake Goodeve says, how do you find your work-life balance has changed over time as you've gained more subscribers? So past about 10,000, it hasn't changed a huge amount because when it hit 10,000, it was like, okay, it's go time. We can actually do something with this. Prior to 10,000, it was, I mean, well, so to be honest, the number of subscribers on its own doesn't mean a huge amount. The thing that matters in terms of work-life balance is your income, to put it bluntly, which is based on watch time. So once I was actually making enough money from YouTube to be able to make more videos and, you know, dial down the other things that I was doing to earn a living, I would say that the way that it has affected my work-life balance is that it is better in some ways and worse in others, because in some instances, like I have done in the past and like I am fully expecting to happen when Rings of Power Season 2 comes out, is I will just be tunnel visioning that and I will not have a work-life balance. I will have a work balance, and then I will go to sleep, and then I will walk the dog, and I will work out, and I will eat, and then I will continue to work on Rings of Power. Whereas prior to when YouTube was actually earning me money, it was more a case of, well, I'll put some time into that if I want to, and I'll put some time into that if, you know, if I think I have something to say. Whereas now it's much more of a case of, I mean, it is still, do I have something to say? But it's much more a case of, could I be working on this and am I doing something else? Like, I could have spent this evening playing video games and painting Warhammer, but I needed to do the AMA because I wanted to do the AMA, but also because tomorrow, which is my usual day that I stream, is when the Rebel Moon director's cuts are released. So I had to reschedule all of this in, you know, to account for that. So yeah, it matters more when you have more subscribers, but I would say past a point, it doesn't really change a huge amount. Truffle Pup, see you later. Thank you for joining. But yeah, I'm going to continue with questions. Where were we at? Florida subscribers. Zach says, did you learn all of the non-audio things you do for videos, such as script writing, video editing, on your own? Yes. It's literally a case of it's kind of like saying, you know, you are what you eat. Like if you just eat donuts every day, you're going to turn into a donut. And if you just eat steak every day, you'll turn into a god person. But yeah, I spent a lot of time listening to other people talk about films and watching how other people put their videos together. And a lot of the skills that I have from working with and editing audio are directly transferable to the audio side of it. Sorry, to the video side of it. What is not directly transferable is the script writing and stuff, but I've always liked talking about films, which is why I haven't really found it difficult to do that for YouTube, I guess. I would I don't, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to like big myself up or anything here, but I think that the comparison between like my most recent video and the first Rings of Power video, I think the first Rings of Power video is definitely worse. Let's put it that way. So obviously you can get better at doing the thing that you do. But yeah, pretty much all of that was self-taught, which again, like I criticize YouTube for a lot of things, but the fact that YouTube exists fundamentally changes how people learn how to do things. Because if I don't know how to do something in Final Cut Pro, I can find the answer immediately. Or, you know, pretty much immediately, unless it's a really obscure question. Okay. Next question is... Isakao says, what are your thoughts on Kronk's New Groove? My honest thoughts on Kronk's New Groove. So Kronk's New Groove is a spin-off / straight-to-DVD sequel for the Emperor's New Groove, focusing on Kronk. And like many of the Disney straight-to-DVD or straight-to-video sequels, it's not really a film. It's a combination of 3 separate short stories that they have slammed together and called a film. From memory, I've only seen it once. From memory, one of them is quite good. 2 of them are forgettable and not good. That's what I think. I think that my opinion of Kronk's New Groove is elevated because I really like Kronk, and I really like the story of him trying to get a job so that he can buy a house and get a thumbs up from his dad. I just think that's really wholesome, and I really, really, really like it. The other 2 stories, it's like the kids go to summer camp and they fuck about for 20 minutes, and I just don't care. But yeah, the Kronk stuff I really like. Okay, I need to top up my whiskey. Give me 1 second. Okay, while I'm doing this, the next question is from Zodlander. What is your favorite D&D class? Mine is Artificer. So the Artificer I don't know a huge amount about. There's a character who was recently joined our D&D campaign who is an Artificer, but I haven't really, you know, worked out how Artificers work, and because Artificers don't exist in Baldur's Gate, I haven't been able to learn it from that. So the classes that I have enjoyed playing, or the classes that I have played in D&D are Rogue, which was a character called Nero who died because he got one shot by a succubus. He died with an erection, though. The other character was a paladin, which was a lot of fun, but the issue that I had with the paladin from playing him was that paladins have the potential to be very, very strong, having played a paladin in Baldur's Gate. Paladins in D&D, you have a lot of spells that you need to know, and to play them optimally, like you might in Baldur's Gate, you have to remember a lot of things. And when when we collectively are playing D&D, we're drinking, we're chatting, and it's very casual, it's very laid back. And there might be an extended combat sequence, but at the same time, it is all very relaxed and chill. And if a character dies, it's sad, but it's, you know, we don't take it overly seriously. It's all very chill, and the purpose of it is fun. So the character that I have had the most fun playing is absolutely Shovelhands, who is my barbarian, because the nature of the character means that I can roleplay a very simple person, which means that, I mean, the side effect of that is that I don't need to have a particularly comprehensive understanding of how D&D works. Because all I really need to do is I need to have a comprehensive understanding of who Shovelhands is and who Shovelhands thinks he is. Because, as I mentioned earlier, he has amnesia and he doesn't know exactly who he is. He knows, he has a rough idea, but, you know, and he slowly learns little bits of information, and I get to decide how that works. But in terms of, there's a demon in the next room, which we just saw by looking through the keyhole. What does Shovelhands do? The answer to that question is very, very easy, because I know Shovelhands very well. I know what he would do. And what he would do in that instance is probably open the door and have a look for himself, which is probably not the wisest move, but yeah. So Barbarian is the most fun, but that's largely, I think, because of the character that I'm playing. Right, next question is from Where were we? Where were we? Kronk's New Groove Artificer Luciano Castro Giovanni. I think I pronounced your name correctly. Favorite D20 system, whether Pathfinder 1 or 2, D&D 1 through 5. Favorite character you've played? Well, favorite character is Shovelhands, as I just said. D20 system, I don't have a comprehensive enough knowledge to be able to answer that question. The version of D&D that we play is 5th edition. I am vaguely aware of Pathfinder, but I don't know it well enough to compare the two. So my answer by default has to be D&D 5th. Okay, next question is... Friedrich Renger says, are you worried about Severance Season 2 because of the production problems? I have never seen Severance, so... I mean, I guess the answer is no. But, yeah, I mean, if Severance is meant to be good and there's production problems, then that sucks to hear. Spank Prime, I'm not jumping ahead in questions, but just to respond to this, so he says, wouldn't having a character who doesn't necessarily know who he is make it hard to decide what to do? So... what I mean is that Shovelhands has a past that the DM knows. I do not. I only know what he tells me. And if I want to go digging around and try and find out a little bit of Shovelhands' past, then I might do that. But what I mean is that Shovelhands has a more limited criteria of variables when assessing whatever the situation might be, which means that there's less to think about when deciding what do I do. So it's not, do I cast this turn, and then, oh, I'm running out of spell slots, and then I might do this next turn if you're on low health. It's, oh, there's an enemy. Let's slap him with my shovels. And if he slaps me harder than I slap him, I might run away. And if I'm bored, as in if Shovelhands is bored, I might start digging a hole. So it's very simple cause and effect for Shovelhands. He's very, very, very predictable, which is what makes playing him so much fun, because every now and then the guys that I'm playing with, which includes Wife, and I think she was in the session when this happened, they might forget how predictable Shovelhands is. So some of you guys, well, those of you who have played D&D will know what a Sending Stone is. So the way that a Sending Stone works is there are two of them, and it basically is kind of like a phone. So you have it in your pocket, and you can use the Sending Stone once a day to send a message of like 25 words or less to someone, and they will just hear it in their mind. There are other spells that work similarly, where like a Warlock can send a message to someone mentally. I can't remember the name of the spell, but that's basically how it works. So that happened when the party needed to sneak around a thing, and someone thought that it would be a good idea to psychically send a message to Shovelhands without explaining to him how that works, which means that Shovelhands heard a message in his head, and he recognized the voice, and he was like, wow, what the fuck? What? Like, what? Who's talking to my brain? Kind of thing. Which obviously I said because that's what would happen, and that then broke stealth, and we then initiated combat. But the reason that happened, and the reason why it was funny, is because the other characters hadn't accounted for how Shovelhands would react to someone speaking directly into his brain. Which, yeah, that was why that happened, and that was rather amusing. Super chat from Pax Techum. Thank you so much. Listened to all of your Rings of Power videos in the car. Only watched an hour of the show, but spent countless hours ripping it apart. Hearing it ripped apart. Bravo. Yeah, honestly, if I hadn't made the videos, then I would have been in a very similar situation to you. Because, well, yeah, saying that, I am in the same situation as you with The Acolyte, because I have not watched The Acolyte past episode 2. My only knowledge of it is from hearing other people talk about it. And, goddamn, am I glad that I didn't watch the rest of The Acolyte. But I am glad that I listened to these other people talk about it, because it has been very, very, very entertaining to hear. But yeah, there's quite a few people who apparently listen to my videos in the car, which and listen to them as a sleeping aid, which I do find amusing. But yeah, it's good that you guys find entertainment from what I do, and I appreciate it. And thank you, excuse me, and thank you again for the super chat. So next question, Zodlander, which streaming service can you recommend? I cancelled my Amazon sub after Rings of Power. Disney Plus is a no-no after Loki and Mando. No more, please. So I have Well, in combination with wife, I have Netflix, Prime, Disney, and Paramount Plus. I don't pay for all of them. Some of them we get on like promotional deals, and some of them are shared with other people, but those are the ones I have access to. By far, the one that I have spent the most time watching recently is Disney Plus, because outside of the Disney content, Disney Plus has the most content that I watch. In particular, they have a reasonable selection of films. There's obviously a lot of bullshit. They have The Bear, which I've been watching recently, which is fantastic. And then they have other things that you can just kind of put on and be like, it's on now, like it's on the TV, like The Simpsons. Some of The Simpsons is obviously very good, but a lot of it's not, and you can just kind of have it on in the background. Netflix, I mean, if I had to put them in order of which one I would be the most likely to pay for, it would probably be Disney Plus, Netflix, then Prime, then Paramount Plus. Yeah, like Paramount Plus is useful if you want to watch South Park. Apart from that, it's not useful in the slightest, which is why I don't pay for it. Question from Rob Sanderson. Which B-Sup were you on, please? I'd like to find it. It was the one shortly after I got accused of being a woke bro. I can't tell you which number it was off the top of my head, but I mean, you should be able to find it. I don't think they've done like that many podcasts, but yeah, you should be able to see it. It's the woke bro one. It will say that it's the woke bro response on it. Zach says, have you seen the D&D movies, both the Jeremy Irons and the Chris Pine ones? I mentioned this earlier. I haven't seen the 2001. I've seen the recent one. Luciano Castrogiovanni says, have you played any of the Dark Souls games? What is your favorite? If so, why? I have only really played Dark Souls 3. That is the only Souls game that I have played. I liked it, but I don't really think it's my kind of game. I didn't complete it. I played it for maybe 30 hours or so, and I found it very challenging, but I did enjoy playing it. I was playing it with a friend, like at the same time as a friend, and every now and then we would kind of jump into each other's worlds. And there are things that I don't like about it, but I mean, it's very, very good at what it does. At some point, I may stream Elden Ring, but because for some reason, a lot of people want me to stream it. I don't know if that would make for a good stream, but I might do it at some point. Laurie Differs says, have you seen any Studio Ghibli films? Yeah, I've seen the first bunch. I've seen probably like the first 8 of them because I decided to just watch them in chronological order, and then I stopped because most of them were bad. Fuck it. Let's open up a list and then I can actually tell you. Studio Ghibli films. Okay, so we've got Castle in the Sky, which I thought was excellent, from 1986. My Neighbor Totoro, I thought was shit. I thought that a large part of the entertainment value of My Neighbor Totoro was, oh, look, it's the cute, fat little thingy that's cute and shit. And it just did absolutely nothing for me. That's not to say that it's a bad film. It just, from my perspective, what I'm looking for in a film, it was shit. Grave of the Fireflies, I think, is fantastic. It's definitely difficult to watch. It's by far the most quote-unquote mature of the Studio Ghibli films that I've seen. And I think it's really, really, really good. I've seen it a couple of times. Very good. Kiki's Delivery Service was okay. It's kind of a coming-of-age film about a girl who gets told that she's a witch, and so she starts delivering shit on her broom. And it's fine, I guess. It's all right. Only Yesterday, I thought was garbage. Porco Rosso was funny, because it's a man who's like a pig man, and he flies around in a plane. And that's all I remember of it. And it was kind of funny sometimes, but yeah, that's it. Apart from that, I have not seen the rest. So this is the thing, is I stopped watching them because there was only really 2 that I liked, and they were the first 2. And the other Studio Ghibli films that are like held in really, really high regard are Princess Mononoke, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, Tale of Princess Kaguya, I think I've heard good things about. And anyway, point is, there's a bunch of them that are held up as like some of the best movies that I have that have ever been released. But I just never got around to watching them because I decided let's go chronologically, and I just completely lost interest. So at some point, I may well watch Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle in particular, but I'm expecting to be disappointed because I just did not particularly enjoy the ones that I watched. Anyway, next question. Where were we? Alcalas Pingu says, which is the better character, Denethor or Theoden?
It's all coming together.
Oh, I hate you. Don't make me choose. The one I find more interesting is Denethor, but that is entirely dependent upon the extended edition. If we're going theatrical, it's Theoden, because Denethor is a very, very, very simple character if you go theatrical. So that's my answer. Super chat from Miroslav Latinovic says, Sleep Aid gang member here. You got a soothing voice and it's like listening to a storyteller. Just keep the volume level for us sleepyheads. Well, I'm glad that you find my voice to be a soothing sleeping aid. I never even considered that would be something that people use my videos for. But I have had, honestly, not an insignificant number of comments on my videos saying this, your voice helps me sleep. And it's kind of weird, but at the same time, it's very wholesome because I do like hearing that I am genuinely improving people's lives. It's really weird to hear, but yeah, if I am able to do that even inadvertently, then well, you're welcome and thank you for telling me. Right. Next question. Oh, and thank you for the super chat again. Next question is Zach says, do you think Amazon will opt into the stupid sexy Shelob meme in future Rings of Power content? No. Also, do you think it might get cancelled early? Also no. So, sexy Shelob is the antithesis of everything that they have done in season 1 so far regarding the whole strong female character archetype bullshittery. I don't think that they would be willing to be like, let's have a sexy version of anything in season 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that they will do that. And I also think that even if they were considering doing that, they will see how that went down for Shadow of War, I think it is, when that appears. Because they are pretending to be somewhat respectful of the Lord of the Rings. And sexy Shelob is just, well, I don't know. I mean, gamers like sexy, so let's just, Shelob's now sexy. Like, it's that deep. So, yeah, I mean, if they did that, I would be very, very surprised. And do you think it will get cancelled early? So, will it be cancelled early? I mean, honestly, I don't know. Will it be cancelled after season 2? I would be surprised, because I feel like it is a sunk cost fallacy at this point. They have invested an obscene amount of money into making Rings of Power. And, well, I mean, the fact is, if they were to cancel Rings of Power after season 2, which is the earliest that they could cancel it, because obviously season 2 is coming out, then that would be them admitting defeat. It would be them admitting that the show not necessarily was shit, but that the show underperformed and that it was a miscalculation and all the rest of it. And if you, I mean, on the one hand, I don't think that they will ever do that. But on the other hand, I think that there are absolutely tax incentives to them making Rings of Power. I think that if you look at season 1 specifically, there is absolutely no fucking way that that cost them $500 million or anything close. So, I mean, call it tinfoil hat worthy, but if you hire the cast and you pay them for a year or 2 years, but you only use them for a month to make the show, but you have them on the payroll the entire time, that is all a tax expense for Amazon, which means that you can theoretically actually save money by doing that. I think that the reason why Rings of Power is spending, or why Amazon is spending an obscene amount of money on Rings of Power, I mean, it has to be for tax reasons. And whether my view on that will change in season 2, I don't know, because the thing is, there are some things in season 1 and going from the trailer of season 2 that, I mean, they look good. Numenor looks pretty good. The Balrog looks pretty good. That shit costs money. the troll, or, any of the CG creatures cost money, cost a lot of money. Does it cost $500 million? No, nowhere close. Costumes, that costs a lot of money, but at the same time, even if you account for inflation, the Peter Jackson trilogy was made for, what, 300 million? Which is less than season 1 of Rings of Power on its own. And the difference is just insane. So, yeah, I mean, you can say the same thing for things like The Acolyte. It's like so self-evidently bad and low production quality that they did not spend $180 million on The Acolyte. They may have spent it on things related to The Acolyte, but that doesn't mean that you're seeing $180 million on screen. Okay. Now we're gonna everyone can now remove their tinfoil hat. I need to drink some whiskey. Jerome, you're quite right. He gets drunk and takes us down conspiracy rabbit holes. The thing is, I mean, yeah, it's a conspiracy by definition because obviously I can't prove it, but that's not how money works. You don't spend $500 million to $1 billion on a TV show and then release something like Rings of Power. That's not how that works. $1 billion, that gets you Infinity War and Endgame. And obviously those films have problems, but I can absolutely believe that those films cost $1 billion to make. Or, obviously once you include advertising and all the rest of it. That once you're comparing that to season 1 of Rings of Power, it's a fucking joke. Like it's ridiculous. Okay, next question. Where were we? Zach says, who was your favorite Game of Thrones character during its peak? Mine is Jaime. So if we're disregarding when they ruined things, I mean, Tyrion is the easy example. Jaime is a fantastic character as well. Arya, I really liked Arya before the whole Faceless Men, I think they were called, in Bravos. That arc was shit, but prior to that, she was good. Tywin is good. Tywin Lannister, Charles Dance. He doesn't ever really get ruined, but yeah, I'd say he's absolutely up there. Obviously Ned Stark. There's a whole bunch, honestly. Honestly, it's harder to say which characters are shit during its peak. So, yeah. Next question. Toxiball, will Arcane Part 3 come out in November? I cannot guarantee that. I would say it is unlikely. I am going to be very likely in November working on the final autopsy for Rings of Power Season 2. And if I keep saying if, I will do Part 3 of Arcane. I just can't guarantee when. It will happen when I'm able to do it. Just skipping quickly, Patch says, hey bro, congrats on the 50K. Patrick is my brother, for anyone who didn't know. Say hi to my bro. Love you, bro. I think he's in Australia at the moment, so it's like stupid o'clock where he is. But yeah, thank you for the congrats, and yeah, I hope you are doing okay. I hope you're able to sell your car before you have to come back. I hope that's not too much hassle. Okay, next question. Where are we at? Guru Gaming says, what did you think of the Fallout series? I've already answered that. Friedrich says, did you see Severance Season 1? I did not. I've answered that. Guru Gaming says, what do you think of the review industry at the moment? It seems there are loads of vibes, not objective reviews. I'm pretty sure I already answered that, and I think it was from you, so I won't repeat myself. Armistad says, congrats on 50K, well deserved. You were definitely my second favorite channel. Sort of, you have any... the comment ends, but yeah. Either way, thank you. Luke says, will you be collaborating with other YouTubers like Drinker or Mauler? No plans to. I mean, maybe at some point. Honestly, who knows? I've spoken to Mauler a bunch of times. Drinker I've never actually spoken to, but yeah, who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Next question is... where's it gone? Where is it gone? Treeman says, do you have a regimen to keep your voice from failing during a live stream? Well, you guys can tell me if my voice is failing during a live stream, because usually I wouldn't speak for this long, and we've been going for nearly 6 hours. So when I am recording, obviously it doesn't matter a huge amount when I'm doing a live stream, because a live stream is, just a live stream. But when I'm actually recording videos, it is genuinely important to not fuck your voice, because if you go for too long, then your voice is going to be done for at least a couple of days. And you know, there are things that you can do. There are, I mean, drinking is one of them, but also, you know, clearing your throat properly before you speak and not, you know, pushing your voice too hard for too long are things that you can, this is all the same kind of shit that like singers will use when they're recording vocals for an album. If you go for too long, you blow your voice, you have to wait for 2 weeks, and guess what? You got to pay for that studio time, which means that you're just wasting money by trying too hard, basically. So you have to know your limits, and I mean, in music, it's even more important than with just recording a voiceover. Because, you know, if I blow my voice, I've got to wait a few days, and so what? If you do that when you're recording an album, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Right. As for whether or not I actually do anything to try and maintain my voice, no, because when I'm streaming, to be perfectly honest, I don't give a shit. So I just drink alcohol, which is probably the worst thing you can drink to try and maintain your voice. But when you're actually recording properly, yeah, you need to be drinking things that are not alcohol in order to keep your voice. Okay. Next question. Where are we? Luke says, have you seen From? A good horror from the producers of Lost. I have not seen From, and I only saw the first season of Lost. I lost interest, I guess you could say. So no, I've not heard of it, I'm afraid. SMD says, have you seen Parasite the Maxim? It's an anime. And do you like anime? No, I do not, and no, I have not seen Parasite. I've seen Parasite, the, I think, Korean film, live action, which probably has nothing to do with the anime. Parasite is very good. Parasite the anime, never seen it. Sorry. Princess Fiona says, what can the fans do to make Amazon stop this disgrace? Ooh, do we have a conflict of interest here? Because I want them to keep making Rings of Power. But at the same time, honestly, what would be best for me is if they kept making Rings of Power but somehow made it good. And I cannot think of a way that they could do that. But if we're talking purely from a, like, how do we stop Amazon from just taking a dump on Tolkien? What you can do is not watch Rings of Power. Because Amazon, I know that they don't publicize this in any conveniently legible way. They know how many people watched how much of Rings of Power. Whether they release that to the public, different question. But if the only people watching Rings of Power are the people who actually liked Season 1, and people like me who are reviewing things, that's a pretty small number of people. And they're going to know what that number actually is. So, I mean, if the number falls below X, then theoretically, yeah, there's not going to be a Season 3. It's just that again, sunk cost fallacy, I don't think they're actually going to cancel the show. It would have to do catastrophically for it to get cancelled. Also, I just saw Patch says, give me a plug on the car sale. So, I mean, I'll do that. I highly doubt that anything will come of this. My brother is trying to sell a car in Perth in Australia. And he's not having much luck. So, I mean, I don't know if anyone in here who just so happens to live in Perth and just so happens to be looking to buy a car, tell me. It's probably best that you at me in Discord so that I don't lose the comment. But, yeah, if you are genuinely looking to buy a car and you live in Perth, tell me, and I will put you in contact with my brother. But yes, Patch says he was joking. Well, I know. Well, you may have been joking, but at the same time, you got 96 people watching right now, and I'd feel bad if I didn't help you try and sell your car. Although, based on time zones, my guess is that there are very few people in Perth currently watching. Anyway, next comment. RS says, rank all Rob Schneider movies 1 through 10. I don't think I've ever seen a Rob Schneider movie. Have I seen a Rob Schneider movie? Rob Schneider, IMDb. I've seen him in... nothing. No, I've seen him in Don't Mess with the Zohan. And Around the World in 80 Days. And Judge Dredd, apparently. And Home Alone 2. Yeah, none of those are particularly good films. I like Don't Mess with the Zohan, but they're not. None of those are Rob Schneider movies. Okay, next question. Light Guru says, have you ever seen Leaving Las Vegas? No, I haven't, but I've been meaning to for quite a while because I like Nicolas Cage. And yeah, I've heard that it's quite good. SMD says, what's your favorite anime? I don't watch anime, sorry. Zach says, speaking of various woods, have you ever seen... Hold on. Have you ever seen Who Killed Captain Alex? Fantastic time. I've never even heard of that, but yeah, if it's good, I might look it up. Raven TM says, what inspired the Kronk Yzma icon? I have already answered that. And do you have professional background in narrative criticism or writing? No, I do not. Yeah, I mean, this has already been answered. So thank you for the question, but yeah, I have already answered this. Earthgui says, random, I'm curious. What do you plan on doing should you hit 100K? And hopefully you will. Congrats on the 50K. I have no idea. I am not thinking that far ahead. I like the idea of doing an AMA because it means that I can just chat with you guys, which I like doing. But I mean, for 100, I feel like 100 needs to be something special because 100, apart from 1 million, like 100 has probably got to be the most special breakpoint that you can hit, right? I would say. So it would have to be something special. Honestly, if I ever get close to that, I will take suggestions. Wife says, no question, I just finished my exam. So I'm guessing that was at least a couple of hours ago, but well done, wife, for finishing your exam. Okay, Truffle Pup says, do you do much gardening or outdoor activities? Because even if you do just a chapter or two at a time, listen to The Lord of the Rings. There's an awesome fan-made live-action audiobook out there, not the Audible version. No, I don't do any gardening. The garden is my wife's domain. Outdoor activities, again, not really. Like, so the times when I'm listening to things just passively on my like AirPods is if I'm exercising or if I'm walking the dog, or you know, if I'm cleaning the kitchen or whatever it might be. And usually when I do that, I'm listening to YouTube videos because I have quite a big backlog of things that I want to listen to. Because given that I actually make YouTube videos now, it means I have slightly less time to listen to the videos that I used to listen to. So yeah. But yeah, at some point I will very likely listen to or read the entirety of The Lord of the Rings. I will get round to it at some point. Next question, Shane Martin. Are you into historical war movies and would you consider making videos of them? War movies in general, it's weird because war movies I feel like have a relatively high floor for quality. It's rare that you get a war movie that is just complete garbage. Pearl Harbor. Wife's asleep. She won't come in and slap me. So, yeah, it's rare that you'll get one that's complete garbage. Usually they will at the very least be okay. And I don't know if that's as a result of them already having the story written or if it's, you know, complete fiction. Like Saving Private Ryan is complete fiction, but obviously D-Day happened and those events largely happened. It's a fictionalized retelling of real events. And obviously Steven Spielberg, so he knows how to make something like that. So I don't know if the historical basis is the reason why war movies are typically not as bad as some other movies, but yeah, I don't know. Whether I'm into them, it entirely depends on the film. Whether I would make videos of them, probably not, unless I am directly comparing two versions of a film. One that has been suggested and was already on my radar is the theatrical versus director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven. So I have only ever seen the theatrical cut of Kingdom of Heaven, probably 10 years ago. And I thought it was very mid. I have never seen the extended. So, but from what I have heard, the extended is like exceptionally good, especially compared with the theatrical. So yeah, I will very likely check that out. And I may well do a video on it. Okay, next question. Sparks says don't. Why should I not? I'll answer the next question and then I'll look at chat. Tiny Lego Fiend says, will you release the song remixes you used in your Two Towers video? I checked and only found the elevator music for Concerning Hobbits and Misty Mountains. Yes, I will. I just haven't got around to it yet. I've only just uploaded the the first one that you just described. The sort of more electronic sounding stuff that I did for like the Isengard Mordor theme and the Rohan theme, I have not yet released, but yes, I will. Next question is Joseph W. says, where would you draw the line between derivative and inspired by in stories? I feel like I might need help from you guys to distinguish that, because the way that I would view a story is that I don't care if it's derivative or inspired by. I try as best I can to, just take into account what it actually is. So like The Force Awakens, for example, I feel like is probably the easiest example to go to. The Force Awakens is good in some ways and bad in others, but it is very obviously highly derivative and inspired by, we can call it whatever we like, of A New Hope. The plot beats are virtually identical. And so we can say that if A New Hope never existed, does that mean that The Force Awakens would be better because The Force Awakens came up with all that shit on its own? The view that I have would be no. Because the fact that I've seen this before is an entirely subjective reading of a film. And that doesn't mean that it's worthless, because, I don't know, if Alien Romulus comes out, and it's just the same shit we've seen 7 times before, then my perspective of the film is going to be, come on, why didn't you do something new? You had an opportunity to do something new here. But at the same time, if we're being entirely objective, which, as I said earlier, I don't think is completely possible, but if we're trying to be entirely objective, you've got to judge it on what it is. And this is slightly different. So in the case of Alien and Star Wars, those are movies that take place in continuity with the existing films, which means that you have to acknowledge that those films exist and that the events of those films happened when you watch The Force Awakens and Alien Romulus when it comes out. That is different to saying, well, Alien Romulus could have tried something new narratively. It could have given me something like Aliens, for example, that makes sense in continuity, but is totally different to what the first Alien film was. That, I think, would be the difference.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, the difference, what are you guys saying for... Yeah, it's a hard question. Yeah, the difference between derivative and inspired by, I feel like they mean the same thing, but when you say that something is derivative, you're using it as an insult. Whereas if you say something is inspired by, you're saying it in a more neutral way. Anyway, super chat from Amber. Just wanted to leave some support, but I'll ask a question too. Sorry if it was already asked. Do you have any guilty pleasure shows or movies that are bad or poor quality, but you absolutely love? Well, thank you so much for the super chat. Excuse me. I have answered that, but I will try and think of a new one for you. Something that I enjoy that is not particularly good. I mean, I used to, at the very least, enjoy American Dad. The first handful of seasons, I think it's definitely better than Family Guy has become. If we're talking films, what is... Thor the Dark World. I'm not going to call Thor the Dark World a guilty pleasure, because I do not think that Thor the Dark World is good. But I think that Thor the Dark World was the worst of the MCU when it was in an era where the MCU was, broadly speaking, pretty okay. If a Thor the Dark World came out now, I think that it would be much better received than it was at the time when it came out. Because the main criticism that I think people have of Thor the Dark World is it's fucking boring and I can't remember what happened in it. And my perspective of Thor the Dark World is that it's fucking boring and I can't remember what happened in it. But that is a massive step up from Black Widow and The Eternals and Thor Love and Thunder, which are actively bad movies. So yeah, I think there's a difference there. So we will drop that in. I don't think that's a particularly hot take, but maybe it is. Anyway, next question. From where do we got? Matt's Sunday. Have you recently read the Lord of the Rings books? I noticed a lot more reference to them in your recent video. So, you mentioned this earlier. No, I have not. Still, I've never read the Lord of the Rings books. However, there were a handful of moments, specifically in the Two Towers video, where I felt like, to better make the point that I wanted to make, I felt like I wanted to confirm what actually happened in the book, to compare the book, the theatrical, and the extended. Like, again, as I said, it doesn't affect my view of either version of the film, but I thought it was an interesting point of comparison to clarify what the writers were maybe trying to do, or if they had deliberately deviated from the source. Right. Swiggy, it's time again. Okay, next question. Lucas Reed says, thoughts about covering older films like Seven Samurai? Seven Samurai would be a good one to cover. And if I am able to, then it is one that I think I would like to cover. But again, as I have mentioned, I think I would need to find the right way to do it. Because Seven Samurai came out in an era when, 1956, I think it is, when the idea of a director's cut and a Zack Snyder's super bumper R-rated special edition was completely unheard of. That didn't happen. I don't know what the first director's cut was, but it definitely wasn't 1959, unless someone can correct me. Sorry, 1956, unless someone can correct me. Which means that covering a really, really good old film like Seven Samurai in the format that I've done The Lord of the Rings in obviously wouldn't work. So I would need to find a way to do it, maybe by focusing on like one particular character and just following the story of that character. So yes, if I can find a way to do it, and if I'm able to do it in future, that is something I would like to do. Next question from Hi. Checking back in after work. If you could have dinner with 3 people, alive or dead, who would you pick? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, well, I'm saying, I guess Jesus Christ would probably be one of them, right? He'd have to be. I need suggestions. We've got Jesus as one of them. Who else? Who else are we having dinner with so that we can chat with them and just find out stuff? Someone that I find really, really interesting. I guess, yeah, this is excluding fictional characters, though. That's the point. Probably Tolkien. I feel like I would have to drop Tolkien in there because I think that would be fascinating. Especially if it's the same dinner. We've got fucking Jesus sat next to Tolkien. Einstein, Alexander the Great, George Washington. Yeah, Tolkien. Yeah, George Washington I know nothing about. Einstein and Alexander the Great I know very limited amount of information about. Julius Caesar, Gandhi. Gandhi might be a good one. Yeah, I don't know. The third one is a toss-up, but let's go with Tolkien and Jesus. Apart from that, I don't know. It would be a toss-up. Christopher Lee. Oh, God damn it. That might actually be it. Yeah, Christopher Lee with Tolkien and Jesus. That would be a night to remember. Okay. Next question is from Toxiball. I've already answered that question about Arcane. Wyland says, Wheelie Boy versus Greasebag McMonobrow. No holds barred cage match. Winner in what round? So Wheelie Boy, is he allowed to use his little wheelie contraption thing? Because if he's allowed to like set up the ring where he's fighting, then he has an unfair advantage. If he's not, and it's just Wheelie Boy, because I don't even know if Wheelie Boy can walk, given his stature. Which means that he's just a little potato person sat there, and Greasebag walks up and just like kicks him. I feel like Wheelie Boy is losing that in every possible version of this scenario that we concoct. Unless you give Wheelie Boy a weapon, but even then, Wheelie Boy is all spindly and Greasebag could just take the weapon from him. So, yeah, I think Greasebag wins that, I'm afraid. Okay, next question. Matthew Taylor, what was the biggest disappointment for you this year? I've already answered that. I've only seen 3 films from this year. None of them were disappointing. 2 of them were bad, but none of them were disappointing. Matt Sunday says, have you played the Yakuza games? The series based on the games is coming on October 28th. I did not know they were making a series. I have played one of the Yakuza games, Yakuza Kiwami, if that's how it's pronounced. I played it for 25 minutes and turned it off. Not my cup of tea. Arisie says, have you seen Pacific Rim? Yes, I've talked about it a bunch of times. I really like that movie. Obviously has problems, but it's what I guess I would call a guilty pleasure. Saying that, I'm not sure I would call it a guilty pleasure, because guilty pleasure to me implies that I enjoy it in spite of the fact that I know that it's bad. Whereas I don't think that Pacific Rim is bad. I think there's plenty in Pacific Rim to genuinely like and to genuinely appreciate as being really, really good. Okay, super chat from Wyland. I warned you, I am not good at AMA style questions. Well, thank you for the super chat, and if you have any more to drop in, then do drop them in. And because I'm seeing a couple pop up, anyone who is asking questions in the live chat, I will not be answering them. You need to put them in the Q&A chat. So press the Q&A button and drop the question in there, and I will answer it. Okay, next question. Where are we at? Seven Samurai, having dinner, Arcane, Greasebag, Cage Match, Disappointment, Yakuza, Pacific Rim. Would you cover the Halo series, or can't you stomach it? This is from Coke Yoin. No, I'm not covering the Halo series because I'm not particularly invested in Halo. I saw all of season 1. I just watched it. And yeah, it got very bad. Like the opening, I was like, yeah, this isn't very good, but I don't really see why people hate it. And by the end, I was like, wow, I get why people hate it, I think. Especially after I replayed Reach and Combat Evolved. Anyway, next question is Collide Mode. Are you going to be taking notes like you did with Rings of Power? They were hilarious. So something that I think I have decided to do, because the whole note-taking gag was useful for me from a practical perspective, because it meant that I had those notes for doing the final autopsy. In hindsight, I think I am going to tweak how I implement that, if I implement it at all. And I'm going to, rather than take breaks every chapter to make my notes, as I did in the previous videos, I think I'm going to try and incorporate it in a more dynamic way during the content of the video. Because I think that, like with some exceptions, I feel like it does slow the videos down. And it also, interrupts the pacing of how things are, how me explaining what happens is actually progressed, which obviously includes the criticisms. So yeah, I think that in particular with the Hobbit videos, I feel like in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have done that. You guys obviously are welcome to disagree, because I feel like there were a lot of instances where I was repeating myself, and I don't like repeating myself. Anyway, next question. Evie says, didn't you mention liking Talk to Me as well when you watched that? I'm guessing you're referring to when I was talking about horror films. So yeah, Talk to Me is a very good horror film that came out a couple of years ago. It was made, directed, and I think written by the Raka Raka guys, if any of you watched them on YouTube. Not really what I was expecting from the Raka Raka guys, because they're very exaggerated and in-your-face, comical, blood and guts, exaggerated bullshit, which is very entertaining to watch, but it's not at all what Talk to Me was. Talk to Me was a very, very solid horror movie. And it had some comical moments, but it was not, blood and guts flying all over the screen in a very comical manner. It was a really, really solid horror movie that I would recommend. Okay, next question is Kokyoin asking about Halo. I've already answered that. Andy Macht, do you have any connections to Germany? I've already answered that. No, that makes that sound worse than it is. Do you have any connections to Germany or German culture, or did you learn in school about the National Socialist time? So, no, I don't have any connections to Germany. But yeah, my knowledge of Germany comes entirely from what I learned in school, and what I have, I guess, learned from existing as someone in 2024. And obviously watching various films and documentaries about what happened during the war, if that is what you're referring to. Germany right now, I have never actually been to Germany apart from traveling through it. So yeah, I can't say I'm particularly familiar with German culture outside of the wars and watching films. Super chat from Larry. Thank you, sir. Made you look $50 for 50K. Well, thank you, sir. I very much appreciate it. And Larry, I don't know if you can remind me, what was the first of my streams that you popped up in? Because it may have been the Frostpunk streams that were the first ones I did. I honestly can't remember. I may have named a little Frostpunk citizen after you. That is quite possible. But either way, I very much appreciate the super chats. Next question is from Joseph. Does reviewing at length and under a lens poorly executed stories frustrate you? Even if they tend to do better financially, the reviews praising stories done well. Love from Canada. Excuse me. Frustrate? No. The most frustrating part of what I do is dealing with the YouTube copyright system. And whether or not something is positive or negative, there is a whole bunch that you can draw out of it. I have not yet seen a film where I think I would have nothing to say about it. But I obviously try and focus on the things where I think I have a lot to say about it. Like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I could talk about that for probably 5 minutes. I'm not going to make a video on it for 5 minutes because it's, after 5 minutes, it's like worthless. So, yeah, but no, whether it is good or bad, I don't find it frustrating. I find it more interesting than frustrating. Anyway, super chat quickly before I continue from Sparks. If you had a time machine, okay. If I've drunk too much alcohol for time machine questions. If you had a time machine, what would be a chaotic evil thing you would go back and do? Mine would be kicking Genghis Khan in the potatoes repeatedly at the age of 13 just to see what would happen. Jesus Christ, what do I do? What do I do? Something historical with massive implications, and this is assuming that I get out okay. So I don't die in the process of pulling whatever kind of time travel bullshit that I end up pulling. I mean, killing Hitler, I feel like is an obvious one, which would obviously have ramifications now. Preventing Jesus's crucifixion, I feel like would be an interesting one because it would fundamentally change the nature of the Christian faith, and it would, I think, also change the nature of Islam and Judaism. Because if it were possible for me to prevent Jesus from being crucified, then that would mean that, like, I have interfered in God's plan, right? So yeah, this is getting way too complex for me to. Is that chaotic evil? That's a good point, actually. Yeah, if it's got to be chaotic evil, so that means I'm not trying to save the world. I don't have the imagination for this at this point on a Thursday night at 1 a.m. Jerome says sabotaging Thomas Edison so that Tesla prevailed instead. That would be funny. I feel like, yeah, if we're sabotaging someone, then that counts as chaotic evil, but making Tesla prevail instead feels like it's less chaotic and more good. So, yeah, I don't know. Oh, God, what are we going for? Schmatz says, save the other two author friends of Tolkien in World War I. Imagine all the literature we'd get. Again, I feel like that's a good answer, but it's not chaotic evil. I don't feel like I have a good answer to that. Also, Collide Mode says it's Friday now, so yeah, we can celebrate. It's Friday. I don't have to feel bad for getting drunk on a weekday because it's Friday, don't you know? Later today. Ooh, actually, that's a good point. Is what time does Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon release? Rebel Moon director's cut release time on the morning of Friday, 12 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, Pacific time to GMT. Pacific to GMT. Sorry, guys, I just need to work out what time I need to wake up tomorrow. So, I say tomorrow, today. 12 a.m. Pacific time. So 12 a.m. is 8 a.m. for me, which means I probably want to be getting up at about 8 a.m. Okay. 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 Well, we're nearly at the end. We're nearly at the end of all of the questions you guys have been asking me. We've only got about 30 more. Right. Next question is, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Scrolling up. Oh god, there's more than I thought there was. Pacific Rim, Halo, Rings of Power, Talk to Me, Halo, Germany, Arcane, 100k special idea from Jerome. Read the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy to chat. I can't do that for copyright reasons, and also because it will take like a day, if not more. And I'll lose my voice. I don't think I can do that. But I like the creativity, but I don't think I can do that. Earth Grease says, speaking of Lego, what are your thoughts on the Lego movie? I think the first one is very, very, very good. Way better than it had any right to be. When it's like, oh, there's going to be a Lego movie about, and there's the Lego and the toys and shit. They did not have to go as hard as they did, and the Lego movie is really, really good. Lego Movie 2, I remember enjoying when I watched it, but it's nowhere near as good as the first one. Lego Batman movie, again, entertaining, but and I would definitely still say good, but nowhere near as good as the Lego movie. Son of the Man says, what's more likely, you reviewing the animated Middle-earth movies or the Lord of the Rings trilogy after you're done with Season 2 of Rings of Power? More likely, probably the animated Middle-earth movies, because if I'm doing the theatrical versus extended, the odds of me just straight up going into the Lord of the Rings are unlikely. Liam Bobrick, Pineapple on Pizza, no. Alokas Pingu, which of the Lord of the Rings movies has the best soundtrack? That is difficult. Probably The Two Towers. Because I think The Two Towers contains most of the themes. Like, which themes appear... Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, which of the themes only appear in one of the others? The answer is all of the Moria stuff, and the Moria stuff is some of my favorite parts of the soundtrack. So... yeah, we've got, I mean, Return of the King because Ride of the Rohirrim, yes, but that is still a variation of a theme that appeared in The Two Towers. I don't know. I think I would probably have to say Fellowship, even though it means that we're missing all... Nah, God, I can't do that because then we're missing all of the Rohan and Gondor stuff. Because the Rohan and Ride of the Rohirrim... Sorry, the Ride of the Rohirrim and the Gondor stuff and the Hobbit themes, even though like we don't necessarily see all of that in The Two Towers, all of it appears to some degree in The Two Towers, which I think means we have to say that The Two Towers is the best, has the best soundtrack that I... If I could only listen to one of them, it would probably be that one. Right, Super Chat. Hold on, let me just make sure I haven't lost my place. It was Truffle Pup's question on gardening, which I have answered. Sopranos, we've answered. Schmat is where we're up to. Okay, Super Chat from Douglas Lamar. Thank you so much for the Super Chat. I'm just going to pay my way to the front of the line. Well, that's a strategy that has absolutely worked. I think you've proven that you can easily spend more time praising good media than you can tearing apart the bad ones. Any plans to dissect the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy? Currently, my intention is to cover what I want to say about the Lord of the Rings trilogy with the video series that I'm doing now. I will probably end up coming back to the Lord of the Rings trilogy for specific reasons. Whether I will end up doing the Lord of the Rings is very good, I don't know. Never say never. Currently, that is not my intention. Okay. Thank you again, Douglas, for the super chat. Next question is from... There's a few repeats in here that I have already answered. Schmat says, have you ever watched Come and See, ranked number 2 film on Letterboxd and IMO best war movie ever made? Would love to hear your thoughts on it sometime. Come and See is I think it's a Russian movie that has been on my list for a very long time. And I never got round to watching it. Because a while ago, I put together, we're talking 4 or 5 years ago, I put together a list of maybe 40 World War II movies. Some of, like a good chunk of them I had never seen. And some of them I had never even heard of, because I decided to go through chronologically and arrange what are supposedly the best World War II movies that exist, regardless of popularity, and arrange them in chronological order so that way you can kind of watch them all and get a sense for what was actually going on in World War II in various countries. Because something that you don't see a huge amount is all the shit that was going on in China and Japan in like 1937, 38, 39, before the stuff that was going on in Europe. And yeah, I guess the short answer is that Come and See was on that list. I just never got, at some point I stopped watching that list, and I need to finish it at some point. Maybe I'll post the list at some point. Larry, to answer the question, I'm talking about by historical date of when the events actually took place. And we included Band of Brothers in this, and which I thought was a pretty cool way to do it. It's just that obviously it's long. You're talking like 40 to 45 movies plus a TV series. It's long. So you're not watching that quickly. Anyway, super chat from Adam Forsberg. Thank you so much. After ripping apart the Rebel Moon movies, will you see the director's cut releasing tomorrow? I will. So I just checked. I don't know if it was just before you jumped in the stream. They release at 8 a.m. UK time, which is in just under 7 hours from now. I am going to be awake at 8, maybe 9 a.m. watching those. And I'm going to start working on those. Because I'm busy at the weekend. So I'm gonna watch them, and assuming that I have things to say about them, I am going to put videos together covering the director's cuts of Rebel Moon. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it because I want to see what Zack Snyder has actually changed. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Next question is, Felix Stores says, have you played Return of the King on PS2? And if yes, did you enjoy the Southern Gate level as much as most people? The Southern Gate level, so if I played it, it was on PC. And yes, I did play it, but it was on PC. The Southern Gate level is the one where you're just fighting through a horde of people at a gate before the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. And it was just a button mash. It was absolutely glorious button mash. Yes, that was one of the best levels that I remember, but I don't want to look it up because I don't want to remind myself of what the levels were in case I'm able to get the game working. Because if I can, I'll stream it. And if I can't stream it because of copyright, I will play it and use the footage for the Return of the King video. Next question is, Skullkeeper, have you ever had a food that you thought you would hate but ended up liking? I mean, the answer is probably, but honestly not really, because at this point, I know what I like and I don't eat what I don't like. So, you know, if it's a soup of things that I don't like, I'm not going to eat it. It's not going to be a case of, oh, try this. You might like it, because it's going to be, well, no. So, no, off the top of my head, no. Raven TM says, best or worst story involving alcohol? I mean, this isn't, I guess, the best or the worst. Oh, give me a sec. I need to think, because this predates uni. And the thing is, if we're including uni, then there's going to be a bunch of stories. The question is, do I want to tell them? Let's go with one that predates uni. It's brief. Yeah, everyone drinking at a friend's house. The friend had a swimming pool in his garden, and the swimming pool had a water slide. And I, at the time, happened to, my part-time job was as a lifeguard. And let's just say that I decided to drink a lot of alcohol, climb the water slide while wearing a traffic cone on my head, and then jump headfirst down the water slide, and I ended up cutting my chin on the bottom of the pool. Which was, I guess you could say, ironic, given that I was the only qualified lifeguard there at the time. But yeah, it was fun. I can't say I regret it. That's all I've got for now. So, okay. Hoticus Sorcius says, what do you think about the Land Before Time franchise? They made quite a few of them with various quality. I have not heard that name in a long time. So, as a male child, I loved The Land Before Time because I grew up in the 90s. And I mean, they all kind of blend together. I don't know which is which. I don't know which ones are good and bad. I used to watch it and I used to like it. But I haven't thought about The Land Before Time for 20 years, if not more. Anyway, next question. Skullkeeper, what is something that you watched or played as a child that traumatized you or scared you so bad that you remember it as an adult? Playing things, it won't be playing anything because I won't have played a horror game when I was that young. Watching things, I mean, Alien is pretty fucking scary. Apart from that, I mean, the thing is, traumatized. Okay, so there is one that I can mention, which isn't really a horror film. There was a 60s adaptation of The Lost World, a straight-to-TV adaptation that involved, like, monkeys, and they, like, killed people by squashing their heads with rocks. And you don't see that, but it's very, very heavily implied what happens. They, like, you know, the monkeys grab the people and they hold them down, and then one of them picks up a rock and smashes it down. And like I distinctly remember watching that and being like, oh, okay, so this is having an effect on my brain right now. Yeah, that's again, it's not particularly explicit. You don't actually see anything happen, but when you're watching that as a child, it's like, yeah, you're not going to forget that. There's going to be a bunch of other things that should have traumatized me, but I didn't watch them until I was much older. So, like, The Exorcist would be one of them. Next question is, Moin, moin, moin. What is your secret for getting such an outstanding chin? My secret is to use an image of Kronk, who has an outstanding chin. Next question, Ty Cobb. No, hold on. Numdam, have you watched Longlegs or the trailer? What are your thoughts? No, I've heard of it. I've heard, I guess, interesting things about it, and I'll probably watch it. So, yeah, I haven't watched the trailer. I will probably watch it, though. Ty Cobb says, have you seen any Mike Flanagan? The Haunting of Hill House, Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, Fall of House Usher. So, Hill House I thought was fantastic. I thought the last episode was weak, but I didn't think it was weak enough to ruin the series. I think that the filmmaking that you see on display is fantastic, and I think that it has some of the best acting, period, but specifically from the children, that you will ever see. Bly Manor, I did not find as enjoyable as Hill House, or as entertaining, or gripping, I guess. But by the end, I thought it was as good. It's just, I personally didn't find it to be as entertaining as Hill House. Given that Bly Manor didn't really have a weak episode, whereas Hill House did, I would probably say that Bly Manor is better. It's just not as entertaining, I don't think. The Midnight Mass I have never seen. Fall of House Usher, I only watched the first couple of episodes, never watched any more. Couldn't tell you why, I just didn't feel compelled to watch the rest. Maybe I will. Next question, Ty Cobb. No, that was Ty Cobb. Justin Brush, hope I'm not prying too much. Are you and Mrs. Random planning on having any little randos at some point? Yes. As for when, I mean, we'll wait and see, I guess. But yeah, at some point, we would like to have children. Andy Mack says, do you know Despot of Antrim? And if yes, what do you think of his content? Yes, I do. I've spoken to him a few times. I've been on well, I mean, I first spoke to him on Echo Chamberlain's podcast. And yeah, so I first heard of him thanks to Hello Future Me, because Hello Future Me, I guess, insulted both of us in the same breath. So I was like, who's this guy? He sounds cool. He got insulted just like me. So yeah, I had a look at Despot's channel, and I've seen a couple of his videos. I'm trying to remember which ones they were. The one that I definitely remember and that I would definitely recommend is his video on June Part 2. Because what I really appreciated about his June Part 2 video is that he did not particularly like June Part 1, which I thought was interesting, but he really liked Part 2. And it was very interesting listening to him explain why, and listening to him directly compare what they did in June Part 2 with how it plays out in the book, because he's read the book, I haven't. And as good as June Part 2 is, there are very clear narrative beats. Like, in particular, there are a couple of very, very powerful emotional beats that he laid out that happen in the book that could not happen in the film because of the decisions that they had made in adapting the film. In particular, their decision to do a time crunch, because June Part 1 and Parts 2, Those take place within a period of 8 months or thereabouts, because Jessica, Rebecca Ferguson's character, is pregnant at the start of part 1, and she hasn't given birth by the end of part 2, which means it can't be more than 8 to 9 months. So the whole story takes place within that period of time. In the books, that's not the case. Years pass. And as a result of those years passing, there are certain emotional beats that hit harder in the book, from what Despot was explaining, which is better than what they ended up doing in the film. So I totally get why they made the decisions that they made in the film, but it meant that they had to sacrifice certain emotional beats that took place in the film. But yes, overall, from what I have seen of Despot's content, I mean, I've chatted to him multiple times, and he's great to talk to, and I do like his content, so I would recommend if you like my content. Next comment is Schmat. Are you aware Avatar The Last Bender is not anime? I think I did know that. It's American animation, saying that you don't like anime, yet lots of people have requested Avatar. So I think I did know that. We've discussed it on stream before. I just forget, honestly, because I don't know a huge amount about it. Nidaros, do you have any guilty pleasure shows? Yes, I have already talked about them, though, I think. JTV66, what prevents you from getting mental injuries when you're ripping into painfully bad scripts? Taking breaks and knowing that I am explaining, because the thing is, if you watch something that is like incomprehensibly dumb, it can be like, I feel stupid ever having watched this. But if you are explaining why it doesn't work, then it means that you have a very clear perspective while you are actually dissecting why it doesn't work, I guess, which makes it a little bit easier to get your head round the stupid. Rebel Moon Part 2 being the pinnacle of that for me, I guess. Next question is Ed P says, have you considered doing a B and A on the HP movies? I assume that you mean breakdown and analysis on the Harry Potter movies. No, although the idea of a podcast discussion on it has entered my mind. And that is something I may look into in future. And it is something that I will probably look at doing, if not before, when the HBO series comes out. Because then we have a direct point of comparison between the films and the TV show readaptations. Miroslav Latinovich says, which movie is Pretty Pathetic half from? It is from The Emperor's New Groove. Schmat says, ever watched Doctor Who? I watched the, what's his name, Christopher Eccleston season in like 2005 or whenever it is that came out. And I think I watched the first Matt Smith season. After that, I just totally lost interest. Doctor Who's not my jam. Oliver Barnes says, do you play Warhammer? And if so, what game system and what faction? Yes, I do. I play Warhammer 40k. I play competitive games, not like in tournaments, but, you know, competitive games with friends. I also play Crusade games with friends. The armies that I have are Tyranids, Tau, Salamanders, so Space Marines, Imperial Knights, and Grey Knights, although some of those I have played a lot more than others. Tau and Tyranids are the ones I've played the most. Yeah, I really like Warhammer, and playing it is a lot of fun, as is painting and modeling it. Anyway, next question. Zach says, have you thought about making Greasebag in D&D? No, I have not considered that, if Shovel Hands ever dies. A character that I have considered playing in D&D, which I think would be fucking hilarious, is, oh, damn it, what's his name? I need to remember his name. Juan Sanchez Villalobos Ramirez from Highlander, Sean Connery's character. Because he is hilarious in Highlander, and I just think incorporating that into a D&D setting would be fantastic. Just this extravagant, like, Zorro-type character who can't die. Yeah, brilliant. I think that would be hilarious. Next question is Boba Fett's Rocket says, have you seen the documentary The Sweatbox about the making of The Emperor's New Groove? Yes, I have, and it's very interesting. I think it's available on YouTube. If anyone's curious, look up The Sweatbox Emperor's New Groove. It's been a very long time since I've seen it, though, so I can't comment on it, I'm afraid. JSK says, do you work out and watch your bench? I already answered that, I think, from you, probably. The answers are yes, and somewhere in the region of 85 to 90 kilos, I think, is my max. Joe Eager says, are there any vampire TV shows or films you like? 30 Days of Night is fine. That's kind of it. I mean, Blade, but like Blade 1, I don't think holds up very well. Blade 2 is a lot of fun. So, yeah, let's go with those, just off the top of my head. Next question is Shane Martin. I have been watching The Bear. Great show, in my opinion. Would you possibly do a video on it in the future? I have found The Bear. I'm about a third of the way through season 3, and I think The Bear is fantastic. I think that the attention to detail with the characters that it depicts, the acting, the writing, and how the show is presented. Like, I know that this is kind of like an easy pick to be like, oh, this is really impressive. There is a 25-minute episode that is just one take, like one shot on the camera, but it never feels like a gimmick. It's just, it completely immerses you into the insanely stressful environment that the characters are in, and it's just fucking brilliant. The Bear. There's a couple of storytelling decisions that they made in season 2 in particular that I was like, I don't really like that. But broadly speaking, I think that The Bear is fantastic. Whether I will do a video on it, probably not, but I don't know. I may well use it as a point of comparison when talking about something else. Right, whiskey time. Let's go. Oh God, we're nearly at 7 hours, guys. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? There's still 84 of you watching. I guess it's yeah, it's 1:30 in the UK here, whereas in the US, I guess for you guys it's like what, early evening. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. We still have, depending on how many more questions come in, we've probably got about half an hour to go, I would guess. Vitya says, well, here I go with another gaming question. Have you played Ace Attorney? And if not, is it even a type of game that you think you would enjoy? No and no. But you are welcome to change my mind. I don't know anything about it, really. I've definitely seen clips of it on YouTube, but it doesn't look like my kind of thing. Moin says, what movie were you most excited about that turned out to be a bad movie? Alien Covenant I had high hopes for, and it was not good at all. Oh, no, the better answer would be The Last Jedi, because at the time when I watched The Last Jedi, I really liked The Force Awakens. I thought Rogue One was good, but flawed. And I was going into The Last Jedi like, oh, this could be really good. And it really wasn't. So, kind of a cliche answer, but we got to go with The Last Jedi on that, I think. Ray says, thoughts on House of the Dragon? I have not seen it, so I cannot say, but I will be watching it soon. Schmatt says, thoughts on the upcoming Rohirrim film? I haven't really seen anything about it, but I will definitely be watching it, and I will very likely be giving my thoughts. Excuse me. If in a stream, if not in a full-on video. Vitya says, what? Hold on. There we go. What do you think of the chances that they would do a Lord of the Rings marathon in cinemas? My mum said they did something around like this around 20 years ago, and she was sad me and my sister were too young to go. It entirely depends on what cinemas you live near, because can you find one that will do that? Yeah. Is it near to where you live? Different question. I have never been to a marathon in the cinema of The Lord of the Rings, but I have, a couple of years ago, gone to see the extended editions individually in the cinema, which was fantastic. Because obviously when they released theatrically, it was the theatrical edition, not the extended. So yeah, seeing the extended scenes in the cinema was absolutely fantastic. Where are we? Jared says, didn't know you were streaming, but here goes better late than never. Do you have another passion project to analyze or pick apart after the Lord of the Rings regarding future content? So we got Lord of the Rings, we got Rebel Moon, we got Arcane, and we've got Rings of Power. Apart from that, once I clear that backlog, It's going to be a case of finding something new that I want to do that people want to watch, which will take a little bit of thinking about for me to land on an answer, and I will absolutely be communicating with you guys to make that decision. But right now, no, I do not know what I will be covering next. Zach says, what can men do against such reckless hate? They can grab a sword and fuck up some Uruk-hai. Pandora says, do you believe in vengeance or revenge? Oh, damn it. I've drunk too much whiskey to answer questions like this. Do I believe in it? Do I believe it's a good thing? No. Meaning, if everyone was behaving completely rationally at all times, then vengeance and revenge would never be a thing. Do I understand why people do that? Absolutely, yes, because that's human nature. Schmat says, rich race of Middle Earth, do you and your wife most resonate with the lifestyle of? She would probably say, oh God, what would she say? She would probably say either elves or Rohan. I would probably say dwarves or Gondor. There's the answers. Oh, well, no, actually, no, hold on. If I'm allowed to pick any, then probably hobbits. Yeah. Honestly, maybe she would pick hobbits. I don't know. She's been in bed for at least a couple of hours now, so she cannot answer. Next question. Jerome Lahane. Why is Sailor Moon your favorite anime waifu? I don't entirely understand what that means. I only know what a Sailor Moon is because I've seen Robot Chicken. But that doesn't mean that I know what Sailor Moon is, so I guess Sailor Moon is by default my favorite anime waifu. Zach says, have you ever played Hades? I can't recommend it enough. Also, Disco Elysium. Hades I have never played, but it's been recommended to me a few times. Disco Elysium I have played for about 25 hours or so, but I never finished it. I, at some point, will go back because I thought it was fantastic. The problem that I had with it is that I found the gameplay to not be particularly engaging because it's basically an RPG with no combat. It's walk around, talk to person, listen to conversation, choose answer, and, you know, exist within this limited setting that the game takes place in. Which, I mean, it's great at doing that. It's just that for a game, it's less engaging than I would like, I guess. But yeah, I will finish it at some point. Skullkeeper says, do you have a selection of videos on YouTube that you watch or listen to? Personally, I am a psycho that has a playlist of 50 or so videos that I watch on a loop. Yay, autism. So I don't do that. Sometimes I revisit older videos, but typically I have a watch later playlist that if I see something pop up, I'll add that. And whenever I watch something, it is always from the watch later playlist. I don't typically browse YouTube and find a thing that I want to watch. I will go to my watch later playlist and I will find something that I want to watch or listen to, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm working, if I'm walking the dog, if I'm cleaning the kitchen, if I'm doing whatever it is that I might be doing. If I'm, you know, playing a game on one half of the screen and I'm watching a video on the other, it depends. Yeah, but no, I don't just cycle the same videos on repeat. No. Cinema Law, any Harry Potter content in future? Maybe. Undecided. Cinema Law, no, hold on. Just a Gardening Gamer says, at 100k subs or higher, would you get that VTuber model? I don't plan on doing that, but maybe, because honestly, I feel like doing a VTuber model of, you know, Kronk with this kind of special face would be scary, and I'm not sure I want to do that, but maybe. Cinema Law says, are you excited for Gladiator 2 in November? No, because the trailer, I think, was garbage. Whoever made that should be fired, and I don't know why they would advertise it like that. Stoob says, thoughts and opinions on Andor/Rogue One, and do you think that you'd ever do it? Your style of covering media would be great for them, though I'm sure it might not be up your alley. So Rogue One I have only seen once, which was in the cinema opening night when it came out at midnight. And I had very mixed feelings on it. I thought that the first half of the film was structurally broken, but I thought that the second half of the film was, for the most part, very good. The space battle, broadly. Andor, I've seen season 1 fairly recently, and I thought that Andor, because I held off on watching Andor for a very long time because it's Star Wars, and my interest in Star Wars has been destroyed. But I watched Andor after repeated recommendations, and I thought it was fantastic. There were a few episodes that I thought were filler might be the wrong word, but where I was less engaged with the story, because the most interesting part of the story, I thought, by far, was Andor's relationship with, I can't remember his name, but Luthen is his name. And the other guy, I definitely can't remember his name, but the like planetary defense force guy, that's a Warhammer term, but I can't remember the guy's name. The guy that's like trying to catch him in the first couple of episodes. I thought that was fascinating, but then I thought that guy's story for the rest of the season was like, I just didn't really care. Given the way that it ended, it's obviously going somewhere, but there were, a whole bunch of times where the show cut back to that character, and I was just like, how long until he's going to get back in the story? But yeah, that was my take on it when I was watching it. Anyway, Cyril was his name. Yes, thank you. Caillou Kitsune 38 says, have you ever considered reviewing My Adventures with Superman Season 1? I don't know what that is, so no. While the show is flawed in some ways, there is actual character work in the show, which is more than what Snyder gave us all. I mean, to be honest, I don't give two shits about Superman. If My Adventures with Superman is a really, really good show that has Superman in it, then good, I guess, for fans of Superman. I just don't find Superman to be interesting at all. So no, I've not heard of the show. I can't say I plan on watching it, and I don't think I would make videos on it, but never say never, maybe. Amber says, when it comes to sequels and prequels, do you have a preference on which you prefer and what your thoughts are on ones that are typically more successful and why? So that is an interesting question that I'm not going to be able to properly go into now because time and alcohol. Fundamentally, I think that the idea of a prequel has more potential than the idea of a sequel. Because I think that if you are playing with, I mean, let's just use Star Wars as an example and forget the fact that the sequels are shit, because the prequels are not particularly good either. If you have the bull pit to play in after the original trilogy, and you can either tell a story that happens afterwards, or you can tell a story that happened before, the obvious choice is to tell a story that happened before, because there is so much context that you can add. To some degree, this is applicable to the Lord of the Rings with the Hobbit, but in the case of Star Wars, there is so much rich context that you can add. You can explore the characters when they were younger. You can set up their motivations. You can do all kinds of bullshit and have it be good. Theoretically, both of these are going to be good, but in terms of potential, you can have it feed into the original trilogy in a more natural way, I guess, than a sequel could be. If you were to make a sequel to the original trilogy, then you are inevitably telling what I think is fundamentally a different story. Even if it was really good, it isn't really going to be a continuation of the original trilogy, because the end of Empire is, sorry, not Empire, the end of Jedi that's the end of the story. You can extend it, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to extend it without undermining what happened, which is what ended up happening with Disney, unless you focus specifically on certain characters in certain locations within certain time windows. So I feel like essentially the short version of this answer would be, if you're going with sequels, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want, but be fucking careful. If you're going with prequels, the rules and the setting that you have to play with are very much set in stone. And that's not to say that there aren't prequels that absolutely fuck with things, The Acolyte being the most recent example of that. But if you are going to abide by those rules, then I feel like prequel is the realm that you want to be playing in for the sake of enhancing whatever the original story was. And I would say that probably applies to most stories, if we're directly comparing the two. Anyway, super chat from Joe Eager. Be glad you waited to see Andor. It had severe audio problems on release, to the point of having to turn on subtitles. I have never heard of that before. That's surprising, because for the most part, like I never watch things with subtitles unless it's a foreign film. And when I watched Andor, I can't remember any problems with the audio, but for something with that kind of budget coming from Disney, that's surprising. If that's actually the case, then someone obviously dropped the ball. which, yeah, is very surprising. But anyway, yeah, I am glad that I waited with Andor, because I waited until I was ready to become invested in the Star Wars universe, and Andor made me invested in the Star Wars universe. Not as a whole, mind you, but I am invested in the characters that season 1 gave us and the story that it was telling, because it's really good. And I know that we know where it's going to some degree, because obviously Rogue One exists, but the fun is, how do you get there? And there is, again, this is the whole prequel thing that I was just talking about. There is so much that you can do between the end of season 1 of Andor and the start of Rogue One with the character of Andor. Whether they will fully exploit what they have actually given themselves to work with is a different question. Given how good season 1 was, I'm confident that they can. I just don't know if they will. Okay. So, next question is... Next, well, Larry made you look. Yes, you did, sir. I appreciate looking at you, Larry, because it makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. Thank you, Larry. Paul Finn says, not sure if you'd answered or if you're comfortable sharing, but when is your birthday? February. I mean, I guess I've already revealed this because I streamed on my birthday, 25th of February. Because the first stream I did was celebrating my 31st birthday. Dave says, if you were stuck on a desert island, which movies would you want to have with you? The Lord of the Rings is the obvious choice. Apart from that, it's going to be other ones that I've said are my favorites. We got A Fish Called Wanda, we've got The Raid 2, we've got Sicario, Fight Club, American History X, all that good stuff. Douglas Lamar says, your dissection of the theatrical versus extended proves you can spend a... I've already answered that question. Probably from you, Douglas, but yes, I have already answered that question. Jack Graves says, do you think IPs like Star Wars, Trek, Lord of the Rings are now irreversibly damaged and doomed to be mismanaged until they fade into obscurity, or is there still hope in our lifetimes? It depends on how you handle the concept of a retcon. Because Terminator is the example I would go to, which isn't a great example, but Terminator Dark Fate retconned, like actively within the film, it retconned T3 and Salvation and Genesis, which is, I mean, that's 3 films. That's a lot of content to just be like, nah, we're just going to kind of ignore that. And Dark Fate is not a good movie, but it was bold of it to just kind of be like, fuck you, we're not going to continue from what you have given us. Genesis is garbage, but I would say that Salvation and T3 are absolutely better than Dark Fate. So I don't think that I can say that it paid off. But if you take that logic and you apply it to something like The Lord of the Rings, not The Lord of the Rings, sorry, Star Wars, and you say, well, Disney has made the sequel trilogy, which is broadly garbage. Disney wants to sell the Star Wars IP. Who do they sell it back to? Well, they sell it back to Mr. Lucas. And George Lucas then says, okay, so that didn't happen. Here is the Star Wars sequel trilogy. I think that fans of the original and prequel films are going to be cheering like from the rooftops. It's going to be, people will just immediately forget what Disney did, and they will immediately celebrate what George Lucas is going to do. So if something, whether that would be good, honestly, who knows? But even if George Lucas's theoretical sequel trilogy was as good / bad as the prequels, it's still a step up from the sequels. So I don't think that IPs like that are ever going to fade into obscurity because they are worth too much. Whether that means they will ever be good again, different question. Flamin' MC, so just quickly to answer that, I was crazy for a brief moment, or did your most recent video get claimed? Yes, for anyone who's in now that wasn't in earlier, the Two Towers video was claimed at 6 a.m. this morning, my time. I appealed it, thereby risking a second copyright strike because I am currently on one strike as a result of Mission Impossible video. And the claim was released at about 3 to 4 o'clock, which means the Two Towers video is now live again. And hopefully it hasn't been damaged too much by being down for, what, 8, 9, 10 hours, something like that. Because when I released it and when I premiered it, it was the most successful video I've ever done. So yeah, very happy with it, and hopefully it doesn't die as a result of fucking copyright claims. Okay, next question. We are getting towards the end. I have scrolled down to the bottom and I can see the questions that I am answering. So, next question is from Plague Lord Adolf. No, Ardorf. Ardorf? What was the first moment you knew you were going to write an actual review for something? The first moment was... For one thing specifically, it would have been The Case for Christ, which I mentioned before. That is the earliest video that I have up on my channel. I don't think the videos are particularly good, but I've left them there because they are my first video essay. And it's basically an analysis of a piece of Christian propaganda. It's an adaptation of a book written by a guy called Lee Strobel, who was an atheist and then he became a Christian, and it's his story of trying to disprove the resurrection of Christ. And like, if that happened, great, good for him, but the film itself is fucking garbage. It's awful. And the argumentation that it uses is complete. It's preaching to the choir. It's not going to convince anyone of anything. So that, I guess, would be the answer. If we're going to say more recently, it would be episode 1 of Rings of Power, because that is what made this channel. Next question is from Demactus. I would really like to see your deep dive analyses of some Nolan films. That may happen in future. I don't know, because I do, broadly speaking, really like Christopher Nolan's movies. There are some that are not good. Let's go to Dark Knight Rises for that. But even the Dark Knight Rises, I think, is reasonably entertaining. Maybe I'll end up covering the Dark Knight trilogy at some point. Honestly, who knows? Manny's Mashups. Do you plan on reading the Rebel Moon comics or books? No, I do not, because I don't hate myself. And also, I don't particularly care how good or bad they are, because it doesn't affect what the films are, to be honest, which is the approach I take to basically everything. Mandy's Mashups again says, I would push Edison into the electric cables and save Topsy the elephant. I don't entirely understand what that means, but okay. And Mandy's Mashups again says, favorite scene in a Zack Snyder movie, and most entertaining scene in a Zack Snyder movie. So it's going to have to be something... Zack Snyder has made 3 movies that are not bad. And those movies are Dawn of the Dead, Watchmen, and 300. 300 is the only one that I would say is good. And 300, I think, is very good. Which means that we pretty much have to go with a scene from 300. And there's a whole bunch that you can choose from. But I think that most of the reason why 300 is good is not because of the writing. The writing is serviceable, it is sufficient, it is enough for the film to function as what it is, which is not a particularly complex story. As soon as you start getting into more complicated stories, like he has started to do more recently, then the issues become more obvious. I mean, Demactus, yeah, we can go with This Is Sparta is an obvious choice. We've also got the end of the film, which I think is extremely solid. There's not... Maybe I'll do a review of 300 at some point, but genuinely, I do think that 300 is a very good film. Larry says, what is your favorite lines from each Star Wars character? I can't answer that. There's so many Star Wars characters. I mean, let's go with Han Solo. I've got a bad feeling about this. Leia, into the garbage chute. Luke, ooh, what is Luke's best line? I'm trying to think, because the thing is, the only lines I can remember from Luke are not particularly good ones. Obi-Wan line, obviously, from A New Hope, we've got Use the Force Luke, which would be the classic. What is the best Luke Skywalker line? I'm going to need some help here. There's going to be some. I just can't think of what they are. Yoda says, sorry, Yoda. Yoda says, do the Patch voice. No, Patch says, do the Yoda voice. Do the Yoda voice, I do. Yeah, we can go with that. That's all the Yoda you're getting out of me. Larry says, I am a Jedi like my father before me. Yeah, that's probably up there. That's a good Luke Skywalker line. And that takes place in Return of the Jedi. Yeah, okay. Best Vader line probably has to be, I mean, I am your father is the obvious one, but he's got quite a few good lines. The whole where are the Death Star plans is brilliant, but yeah. And again, I can't remember it word for word because it's been a while, but his Vader's final lines to Luke, where it's like, Father, I'm going to save you. And he says, you already have. Like, you already have is not a complicated line. It's not particularly special, but the meaning, I think, is fantastic. Oh, and yeah, obviously your lack of faith, disturbing. The Emperor is more forgiving than I am. This is why I can't get stuck on this question, because there are so many really good lines from characters in Star Wars. Anyway, next question. Philip Forsberg, ever thought of trying to get on a live stream with Nerdrotic Disbrew or Critical Drinker? Trying to go out of my way to get on a stream with those guys is not something that I've really thought about doing. I have already been on a stream with Nerdrotic, which was the EFAP Rebel Moon stream. And yeah, that was quite a lot of fun. Drinker and Disbrew I've never spoken to, but yeah, I mean, if I'm invited, I would absolutely accept the invitation. But you know, am I going to go out of my way to, you know, try and get on a Nerdrotic stream? No, probably not. But yeah, if I'm invited, then I would absolutely accept the invitation. Next question is from Oppenheimsker. Is The Emperor's New Groove the best David Spade movie? Yes, because I can't think of any others that come close. Matt Keeler says, what gratuitous cameo in a movie would you say actually worked? I am going to need help with that, because if we're saying that it's a cameo, then that means that we're eliminating a lot of these sort of nostalgia bait fan service bullshit characters. So I'm going to need help with that. Because if it's a gratuitous cameo, then that means it's one that outstays its welcome and the film spends too much attention on, which I feel like that has to eliminate post-credit scenes, because I don't think that counts. I don't think you can have a gratuitous post-credit scene. It's got to be something where the film takes time out to be like, look, cameo, it's cameo. Do you like the cameo? We did the cameo. And then it continues along its merry way. And off the top of my head, I can't really think of any. Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder doesn't count, I don't think, because I don't think that's a cameo, and I also think it's really good. Gollum in The Hobbit doesn't count, because Gollum is an integral part of The Hobbit, and he's an integral part of Bilbo's journey in The Hobbit. Stan Lee in Spider-Verse, I can't comment, so I don't know. The Spider-Men in No Way Home, again, in No Way Home, I feel like they were integrated. Like, it's obviously fan service, but I don't think it's a cameo. I think it's elevated above being a cameo. And we all know why they did it. But at the same time, it was integrated into the story, which I think means that it isn't a cameo. When I think cameo, and I think this is a pretty good cameo, but when I think cameo, I'm thinking Hugh Jackman Wolverine in X-Men First Class, because you've got, I can't remember the names of the actors, James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender. They're recruiting ex-people, and they go into a pub, and Hugh Jackman sat there, and they're like, hello, are you Mr. Wolverine? And he says, go fuck yourself. And they're just like, okay. And then they leave. And that's it. That is a cameo, but I think that is how you do a cameo, because it makes sense in context, it doesn't detract from anything, and it's pretty funny. And it's fan service. If we're going to say gratuitous cameo, it means it's got to be more than that. So I don't know. Because yeah, looking at the yeah, Schmatt says Legolas in The Hobbit. I think that is more than a cameo, but I do see your point, because he exists entirely because, look guys, it's Legolas. So it's an extended cameo. I can see that argument. Yeah, actually, Brady, you're probably right. Let's go with that. Peter Jackson eating a carrot in Brie. So there were a handful of Peter Jackson cameos in his films. He eats a carrot in the background of Brie in The Fellowship of the Ring. In The Two Towers, he throws a spear at an Uruk during the Helm's Deep battle, and it's just like, oh, it's Peter Jackson. Cool, like whatever. It takes like a second. In the extended version of Return of the King, he is the captain of the Corsairs of Umbar who gets shot by Legolas by accident because Gimli helps him. I think that's pretty gratuitous, but it's not theatrical, so I guess we can put that up there. And then in the Hobbit movies, he's one of the dwarves that's running out of Erebor, which you can't really tell. He's just one of them because heavy makeup. And then in Desolation of Smaug, he's like blatantly in the foreground. Hello, I'm Peter Jackson. I'm eating a carrot. And it's very clearly as a reference to the Fellowship of the Ring. So let's go with Peter Jackson in Return of the King and Peter Jackson in Desolation of Smaug. That's probably the best answers that I have. Next question. Schmatt says, fan of the Bond franchise? Not really. I just don't really care. There's some good Bond films. Casino Royale, I think, is by far the best James Bond film that has ever been made. Apart from that, you've got other ones that are good for different reasons. You've got Skyfall is decent. You've got Moonraker is a lot of fun, although for very different reasons to Skyfall. Goldmember is a classic. Yeah, there's those three from the top of my head. I would probably say the best, but Casino Royale is head and shoulders above the rest. And I don't care if it's like, oh, it's James Bourne, not James Bond. I don't give a shit. It's a better movie. Deal with it. So, yeah, I don't know if that's a hot take. Binal Lin says GoldenEye. I have never seen GoldenEye. I might have to rectify that. Yeah, there's a couple of you guys saying GoldenEye. I'm gonna have to rectify that, aren't I? Yes. Okay. Right. Next question. Before we dwell on that. Schmatt says, are you a fan of David Lynch and or Twin Peaks? The only David Lynch scene that I have seen, I get him confused with David Cronenberg. I don't know why. David Lynch, I don't think I've seen any of his films because he made Eraserhead, which I've never actually seen all of. And I've not seen Twin Peaks, so no. But I can't say I dislike him. I just don't know his content. Demactus, have you seen The Creator? That is the film by Gareth Edwards, the guy that did Rogue One. And if so, opinions on it considering the low budget needed. So I haven't seen it. I've heard that it's not good, but that it is visually very impressive given the budget. So if it arrives on streaming, I will probably watch it. Lord Hendrickson, I missed a few hours after stream, so this very well could have been asked, but how did you first get into metal/music and making music? So the song that got me into metal was Downfall by Children of Bodom. Just that double kick and the guitar riff, I was like, okay, I haven't heard this kind of thing before. That is what made me want to... So I played guitar when I was much, much younger, but it was because I was kind of forced to, make it sound wrong, but it was like, you know, here's an acoustic guitar, go and do lessons at school kind of thing. Whereas I would actually like to learn how to play this, started with Children of Bodom. And that is what made me get into heavy metal. And honestly, it's pretty heavy given that it was my first encounter with heavy metal. And from there, it was Trivium, Disturbed, Bleeding Through would be another one. And then we're getting into things like Lamb of God and a bunch of other bands that I've already mentioned. So yeah, it would be Downfall by Children of Bodom. What made me want to get into like mixing and like recording music? It would be playing guitar and wanting to record my own music. Which is why I went and did audio production at uni. So, anyone, quickly, just who is new, if you are dropping a question, you need to drop it in the Q&A channel, not the live chat. Otherwise, I will not be answering the question. So you should have a button for the Q&A chat. You need to ask the question in there. So, next question is... Skullkeeper, can we expect a return of the retarded alter ego with the next season of Rings of Power? Yes. Given that he became stuck in the show and required power tools to rescue him, might be wrong to exclude him. Yeah, I forgot that he got stuck with power tools, but yeah, he's shown up a few times. Oh, I totally forgot about that gag. So yeah, the first retarded alter ego gag that I did, it wasn't supposed to become like a recurring bit. It was with the it was in episode 6 of Rings of Power when the volcano erupts and everyone's fine. And it was like, I don't know how to deal with this. And then I just thought, well, let's have this retarded version of myself just go, but random. Volcanoes are not hot. because the show already told us that they're not hot. And then like people liked it so much and I thought it was funny to where it just ended up becoming a running gag that I put in. He typically has a cameo in every video, and he very likely will be emerging in Rings of Power Season 2. But yeah, that's where it started. It's such a stupid joke, but I do find it quite funny. Anyway, next question is a geeky writer. I hate to do this, but since you've asked about what extended edition you might look at, what about looking at the DCEU and Zack Snyder's Justice League? I highly doubt that I will do that. I think Mauler already did a very comprehensive breakdown of the differences between those two movies. I could put my own spin on it, potentially, but the thing is, I honestly don't give a shit about the DCEU. It's garbage. So it's not a case of Zack ruined something. It's a case of, you know, two different bad versions of something that was already ruined, I guess. So yeah, I don't think I would have anything to say about it that hasn't already been said. Next question is, where are we? We're getting towards the end. God, we've been going for fucking hell. We've been going for a long time. 7 hours and 19 minutes. Next question is Frederick Kerrigan. Favorite ice cream flavor? Mint chocolate chip would probably be my favorite. Although, like, chocolate fudge brownie is very nice. It's just if I was, you know, your classic scoop of ice cream in a cone, it's got to be mint chocolate chip. Next question, Blitz Freak. Have you ever watched the Star Trek? No, I have not watched Star Trek, I'm sorry to say. Nick Stinger, how much do you know about Warhammer fantasy lore? And have you played Total War Warhammer? I know an extremely limited amount about Warhammer Fantasy. I only, like, I know the models, I know what exists, and I guess I know what the factions are. But no, I don't really know them. Yes, I have played Total War Warhammer, but I don't really vibe with the Total War games. The problem that I had with Total War Warhammer 3 is the one that I played, is that it just dumps you in the game and it's like, go. And it's like, what do you mean, go? It's like, well, you know, choose your army and just kind of fight. Like, well, okay, my army died in 5 seconds in the tutorial, so what do you mean, go? Like, you know, it doesn't do a very good job of explaining how to play the game. And I found it very difficult to even get through the Kislev, I think it is, Kislev, like, tutorial missions, because it just doesn't tell you how to play the game, because it, I guess, assumes that you already know how to play Total War because there have been 100 Total War games. So yeah. Anyway, next question is Gilgamesh, are you going to do videos on the Cornetto trilogy? There are video analysts' wet dream. The script writing is so tight. You are absolutely correct. Whether I will end up doing any videos on them, I don't know, but they are always there as a constant source for how to do something well. Because, I mean, the weakest one is The World's End, which is still a fantastic movie. So, yeah, we can still go to that and look at it. Honestly, Hot Fuzz is my favorite. So that's the one we'd be looking at, if any. Gilgamesh says, have you played Outer Wilds? It's an exploration game in space, and it's quite cozy. I think you'd like it. So Outer Wilds has been recommended to me a few times. I've not played it. I might. I'm kind of specific about what games I will play because I've got to enjoy it. And it also has to be a game that I think a stream will enjoy watching me play. Because if it's not that, then either I'm not going to have fun or you're not going to have fun, in which case, why stream it? So, yeah, it's a maybe, but I am peripherally aware of it, yes. Joey Murdoch says, I've recently watched Deadpool and Wolverine and thought it was good for the most part, so I guess my question would be, have you seen it? What are your thoughts on Marvel? No, I have not seen it. Yes, I probably will. I don't think I'm going to bother going to see it at the cinema. I watched the last 2 Deadpools at the cinema, but I just don't really care about Deadpool and Wolverine. And my investment in Marvel is in the gutter, so even if it's a good movie on its own, it is not going to rekindle my investment in Marvel, because if Deadpool and Wolverine is fantastic, that isn't going to change what Marvel has become. Because Deadpool and Wolverine, if Deadpool and Wolverine is at all similar to Deadpool 1 and 2, which from what I have heard it is, then it is not very similar to Marvel films. Which means that its success is not really going to change what Marvel films come next. It's not going to change the stylings of what comes next. And if anything, it's probably going to take them in the wrong direction, because they'll try and copy the sort of edgy fourth wall breaking humor that Deadpool does, which if you try and put that in something else, it's just not going to work. That is very much a Deadpool thing. And or they're going to try and, from what I've heard, there are a whole bunch of cameos in the film, which is to be expected. They're going to just lean hard on that and be like, oh, well, people like seeing cameos that no one would have expected, so we'll just kind of do that. So I feel like it probably won't do anything good for the MCU, even if the film itself is actually good. Okay, next question is... Lord Hendrickson, if you were being hunted by a predator, the movie kind, not a sex pest, in the jungle, and you have one Lord of the Rings character to defend you, which one would you choose? I mean, it's got to be one of the most powerful ones, so we're going to have to go with like Sauron, or we're going to have to go with Gandalf. Anyone who is less powerful than them? Yeah, there's no reason why you would choose them. I mean, I guess Galadriel theoretically, or, you know, Elrond, someone like that, they could help, but you would never take Aragorn or Boromir or Faramir or whoever, because you've got fucking wizards to contend with. So I think, given that Sauron is evil and I might have to convince him to help me, it's got to be Gandalf. Gandalf, I think, would help me fight a predator. Next question is from Amber. When working with the media that has its feet in both fantasy and reality, do you prefer when it leans more towards being fantastical or more towards being realistic? And what is your ideal balance? That's a difficult question to answer because I think it's entirely dependent on the quality of the storytelling. My own personal preference is that the fantastical elements do not detract from the realistic elements and vice versa. So the way you accomplish that is with things like unreliable narrators or the general, maybe fantastical tone of a particular story where, you know, if you've got two fantastical characters in a fight to the death and it ends with one of them getting their head chopped off, like that can really matter. But not if in the next scene you're like, it's just a flesh wound, we're fine, we're good, let's just kind of keep going. Because I don't care how fantastical it is, as long as you have any stakes that you have in a fantastical story are going to be to some degree drawn from a human's understanding of reality. So, which is why in a fantasy story, you don't have to explain how gravity works, because your brain is just like, well, obviously, you know, gravity works. The only time when you might have to explain that is in a science fiction story, where you're on another planet, or in something like, I guess, Interstellar, where literally gravity affects the plot of Interstellar. So, because it causes like time dilation and all the rest of it. So, I don't know if that answers the question, but that's what we're going with. Matt Keeler says, first movie you saw in the cinema, apparently it was The Lion King, but I don't remember it because I was like 3. The first movie I sat through in the cinema, from what I have been told by my mum, was Hercules, 1997 Hercules. Yeah, I can't say I remember it, but that is the answer. Demactus says, do you plan to dip into making long Pirates 1 to 3 analyses? That is on the table. It's one option out of many, but it's not going to happen for at least 6 months or so. Gilgamesh says, thoughts on HBO's Chernobyl show? I think it's a masterpiece and doesn't get the recognition it deserves. I think that it is also a masterpiece, but I've only seen it once is the problem. And I'm kind of uncomfortable calling something a masterpiece if I've only seen it once. So I think it does exactly what it needed to do. I think it is absolutely gripping, and I think it is an extremely well-told story. Yeah, I think Chernobyl is fantastic. Schmatz says, if you're a fan of conservative directors like Ridley Scott, Nolan, and Snyder, have you checked out S. Craig Zala's stuff such as Bone Tomahawk or Brawl in Cell Block 99? Yeah, I've seen all 3 of his films, and I really like them. Bone Tomahawk, I think, is probably his best. Brawl in Cell Block 99, I've only seen once, so I am a little hazy on that. And his third film, Dragged Across Concrete, I think is really, really good. Because his films have a really interesting style to them, where they almost feel like they could be a play. And my understanding is that Zala was, like, he has written plays, and he has sort of gone into filmmaking in order to turn his scripts into films, is the reason why he is a director. So, yeah, I don't know. Something about the style of his films really appeals to me, because you've got like ridiculous over-the-top violence that actually hits you when it needs to, because the violence in Bone Tomahawk is Bone Tomahawk is one of the most disturbing movies that I have ever seen. And I want to recommend it, but at the same time, do not go into it thinking that it's going to be a cakewalk, because it is not. His other two films, Dragged Across Concrete and Preroll in Cell Block 99, are a lot more, I guess, exaggerated and stylized and sort of 70s grindhouse style, which means that when when someone's face gets squashed, you can just kind of be like, well, it looks kind of fake, and they just kind of did that because of the style. But yeah, the main thing that I really, really like about his movies is that the characters are really, really solid. In particular, I can't remember the character's name, but Matthew Fox's character in Bone Tomahawk is fantastic. And I probably won't ever do a video on Bone Tomahawk, but if I do a video on a specific character, then it would be on that character, because I think he is extremely good. And then you also have Vince Vaughn and Mel Gibson's characters in Dragged Across Concrete, which, again, they're brilliant. They're really, really good. And those are all films that just seriously take their time. They say what they want to say in the way that they want to say it, and they're done. So, yeah, I really enjoy his films. And I do hope that he makes more. Next question is from Schmutt. No, Schmutt, that was not a question. Nothing Man. If you were able to do a remake, redo of any film or TV series with a dream team, what would you do? What would be, or who would be the ideal director, actors, writers, or composer? That's a difficult question. Director, it would be Denis Villeneuve. Let's go with Star Wars. Let's say we're going to reboot Star Wars, and we're going to do the Star Wars sequel trilogy as it should have been. We're going to have Denis Villeneuve directing. We're going to have George Lucas producing, but not directing or writing. Writing, we are going to have... Who is going to write? Let's put Tony Gilroy writing, because he's proven that he can do Star Wars with Andor. Composer, I mean, obviously it has to be John Williams. There is no other answer. If it's not John Williams, it's going to be Hans Zimmer. Actors is dependent on what characters we're going to use, but yeah, I hope that answers the question. Gauhaus Design, would you consider reviewing any Ridley Scott films such as Alien or Blade Runner? Yes. Stay tuned. I very, very likely will do an Alien video, probably as a comparison of extended versus theatrical. Flegnut, regarding Harry Potter, I have already answered that. It's a maybe, probably in podcast format. Lejong, do you listen to In Flames, and which era is your favorite? I don't listen to them too much anymore, but my favorite era of In Flames is the Horacle era. I think that album is fantastic. And then jumping forwards a little bit, you've got Come Clarity, which is, I guess, their new style-ish, which I don't like as much because it's less melodic death metal, but at the same time, Come Clarity is a very, very solid album just as an album. So, yeah, I really like it. And it's the album that got me into In Flames. Next question is... Elena Walker, have you read or watched Wheel of Time? I have not done either. I have heard that it's as terrible as Rings of Power, but I have never watched it or read it. So we're getting down to the last few questions. So if anyone has anything that they want to ask me now, please do. But otherwise, we're going to be ending the stream probably in the next 10 minutes or so. Next question is... Gilgamesh, do you think is subjective or... I don't understand the question. Gilgamesh says, do you think is subjective or objective, and how strict do you think either are? You're going to have to rephrase the question, Gilgamesh, because I don't quite understand what you mean. Flame in MC, what are your thoughts on reviewing Pirates of the Caribbean films? It's absolutely on the table. We're going to have to wait and see, because that is something... Like, I know the films pretty well, and it's something that I think I would like to do. Whether it's the best thing to do for the channel and whether I have anything else that I would prioritize is a different question. Next question is, Where's it gone? Joey Murdoch, what is your favorite biscuit brand, and what is your favorite biscuit to have with a cup of tea? I don't drink tea. Favorite biscuit... Is a Jaffa Cake a biscuit? I don't think so. I don't really eat biscuits, to be honest. I'll have like a bar of chocolate every now and then, but like an actual biscuit? I guess... what are they called? The ones that are... they're little squares, and they've got like white stuff in the middle. Damn it, I can't remember what they're called. Someone is going to know what I'm talking about, unless this is a ridiculously like localized thing. They're really small. They're like, fuck, I don't know. They're 3 to 4 centimeters tall. They got this little weird goofy pattern on them, and they've got like white stuff in between, and it's kind of like a little sandwich, kind of like an Oreo but not circular. And it's not like brown. It's it looks like a digestive custard creams. Yes, thank you, custard creams. We're gonna go with that. That's my favorite. Okay. Next question is Flegnut. Will you ever drop the fake accent? No, I'm going to maintain this fake accent for as long as I live. Gilgamesh, have you heard Michael Bay is doing a skibbity toilet movie? Cinema is truly dead. I did hear that. I mean, I know what skibbity toilet is. I just don't know how you turn that into a movie. But I think at the very least, with it being Michael Bay, it will probably be entertaining. And I mean, I guess I'd like to see the skibbities come out of the toilet and fight the radio people or whatever it is. I don't really know. Okay, before I get through the last couple of questions, I need to go for a wee quickly. So I will say, those of you in chat, if you have a question you want to ask me, stick it in the Q&A. But we're going to be wrapping it up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll be back in 1 sec. Righty, and we're back. Okay. Let's get through to the end here now. So, next question is, that was the toilet one. PC says, in your response to Hello Future Me, you said you watched Rings of Power many times. How many times did you watch that piece of trash? It's difficult to quantify because the problem is that, like, you watch it once, obviously, you then watch it again and you take notes, you then watch it again to check your notes. And then at that point, it's a case of like, wait a minute, what was that line? And then you skip to the bit where the thing was said, and then you have to check the reference for what does this line lead to, and you end up skimming through the episode. And as a result of doing all of that, you kind of get a pretty good understanding of the structure of the show. And then all of that gets multiplied when you start putting the video together because you're skimming through the timeline of the video file in order to find the footage that you need that's relevant to what you're talking about. So how many times did I watch Rings of Power all the way through, start to finish? 3 times. How many times have I actually consumed it as a as an assortment of scenes in terms of a total amount of time? Double that easily. I would say in terms of total number of times, we've got to be up to 6 or 7 times easily, I think. Okay. Next question is Skullkeeper. Have you seen the movie Good Burger? No, I have not. I have not actually heard of it. Hello, Echo. Yes, we're still going. We're going to be wrapping up in the next 10 minutes or so. I know you're in New Zealand, so I'm... what time is it where you are, actually? I'm trying to think. It's probably like 10 a.m. or something, because here it's nearly 2:30. I've been going for nearly 8 hours. But I said I'd answer every question, and so I will answer every question. Okay. We've got, I think, about 10 more questions, unless more come in. 1:30 p.m. in New Zealand. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, you're pretty much exactly 12 hours offset from where I am. Okay. Where were we? Amber says, if you have to choose a preference between the two, do you prefer when movies such as Star Wars focus on the macro scale, brackets, galactic war, politics, hero's journey, or micro scale, such as the Solo story? I can't say that I have a preference. I think it entirely depends on how well you tell that story, which is a very broad answer. But I feel like the macro scale has more potential for giving importance and gravitas to other parts of your story because it is largely dealing with world building. Whereas the micro scale, if you are hyper focusing on a particular character's journey, and that is what you dedicate your time to telling, theoretically, that's going to lead to more emotional moments and emotional payoffs and all the rest of it. So, yeah, they both have their advantages. Gilgamesh says, do you know Old Gods of Asgard? It's a fake rock band from the Alan Wake games. No, I have never heard of it, but I've also never played Alan Wake. Flegnut says, have you ever watched Bridge to Terabitha? I have not, unfortunately. Lord Hendrickson, is there any real-life historical events that you think should be made into a film? I think the Battle of Castle Itter would make for a great film. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one. I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of films about real historical events, and a lot of them are very good movies. So, yeah. No, though, unfortunately, I can't think of a particular historic event that does not already have a movie dedicated to it. Mellow Mango says, assuming it would be well made, what video game would you like to see as a movie or TV series? So I kind of answered this earlier, but I feel like God of War definitely has potential because the characters are really, really good and the setting is solid. Whether it will be good, who knows? Apart from that, if you knew that it was going to be good, Mass Effect would be cool to see. Dragon Age would be cool to see. I mean, Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate. The thing is, if you know that it's going to be good, then yeah, you can choose any quote unquote cool setting and take your pick. Okay, next question is, As in Gamer says, what is your favorite alcoholic viewing aid for watching films, especially bad ones? So I don't usually drink when I'm watching films unless I'm having like a drinking party at a friend's house, in which case it's usually some variety of Jack Daniels. But yeah, if I'm just watching something bad on my own, I don't usually drink, but yeah. Elena Walker says, would you watch Wheel of Time and do an essay on it? Because I definitely want your thoughts. I think honestly at this point it's unlikely. As far as I'm aware, the show's been cancelled now. Correct me if I'm wrong. And to be honest, I feel like jumping into another TV show that is of a similar level of quality to Rings of Power might actually break my brain. And yeah, this is the thing, is I know that a lot of people feel strongly about Wheel of Time because they know the books, which is exactly the same as with Rings of Power. But I don't know if I would necessarily have as much to say about it as I do with Rings of Power, because I don't know what Wheel of Time is, whereas I love the Lord of the Rings and the Peter Jackson films. Okay, next question. Gauhaus Design, might have missed this. Are you doing Snyder Cuts of Rebel Moon? Yes, probably. Flegnut, what are you drinking right now? I am drinking Gentleman Jack, and I'm nearly finished my glass because it's nearly time for bed. Flamin' MC, the Kronk thing I've explained already at the beginning of the stream. Dave says, is a hot dog a sandwich? I think technically yes, but in essence, the answer is no. If I said, can I have a sandwich, and I was given a hot dog, I would not be disappointed because I like hot dogs. But at the same time, I'd be like, this is not what I asked for. Larry says, will you ever do a classic masterpiece? Which one would you consider? Jaws would be my pick. So Jaws is very good. Psycho would be another option. Lawrence of Arabia, I mentioned before. Alien. Apart from that, if we're talking, because if we're talking classics, to me, it's got to be pre-1990, I think. I mean, I guess things like Alien and Aliens, they count because those are definitely classics. Yeah, all that kind of thing. Where are we? PC says, would you be interested in making reviews for House of the Dragon? I haven't seen House of the Dragon yet still. I will, but I will probably not be doing videos on it. I might potentially record like a podcast or talk about it on stream. But no, I don't think I will be making videos on it. Next question is, Amber potentially already asked, but do you have any advice or tips for someone who may want to start doing video essays of their own? I have answered this a couple of times. I'm not sure I can say anything that I haven't already. Yeah, I've elaborated on this a couple of times, so yeah, you'll have to rewind in the stream to find the answer. But yeah, it's not like I have a silver bullet for how to do it. It's just a general approach for creating this kind of content, I guess. Next question is Joey Murdoch. Why is Boromir your favorite character in The Lord of the Rings? I don't think I can answer that right now. I don't think I can answer that on stream. I think it's because subjectively, I really, really like the character archetype that Boromir is. The idea of a heavily flawed but heroic person who is heavily motivated to do what he does, accidentally goes too far in the wrong direction, pays the price, and redeems himself. I think that that's an extremely powerful character archetype that appears in a few things. And I think Boromir is probably the best example I can think of. If you want further elaboration, I mean, you may well have seen it. Most of you guys have probably seen it, but my Fellowship of the Ring video, I delve into Boromir quite a bit. Next question, Gilgamesh. Are you ready for Rings of Power Season 2? As a book reader, it looks even worse. I mean, I think I'm ready. As a non-book reader, I think it looks slightly better, but I'm very well aware of the fact that they're playing with the foundation that they had in Season 1. And I don't think that it is possible to make a good show out of the foundation of Season 1, but we will have to see. Sunny Day says, I was one of the first questions you answered. I've been gone for a few hours. How would you rate the stream? This stream, we've got to give it let's go with a 9 or a 10 out of 10. This has been a huge amount of fun. We've been going for a stupid amount of time, a lot longer than I was expecting. We've had a lot of you guys in chat, and it's been a huge amount of fun responding to these questions and getting drunk on a weekday. I just need to sober up in time for Zack Snyder's director's cuts of Rebel Moon, which release in, what is that, 5 hours? 5 hours? 5.5 hours? I think something like 5.5 hours. Something like that. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go to bed pretty sharpish after we finish. Okay, next question is, Blegnut, have you watched Cocaine Bear? Yes, it is garbage. I don't really see the appeal unless you find the idea of a bear that has the cocaine to be funny in principle. Which, I mean, it is not funny in principle because that isn't a joke. It's, what if a mongoose had heroin? Like, all right, cool, well done. Where's the story? And the story and the characters are just completely broken. And I know it's supposed to be like an exaggerated, ridiculous, like absurdist comedy, I guess, but it leans so heavily on you finding the concept of a bear that has had cocaine funny that it feels like it is trying way too hard. And I thought it was awful. Like, really, really, really bad. Next question is, Adam Furness, how can one tell that a film has bad direction rather than bad acting, or writing, etc.? So they do absolutely overlap to some degree. If you are specifically pinpointing direction, then you would look at, I guess probably the easiest giveaway would be an actor or actress who you know is really good giving a terrible performance. And obviously that, like, to some degree has to do with the quality of the writing that they're given. Because if you give Daniel Day-Lewis some fucking Zack Snyder script to read, well, yeah, we don't even have to look any further than Rebel Moon. We don't have to go with the hypothetical. Anthony Hopkins reading Zack Snyder's dialogue. He makes it sound meaningful. He makes it sound important because he's a really good actor. And in the case of Rebel Moon, he's just a voice actor. He didn't do motion capture. He doesn't physically appear. It's just his voice. He sat in a recording studio reading lines that someone else has written. But yeah, if a good director is not going to save a bad actor, and I think that a good actor is not going to save a bad director. So yeah, again, you can delve into that a little bit more, but I feel like there is a lot of overlap. And if you are just watching the finished product, then a bad director can absolutely look like a bad actor. If you go into it not knowing that someone is actually a good actor, you could be like, oh, well, John Travolta was really bad in this film. That doesn't mean he's a bad actor. It could just be the direction. Like you don't necessarily know. Anyway, next question is Gilgamesh. I meant to ask if art/writing is subjective or not. Like, I think that Revenge of the Sith is the best Star Wars film, but I can see arguments for Empire and maybe Return of the Jedi. Well, yeah, to some degree it is subjective, to some degree it is not. You can look at how good was the acting, for example, and there are elements of that are subjective and there are elements that are not. And what it ultimately comes down to is what do you get from the film? Because if you watch Revenge of the Sith and you prefer it to Empire, then the next question is why? And if you can answer that question in a coherent and non-contradictory way, then that means that I guess you have a valid reason for considering one to be better than the other. I would disagree, but I would need to rewatch both movies in order to explain why I disagree, because I feel like Empire is very clearly better than Revenge of the Sith. I feel like, honestly, all three of the originals are better than Revenge of the Sith, because Revenge of the Sith has some very clear weak points. But again, I can't really elaborate at 20 to 2 in the morning when I'm half a bottle of whiskey deep, and I haven't seen Revenge of the Sith in a few years. But yeah, I think that there is overlap, but subjectivity and objectivity are both important. It's just what I think is the most important thing is to distinguish between the two. Flegnut, have you said anything about the Fallout show? Yes, I spoke about it a few times earlier. My man Spood, are you considering doing the same story analysis you do for movies for games? I touched on that earlier. No is the answer, but that doesn't mean that the answer is never, because if I play the right game, then the answer is yes, theoretically. Kokyoin, would you review any of Peter Jackson's other movies? That is a solid maybe. Brain Dead I would like to do a video on. And King Kong was mentioned earlier in the stream, and I think I need to rewatch that, because I think that King Kong would kind of be the obvious choice to go down next, because we've done Lord of the Rings, we've done The Hobbit, King Kong came in between, and it has a lot of similarities in how it tells the story. Flegnut, thoughts on Mr. and Mrs. Smith? If you're talking about Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie film, I think it is mid that is elevated because they're both fun to watch. But again, I haven't seen it in 15 years. If you're talking about the TV show that apparently exists, I don't know because I haven't seen it. Gauhaus Design, how far back would you limit the classics, such as Citizen Kane or 70s Max back? So I would say pre-1990s. Well, I don't know, because Schindler's List, I think, is a classic. Jurassic Park is probably a classic. And those are 1993. But then if you go to 99, you've got American Beauty, you've got The Matrix, you've got Fight Club. Are they classics yet? I don't think so, but then the definition of classic is very kind of hazy and it's largely subjective. So I would say, I mean, Pulp Fiction, I think, is a classic. So let's go with 1995 and earlier would be a classic. But obviously that's something that's going to change as time goes by. Okay. Next question is Elena Walker. All these years later after Return of the King, I still cry during the last eternity of the end. Is there a movie or show that gives you allergy issues too? Off the top of my... So I don't usually cry during movies. And when I say usually, I mean I can't think of an example where I have literally cried while watching a movie. But that doesn't mean that I can't appreciate a movie being extremely emotionally effective. Examples would be Spartacus, the TV show. I think, I mean, again, Schindler's List, I feel like is an obvious answer. American History X, I think, is incredibly emotionally effective. Let's try and name another one. What would be another really, really good one? Yeah, I've mentioned it a few times. RRR. It's not come close to making me cry because the nature of the story isn't really one like that, but it's an extremely emotionally effective movie. Next question. We're getting down to the last 5 or so now. So, Reginald Campos, favorite guilty pleasure movie? I've answered that a couple of times before already, so I will skip that, I'm afraid. Demactus, would be funny to see you review the Clone Wars series. I mean, I might watch it potentially and then talk about it on stream. I don't think I would ever review it because I just don't care. There's so much Star Wars content that exists, and I really don't think that I would find the Clone Wars series entertaining. Skullkeeper says, what would you say is your favorite Adrian Brody film? Probably The Pianist. Unless I'm missing one. He's in... what's it called? The Paul Anderson film. He's probably in a few of those. Grand Budapest Hotel. He's in that. But I wouldn't really consider that to be a Adrian Brody film. Whereas The Pianist is absolutely an Adrian Brody film, and I think it's really, really, really good. Next question, Amber. Being a fan of both games and Lord of the Rings, have you ever played Middle-earth, Shadow of War / Mordor? And if so, what's your overall opinion of the story and the liberties they took? Story and the liberties they took are shit. It is trash. It is garbage. Not just because it's different, but because the decisions they made, I don't think, led to a very good story. However, Shadow of Mordor, at the very least, is mechanically passable. Shadow of War is probably better mechanically, but I just tapped out because what they decided to do with the setting, I was just completely done. So, yeah. Okay, next question. Flegnut, would you ever do voice acting or narration? It's not something I guess I would seek to do, but I guess theoretically I could do it, sure. If I was asked, yeah, I guess. 38th Canadian Brigade Group, thoughts on the possible Warhammer 40k TV series? I think that, yeah, I've said this before, but I don't think I said it in this stream. I think that what they need to do is tell a small-scale story within that setting. I think that if they immediately go, hello, yeah, I did say this earlier because I remember now. If they say, hello, my name is Horus and this is my heresy, then you are immediately blowing your load straight away, and you're not allowing any time to establish the setting or have any kind of build-up or any kind of dramatic tension or whatever. You're just immediately going to the meat of the setting, which means that what may end up happening is if the show isn't good, or if the show is good but doesn't take off and it's not successful, you end up with half a story. Whereas what I think they should do is play it safe and have a season that is very stripped down, relatively low budget, set on a hive world with some Inquisitors or Guardsmen, maybe some Gene Stealer cult, something like that, some heretics, Chaos heretics, whatever you like. Don't have fucking Rabute Gilliman fighting Tyranids in episode 1. If you do that, you're just going fan service, fan service, fan service. And I think that if you are, obviously it could be good, but I think that if you are focusing on that, and if we saw that in the trailer, for example, it would make me worried. Okay. Next question is, we got 3 left. So I'm gonna call it here because we have 3 questions left. So, oh, hello, Rags. Rags says the humans in Warhammer are mega cringe. It depends on which humans, honestly, because you can't be saying that kind of thing about the salamanders, because the salamanders are awesome. But the ones that are mega cringe, I guess we can say Imperial Fists are pretty cringe. Oh, what are they called? The guys with the shovels. The Kriegers are pretty cringe, but they're also very, very, very funny. Yeah, it really varies on which subset of humans we're talking about here. But yeah, they have the opportunity to focus on the non-cringe ones. Anyway, last 3 questions that we're going to do. Gilgamesh says, Helm's Deep or Pelennor Fields? I have to say Helm's Deep, I think, is better. But that is largely because I think that the Army of the Dead is a little bit anticlimactic. like it's fantastic as a piece of storytelling, but I think how it was visually implemented as a way of like, we have ghosts and they're going to win now. I feel like it ended a little bit too quickly, which isn't really the case. I mean, obviously that kind of thing happens with Gandalf and Éomer in the Two Towers, but I feel like it didn't. I can't be describing the Pelennor Fields as cheap, can I? I feel like it didn't feel as cheap, but then again, at the same time, we're talking about my favorite movies here, so I'm not going to describe it as cheap. We're just comparing the two. Okay. Second to last question from Kokioin. Watch Xavier Renegade Angel. It's funny. I don't know what that is, but I might watch it. Potentially. And the final question from Flegnut. If you could make a perfect open world game to your own specification from either Lord of the Rings or Star Wars IP, which would you choose? Lord of the Rings, hands down. Because I don't give two shits about Star Wars and the Lord of the Rings IP, if we assume that it's going to be good. I would love a Baldur's Gate style role-playing game with some more action-oriented combat mechanics rather than turn-based combat. Even though I do really like turn-based combat, I also would really like the idea of exploring Middle-earth in a more sort of, I guess, Lord of the Rings Online, World of Warcraft style third-person perspective, which I know you can do in Baldur's Gate, but the combat is not that. So yeah, I mean, theoretically, if it was going to be good, then we would go with that. Okay. Gentlemen and ladies, if there are any of you in chat, and doggos, because Rags is here. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. This has gone on. We have just broken 8 hours, which is, what, more than double the length of the previous AMA stream that I did, which is probably in line there, because the last one I did was 25,000 subs, and now we're at 50. So, thank you, guys, for watching and listening. If you have missed any of this and you want to hear the rest, it's going to be on the second channel in the next couple of days. Apart from that, I need to say thank you to everyone for subscribing and for helping the channel grow and watching my videos. Because, yeah, that is why I'm able to do what I do. It's a huge amount of fun, and it's extremely rewarding to do things like this for your entertainment. So, yeah. Thank you, everyone. And, yeah, those of you who jumped in the Discord, I'll probably see you sooner than the rest. But everyone else, I guess I'll probably see you when I do Rings of Power Season 2, or Zack Snyder's director's cut with tits and blood and whatever else he's put in there of Rebel Moon Parts 1 and 2. So, yeah, thank you guys for watching. We're going to end the stream there. I need to go to bed. It's nearly 3 a.m. I will see you guys later.